Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this video, I've got a bunch of new stories for you, so whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or just listen in the background, this should be a good one. Feel free to let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always interesting to see where everyone is tuning in from. Now, let's start with the first story. It's titled,
While I was enjoying my first approved break in 6 years in Paris, my wife's father, the CEO, called. "What do you think you're doing? You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig." I laughed and hung up before he could finish his sentence. Then raised my glass and toasted with the man sitting next to me, the CEO of our biggest competitor, who happened to be staying at the same resort. When I returned, things got hysterical when the terrace overlooked the Seine like a painting I'd only ever seen in screensavers. The kind of view that exists in other people's lives, not mine. 6 years. 6 years of 60-hour weeks of skipped lunches and swallowed pride, of watching my wife's family treat me like expensive help they regretted hiring. And here I was finally with a glass of Chateau Margaux in my hand and the Eiffel Tower glittering in the distance like a promise I'd forgotten how to believe in. The wine was exceptional. I'd ordered it specifically because it cost more than my first car. And for once, for the first time in half a decade, I didn't feel guilty about it. "You look like a man who just remembered he's allowed to breathe." The gentleman next to me said he was older, maybe early 60s, with silver hair and the kind of calm that comes from never having to check a price tag. His suit probably cost more than my monthly salary. Used to cost more than my monthly salary. I laughed. It felt strange in my throat, like a language I'd forgotten. Something like that. First time in Paris. First time anywhere in 6 years. He raised an eyebrow. The kind of expression that said he'd heard a story before it even told it. "Let me guess. You work in corporate. They told you the company needed you. That taking time off would be selfish. That the team was counting on you." Close. I swirled the wine, watching it catch the light. Family business. Same script, different cast. He nodded knowingly. The golden handcuffs with a wedding band. I should have been offended, but he was right. I'd married into the Hartwell empire, Hartwell Industries, manufacturing and distribution, 32 facilities across 11 states, revenue in the high 9 figures. My father-in-law, Richard Hartwell, was the kind of CEO who appeared in business magazines with headlines like "The Man Who Never Blinks," and how Richard Hartwell turned family values into profit. What they didn't write about was how he turned family into profit margins. How he dangled the CFO position in front of me like a treat for a performing dog, always just out of reach. How my wife Vanessa had slowly transformed from the woman I'd fallen for into a carbon copy of her father, all edges and expectations. No warmth left to spare. But I wasn't thinking about that. Not here. Not with this view. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it, saw Richard's name, and felt my stomach drop in that Pavlovian way it had learned over 6 years of conditioning. "You going to answer that?" the gentleman asked. "I'm on vacation." "Good man." It kept buzzing, then stopped, then started again. I picked it up on the 4th call. "What do you think you're doing?" Richard's voice came through so loud that the gentleman next to me could probably hear it. I held the phone slightly away from my ear. "I'm in Paris, Richard, like I told you I would be. Like I put in the request for 3 months ago. Like you approved." "I approved a weekend." "Not a how long has it been?" 4 days. "It's been 3 days of a 2-week vacation that was approved." I kept my voice level, but I could feel something shifting inside me. Like tectonic plates finally deciding they'd had enough. 2 weeks. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what's happening here? The Bergman contract is falling apart. The quarterly reports are due. And you're sitting in some cafe drinking wine like you don't have responsibilities. The gentleman next to me caught my eye and mouthed. "Family business." I nodded. He smiled and shook his head in sympathy. "Richard." I left detailed notes. "I trained Marcus on the Bergman account. Everything is handled. Marcus is an idiot. You're the CFO. I'm the senior financial analyst who does the work of a CFO for the salary of a senior financial analyst, and I'm on an approved vacation." There was a pause. In that pause, I could hear everything. His shock that I'd interrupted him, his rage building like a pressure cooker, the calculations running through his head about how to reassert control. "You're fired." The words hung in the air between us, between Paris and Connecticut, between the man I'd been and whoever I was about to become. "I'm sorry." "What?" "You heard me. You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig who abandons ship. The moment things get difficult, you're done. Don't bother coming back to the office. We'll have security pack your things." I looked at the Seine, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the wine in my glass that tasted like freedom and cost like revenge, and I laughed. It started as a chuckle, then built into something fuller, something that came from a place so deep I'd forgotten it existed. I laughed like a man who just realized he'd been holding his breath underwater for 6 years and finally broke the surface. Are you listening to me? Richard's voice had gone shrill. Oh, I'm listening. I'm just enjoying the moment. See, Richard, here's the thing. There's no thing. I hung up, just pressed the red button, and watched his name disappear from my screen. Then I turned to the gentleman next to me, raised my glass, and said, I just got fired by my father-in-law. He studied me for a moment, then lifted his own glass with a smile. That suggested he understood more than I'd said. Then this calls for a toast. To new beginnings. To new beginnings, I echoed. We clinkied glasses and the crystal rang like a small perfect bell. I'm James, by the way, he said. James Morrison. The name registered immediately. James Morrison, CEO of Apex Consolidated, Hartwell Industries' largest competitor. The man Richard Hartwell had spent the last 3 years trying to destroy, outbid, and outmaneuver in every market they shared. I must have gone pale because James smiled wider. I take it you recognize the name. You're Apex. I am Apex. Yes. And you are recently unemployed. He laughed. A genuine sound that made his eyes crinkle. I heard the whole terrace heard. Actually, your father-in-law has impressive lung capacity. He practices yelling. It's like cardio for him. Tell me something. James leaned back in his chair completely relaxed. In your professional opinion, and I'm asking as one finance person to another, not as competitors, what's H. Hartwell's biggest vulnerability right now? I should have said nothing. Loyalty, even burned loyalty, should have kept my mouth shut. But loyalty is a two-way street, and Richard had just set fire to his end. They're overextended on the Bergman contract, I heard myself say. Promised delivery schedules they can't meet without massive overtime costs. The margins are going to be razor thin. And if there's any delay, which there will be because the equipment they need is backordered, they'll breach contract and face penalties that'll wipe out the entire profit. James nodded slowly. And theoretically, if someone were to secure that backordered equipment first, Hartwell would be scrambling, probably have to subcontract, which would kill their margins completely. They'd either take a massive loss or breach contract. Either way, their Q4 numbers would be catastrophic. Interesting. James took a sip of his wine. Very interesting. My phone buzzed again. Vanessa, this time I let it go to voicemail. It buzzed again immediately. Text message. Call me now. Your wife? James asked. My soon-to-be ex-wife, I'm guessing. Ah, she's upset about the firing. She's upset that I might have actually stood up for myself. That's not part of the script. The phone buzzed twice more in quick succession. I turned it face down on the table. Can I tell you something? James said. In my experience, the best revenge isn't dramatic. It's not angry. It's precise. It's walking away with your dignity intact and watching them realize too late exactly what they've lost. That sounds nice in theory. I'm not talking about theory. He pulled out his wallet, extracted a business card, and slid it across the table. I'm talking about an offer. Apex is opening a new division. We need a CFO who understands the manufacturing and distribution sector. Someone who knows the landscape, knows the players, knows where the opportunities are, someone who isn't afraid to take a vacation when they've earned it. I stared at the card. James Morrison, CEO, Apex Consolidated, a phone number, an email address. You can't what? Accept a job offer? You're unemployed as if he checked his watch approximately 4 minutes ago. You're allowed to be employed again. It's not that simple. There's Vanessa and the family and they just fired you on your first vacation in 6 years while you were drinking wine in Paris. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but firm. Let me ask you something. If they valued you, would you be sitting here having this conversation? The truth of it hit me like cold water. No. If they valued me, Richard would have called to ask how Paris was. Vanessa would have sent photos of things she wanted me to see. I would have felt missed, not managed. Instead, I felt liberated. Think about it, James said, standing. No pressure, but the offer stands. We can discuss details when you're back in the States. For now, enjoy your vacation. You've earned it. He shook my hand firm. Brief, professional, and walked away, leaving me alone with the sen, the wine, and a business card that felt like a loaded gun. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Vanessa. Dad says, you lied at him. What is wrong with you? I picked up the phone and typed, I'm on vacation. We'll talk when I get back. Her response was immediate. There's nothing to talk about. You're coming home now. I looked at the river, at the lights, at the half-full glass of wine that had cost as much as my first car and tasted like the beginning of something I didn't have a name for yet. Then I typed no, just that, one word, 2 letters, the smallest rebellion possible. I pressed send and watched the message disappear into the digital void. Then I ordered another glass of wine, the same bottle, the same vintage, the same beautiful excess, and I sat there on that terrace overlooking the Seine. And I let myself imagine what it would feel like to work somewhere I was actually wanted. The phone exploded with messages. Vanessa, Richard, Vanessa's mother, Susan, with a message about family loyalty and disappointing everyone. My brother-in-law Thomas with a surprisingly kind note asking if I was okay. I turned the phone off completely. The waiter brought my wine. The night air was perfect. Somewhere in the distance, a street musician was playing La Vie en Rose on an accordion, which should have been cliched, but somehow wasn't. And for the first time in 6 years, I felt like myself. Not the person they'd needed me to be. Not the role I'd been playing, just me drinking expensive wine, watching the lights on the water, holding a business card that might be a life raft or might be a grenade. Either way, I was done drowning. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd come to Paris to take a break from my life. And instead, my life had broken completely. But as I sat there, watching the city glow against the night sky, I realized something. Sometimes breaking is the only way to rebuild into something stronger. And I was ready to be strong again. The flight back to Connecticut felt longer than the flight to Paris had, even though they were the same duration. Funny how time works that way, how anticipation makes hours disappear and dread makes minutes stretch like taffy. I'd stayed the full 2 weeks every single day of my approved vacation. Despite the constant barrage of messages, voicemails, and increasingly unhinged emails from Richard, despite Vanessa's threats, then pleading, then cold silence, despite the part of me that whispered I was being childish, that I should just come home and smooth things over like I always did. But I didn't. I visited the Louvre. I ate at cafes where no one knew my name or cared about quarterly projections. I walked along the Seine every evening, sometimes alone, sometimes with James Morrison, who turned out to be staying at the same hotel for a European business tour. We talked about finance, about family businesses, about the particular hell of working somewhere that treated loyalty like a contract with fine print you weren't allowed to read. He never pressured me about the job offer. Never even mentioned it after that first night. But it sat between us like a third presence at every conversation possibility. Dressed in a tailored suit, sipping espresso. On my last night in Paris, James handed me a folder over dinner. What's this? Nothing official. Just some reading material for the flight. Details about the CFO position if you're interested. Salary range, benefits, the usual. He paused, cutting into his steak with surgical precision and maybe some information about Hartwell Industries that you might find enlightening. I opened the folder just enough to see the first page, a financial analysis of Hartwell Industries, complete with projections, market positioning, and several sections highlighted in yellow. Where did you get this publicly available information? Mostly some industry contacts. Nothing. You couldn't find yourself with enough time and the right questions. He met my eyes. I believe in making informed decisions. Whatever you decide about the job offer, you should know what you're walking away from or what you're walking back into. I tucked the folder into my carry-on. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You haven't read it. I read it on the plane. Every page, every footnote, every highlighted section that James had marked for my attention. And with each page, the picture became clearer and uglier. Hartwell Industries wasn't just struggling, it was hemorrhaging. The Bergman contract I'd mentioned was one of 7 major accounts that were underwater on margins. Richard had been bidding aggressively on contracts, undercutting competitors to win market share, but the actual costs of fulfillment were eating them alive. They were winning battles and losing the war. And someone had been cooking the books to hide it. Not cooking exactly, more like seasoning, creative accounting, optimistic projections presented as certainties, deferred maintenance costs, delayed equipment purchases that would come due eventually with interest. I recognized my own work in some of the reports, but twisted numbers I'd presented with caveats were being shown to the board without context. Conservative estimates I'd calculated were being reported as guaranteed outcomes. My careful hedging had been stripped away, leaving only the optimistic skeleton. And then I found the section about the life insurance policies. Every executive at Hartwell Industries had a keyman life insurance policy standard practice for a family business. If something happened to a critical employee, the company would receive a payout to cover the cost of replacement and training. What wasn't standard was the size of my policy, $15 million, or the fact that it had been increased from $2 million just 8 months ago, right after I'd successfully renegotiated the supplier contracts that had saved the company $4 million in annual costs, or the fact that Richard was the sole beneficiary on behalf of the company, and that there was a clause I'd never seen before about suicide exclusions being waived after the first 2 years. My policy was now in year 6. I read that page 3 times. My coffee going cold in my hands, turbulence rocking the plane while my stomach rocked for entirely different reasons. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was standard. Maybe I was being paranoid. But I thought about the increasingly dangerous efficiency consultations Richard had sent me on factory floors where I had to inspect equipment, warehouses where forklifts zipped past within inches, site visits to facilities with questionable safety records. I thought about the time he'd insisted I personally oversee a late-night inventory at the chemical storage facility alone despite that being wildly outside my job description. I thought about how tired I'd been lately. How the coffee at the office had started tasting bitter. How I'd had that weird dizzy spell last month that sent me to the ER, where they'd found nothing wrong but suggested I was probably just overworked and should take a vacation. A vacation Richard had initially approved, then seemed surprised I was actually taking. The plane hit another patch of turbulence and I gripped the armrest. Maybe I was being paranoid. Or maybe 6 years of gaslighting had trained me not to trust my own instincts. I pulled out my phone, still in airplane mode, and looked at the last message Vanessa had sent before I stopped checking. "You're going to regret this. We gave you everything. Everything. A job where I did executive work for analyst pay. A marriage that felt like a performance review. A family that treated me like an asset on a balance sheet. Valuable until I wasn't and then disposable." The flight attendant came by with the breakfast service. I wasn't hungry, but I took the croissant anyway. Picked at it while I watched the sun rise over the Atlantic. Somewhere down there, Connecticut was waiting. Vanessa was waiting, Richard was waiting, and I was flying toward them at 500 miles per hour with a folder full of information that made my 6 years at Hartwell Industries look less like a career and more like a crime scene. The landing was smooth. Logan Airport, then a connecting shuttle to Hartford. I'd left my car at the long-term parking, and it started on the first try, which felt like a small miracle. The drive to our house, Vanessa's house, really bought with Hartwell money before we'd even married, took 40 minutes. 40 minutes of suburban sprawl and familiar exits of radio stations I'd programmed and coffee shops I'd stopped at 1,000 times. It should have felt like coming home. Instead, it felt like being a stranger in my own life. The house was a colonial revival in West Hartford. 4 bedrooms and 3 baths, professionally landscaped with a driveway that could fit 4 cars and usually held Vanessa's Mercedes and my significantly more modest Honda. Today, there were 3 cars in the driveway. Vanessa's Mercedes, Richard's Escalade, and Susan's Lexus. A welcoming committee. I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the house I'd paid the mortgage on for 6 years, despite Vanessa's name being the only one on the deed. Looking at the windows I'd replaced, the garden I'd painted. Then I grabbed my suitcase, the folder from James, and my laptop bag, and I walked up to my own front door like a man approaching a firing squad. I didn't need to knock. The door opened before I reached it. Vanessa stood there, and for a moment I saw the woman I'd married. Dark hair, sharp cheekbones, the kind of beauty that looked expensive because it was. She was wearing a cream cashmere sweater and tailored slacks. The uniform of a woman who'd never had to worry about price tags. But her eyes were cold. "You have a lot of nerve showing up here," she said. "I live here." "Not anymore, you don't." She stepped aside and I saw them in the living room. Richard in the wing-back chair like a king holding court. Susan on the sofa with her spine straight and her pearls perfect. Both of them looking at me like I was a stain on their expensive carpet. "Welcome home," Richard said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How was Paris? Did you enjoy your little tantrum?" I set my suitcase down carefully. It wasn't a tantrum. It was a vacation, one you approved. I approved a weekend, not a— he waved his hand dismissively. European sabbatical while the company crumbled. The company didn't crumble. I left detailed instructions. Marcus handled everything. Marcus is an incompetent fool who nearly cost us the Bergman contract. The Bergman contract was always a disaster. I told you that when you bid on it. I told you the margins were too thin and the timeline was impossible. You bid on it anyway. The room went quiet. You didn't contradict Richard Hartwell. That was rule 1 of working at Hartwell Industries, of being married to his daughter, of existing in his orbit. But I was tired of rules that only applied to me. You told me, Richard repeated slowly, that the Bergman contract was viable if we optimized our processes. I told you it was possible if everything went perfectly, which it never does. I also told you we should bid higher to account for contingencies. You overruled me. I overruled you because you're conservative to the point of cowardice. This is business. Sometimes you have to take risks. Taking risks with accurate information is business. Taking risks while ignoring your CFO's analysis is gambling. You're not the CFO, Vanessa cut in, her voice sharp. You're a senior financial analyst who's gotten too big for his position. There it was. The truth, finally said out loud. I looked at her, really looked at her, and tried to find the woman who'd once laughed at my jokes, who'd stayed up late talking about dreams and fears, who'd promised that her family would see my value eventually. She was gone. Or maybe she'd never existed. Maybe I'd just been in love with potential with the hope that someday I'd be good enough for them. You're right, I said quietly. I'm not the CFO. I just do all the work of a CFO for a fraction of the salary with none of the authority. My mistake was thinking that might change. Your mistake? Richard stood up. All 6'2" of him with his silver hair and his custom suit and his absolute certainty that he was right about everything was thinking you could embarrass this family without consequences. You hung up on me. You ignored Vanessa's calls. You stayed in Paris like some kind of a person on vacation. I offered. His face went red. You're fired. I told you that already. You're fired. And you're going to sign these papers. He gestured to the coffee table where a stack of documents waited, flagged with bright orange tabs. I didn't move toward them. What papers? Separation papers from the company and from Vanessa. We're making this clean. How efficient. Don't be snide. You're not in a position to be snide-eyed. You're going to sign. You're going to take your severance, which is generous considering, and you're going to leave this family alone. I walked over to the coffee table, looked down at the papers, non-disclosure agreement, non-compete clause, settlement and release. Divorce papers already filled out with Vanessa petitioning on grounds of abandonment and mental cruelty. Mental cruelty. That was almost funny. And if I don't sign, then you get nothing. Vanessa said, no severance, no recommendation. We'll make sure no one in this industry ever hires you. You'll be done. I thought about the folder in my laptop bag, about James Morrison's offer, about the life insurance policy with my name on it and 15 million reasons for me to have an accident. I need to think about it. There's nothing to think about, Richard snapped. Sign the papers today. Now, no. The word hung in the air like smoke. Susan finally spoke, her voice measured and cold. Don't be foolish. You came from nothing. We gave you everything. A job, a home, a place in this family. This is more than fair. Fair? I tasted the word. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved the company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. But sure, fair. You abandoned your post. Richard said, I took an approved vacation after I told you not to after you initially approved it. You don't get to change the rules retroactively. I am the CEO of this company. I can do whatever I want. And there it was. The truth underneath all the corporate speak, all the talk about family values and teamwork. Richard Hartwell could do whatever he wanted. And everyone else had to smile and say, thank you. I picked up the divorce papers, flipped through them. Vanessa got the house, the car, the furniture. I got 30 days to vacate and a settlement of $50,000 contingent on signing the non-disclosure and non-compete. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. I'll think about it. I said again, there's a deadline. Vanessa said, you have 72 hours. After that, the offer is withdrawn and we file for divorce without settlement. You'll get nothing. I looked at her. This woman I'd loved who'd promised to be my partner. When did you stop being on my side? When you stopped being useful, she said. And at least she was honest. I picked up my suitcase. I'll be back for my things. You have 72 hours, Richard reminded me. I walked out of that house, out of that life. And I didn't look back. In my car, I sat with the engine running, looking at the folder from James Morrison. Then I pulled out my phone and dialed the number on his business card. He answered on the second ring. I was wondering when I'd hear from you. I need to know something, I said. That job offer, is it real? Not a pity hire, not a favor. Real. It's real. I need a CFO who understands this industry. You're the best person I know for the job. So, yes, it's real. When can I start? I could hear the smile in his voice. How soon can you get to New York? I can be there tomorrow. Then, let's say tomorrow. 10 a.m. My office. We'll discuss terms, go over the division structure, and if we're both happy, you can sign on immediately. What about the non-compete? Hartwell will make me sign. Non-competes are tricky in Connecticut, especially when the firing was retaliatory and the employee was on approved leave. But we'll have our lawyers look at it. I'm not worried. I looked at the house one more time. At the life I'd built that had never really been mine. I'll see you tomorrow, I said. Welcome to Apex, James said, and hung up. I drove to a hotel in Marriott near the highway. Clean and anonymous. I ordered room service, spread the Hartwell documents across the bed, and started reading. By midnight, I had a list of 15 regulatory issues, 8 accounting irregularities, and 1 life insurance policy that made my blood run cold. By 2 meters, I had a plan. And by dawn, I was ready to burn it all down. Not with anger, not with drama, with evidence, with precision, with the kind of quiet revenge that Richard Hartwell would never see coming. The Apex Consolidated building in Manhattan was everything Hartwell Industries headquarters. Wasn't sleek glass and steel rising 40 stories above Midtown with a lobby that looked like modern art, had made it with architecture, and produced something beautiful. No wood paneling, no oil paintings of stern-faced founders, just clean lines, natural light, and a reception desk where the security guard smiled at me like I was a person, not an interruption. "You must be Mr. Chen," she said, checking her tablet. "Mr. Morrison is expecting you. 4th floor, suite 4000. The elevators are to your right." I'd worn my best suit, a charcoal gray I'd bought on sale 3 years ago, that still fit well enough to pass for expensive. My shirt was pressed. My shoes were shined. I looked like someone who belonged in a building like this, even if I didn't quite feel like it yet. The elevator was glass on one side, offering a view of Manhattan. As I rose through the building, I watched the city spread out below me. All those lives happening simultaneously. All those people who had no idea that my entire existence had just reshuffled itself like a deck of cards. The 40th floor was quiet in the way. Expensive places are thick carpet that swallowed sound, art on the walls that probably cost more than my car, and an assistant at a desk who looked up and smiled as I approached. "Mr. Chen, good morning. James is finishing a call, but he'll be right with you. Can I get you anything? Coffee, water, tea? Coffee would be great. Black. Thank you." She returned with coffee in a real mug, not a paper cup, not a styrofoam disaster, and gestured to a seating area with a view that made my hotel room seem like a closet. "Please make yourself comfortable. He shouldn't be more than a few minutes." I sat, sipped the coffee, which was excellent, and tried to calm the part of my brain that kept whispering, this was all a mistake, that I should go back to Connecticut and sign Richard's papers, and accept my place in the universe as someone who didn't get nice things. But then I thought about Vanessa's face when she'd called me useless. About Richard's smug certainty that I had no options. About that life insurance policy and all the convenient accidents that hadn't happened yet but might have eventually if I'd stayed long enough. No. I was done being small to make them feel big. David James emerged from his office, hand extended, smile genuine. He was wearing a navy suit with an open collar, no tie, which somehow made him look more authoritative, not less. Right on time. "Come in. Come in." His office was corner positioned with windows on 2 sides, offering views of both Midtown and Central Park. The furniture was modern but comfortable, the kind of workspace that said its occupant actually worked here, not just held court. There were papers on the desk, a half-empty coffee cup, a framed photo of James with 2 college-age kids who had his smile. "Your family?" I asked, nodding at the photo. "My daughter and son, both graduated now, both smarter than I was at their age. Rebecca's in medical school. Andrew's doing something with artificial intelligence that I only pretend to understand." He gestured to a conference table by the window. "Please sit. Let's talk." I sat and he pushed a leather portfolio across the table to me. "That's the formal offer. Take your time reading it. I'll give you the highlights, but the details matter, so don't just skim." I opened the portfolio. The first page was a letter on Apex letterhead. Offer of employment, Chief Financial Officer, Apex Manufacturing Division. The salary made me blink. $285,000 base with performance bonuses that could add another $100,000. That was more than double what Hartwell had paid me and almost exactly what a CFO should make in this industry. "The base salary is competitive for the market," James said, watching my reaction. "The bonus structure is tied to division performance metrics, EBITDA growth, cost savings, successful contract negotiations. You hit your targets, you make your bonus. Simple as that." I kept reading health insurance full coverage, no deductible, 401k matching at 6%. 4 weeks paid vacation starting immediately, not acred over time. 4 weeks, I heard myself say, and we actually expect you to take it. Burned out executives make bad decisions. I'd rather you take breaks and stay sharp. He leaned back in his chair. "I saw what Hartwell did to you. That's not how we operate here. Stock options, professional development, budget, relocation assistance if I needed it. The division you'd be overseeing is our newest," James continued. We're expanding into precision manufacturing, medical devices, aerospace components, high tolerance work. It's a different market than bulk distribution, but the financial principles are the same. You'd have a team of 4 initially with budget to hire more as we scale. 4 people reporting to me initially. I expect that number to grow. We're starting with about 60 million in projected revenue for the first year, scaling to 200 million by year 3 if we execute properly. Your job is to make sure we're profitable at every stage of that growth, not just chasing top-line numbers. It was everything I'd wanted at Hartwell. Responsibility, authority, respect. There's one complication, I said, pulling out the folder Richard had prepared. Hartwell wants me to sign a non-compete 18 months covering the entire manufacturing and distribution sector in the Northeast. James held out his hand and I passed him the document. He read it in silence, his expression neutral, then set it down and smiled. This is barely enforceable. You were fired while on approved leave. That's retaliatory termination. The non-compete is overly broad. And most importantly, you'd be working in a different sector. We're not competing for the same contracts. He slid the paper back to me. Sign it if you want the severance. Our lawyers can break it if Hartwell tries to enforce it, which they won't because they don't want a wrongful termination lawsuit. They offered me $50,000 as severance. Sign it, take the money, and start here next week. If Richard wants to make a fuss, we'll bury him in legal fees. Trust me, he'll back down. I wanted to believe him, but I'd spent 6 years watching Richard destroy people who opposed him, grinding them down with the sheer weight of his certainty that he was untouchable. You don't know Richard Hartwell, I said quietly. Actually, I do. We've been competing for 20 years. I've watched him bid aggressively on contracts he can't fulfill profitably, cut corners on safety to meet margins, treat employees like disposable assets. He's good at projecting strength, but his foundation is crumbling. James leaned forward, his voice gentle, but firm. I've seen the analysis you did in Paris. I know you understand exactly how weak Hartwell Industries really is. The question is, are you ready to stop protecting him? The question hung in the air between us. Was I? For 6 years, I'd covered for Richard's mistakes, massaged the numbers to hide his bad decisions, found creative solutions to problems he'd created through arrogance and ego. I'd been a good soldier, a loyal employee, a perfect son-in-law who knew his place, and it had gotten me fired, divorced, and nearly killed if my suspicions about that life insurance policy were correct. Yes, I said. I'm ready. James smiled. Good. Then let's talk about what happens next. You're going to sign Hartwell's papers, take your severance, and start here on Monday. We'll announce your hiring in the industry, press new CFO for Apex Manufacturing Division, impressive credentials, exciting future. Richard will see it and he'll be furious, but there's nothing he can do. He'll try something. Let him try. We're not Hartwell Industries. We don't operate on intimidation. We operate on results. James pulled out another folder. This one thicker than the employment offer. This is everything we have on Hartwell Industries. Market analysis, competitive intelligence, financial projections based on publicly available data. I want you to read it, not as a former employee, but as our CFO. Tell me where they're vulnerable. Tell me where we can compete effectively. Tell me how we can win without breaking any rules. I took the folder, felt its weight in my hands. This feels like corporate espionage. It's competitive intelligence. Everything in that folder is either public record or industry knowledge. I'm not asking you to violate any confidentiality agreements. I'm asking you to use your expertise to help Apex make better strategic decisions. He paused. If it makes you uncomfortable, we won't do it. But understand, Richard Hartwell wouldn't hesitate to do the same to us if our positions were reversed. He has multiple times. I thought about the Bergman contract, about the bids Richard had won by undercutting Apex only to bleed money on execution, about the way he'd used my analysis to undermine competitors, then turned around and ignored that same analysis when it suited him. Fair play was for people who had power. I'd been playing fair for 6 years, and it had gotten me here. Jobless, homeless, divorced. Maybe it was time to play smart instead. I'll read it, I said, and I'll tell you what I think. But I won't share anything proprietary. No client lists, no internal communications, nothing that would cross a legal line. That's all I'm asking. Use your knowledge of the industry. That's not proprietary. That's experience. And you earned it. He stood, extended his hand again. So, do we have a deal? I looked at the employment offer one more time. At the salary that would let me breathe, at the vacation time that was actually meant to be used, at the title that matched the work I'd been doing all along. Then I looked out the window at Manhattan spread below us. All those possibilities. All those people who'd built lives on their own terms. "We have a deal," I said, and shook his hand. The contract signing took 20 minutes. James's assistant notarized everything, made copies, filed the paperwork. I walked out of that office with a start date of the following Monday. A temporary corporate apartment in Manhattan until I found a place of my own and a signing bonus of $20,000 that would hit my account within 48 hours. I felt like I was floating. In the elevator down, I pulled out my phone and looked at the messages I'd been ignoring. 17 from Vanessa, 9 from Richard, 3 from Susan, 1 from Thomas, Vanessa's brother, that just said, "Good for you, man." Seriously. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I called the Marriott and extended my reservation for another week. Then I called a lawyer, not a Hartwell family lawyer, but someone independent I found through a Google search and 3 articles about wrongful termination. Her name was Patricia Chen, no relation, though I joked about it when I called. She agreed to meet me that afternoon. Her office was in a converted brownstone in Hartford, comfortable and professional without being ostentatious. She was maybe 50 with silver-streaked black hair and the kind of direct gaze that suggested she didn't waste time on, so she said after I'd explained the situation, "Fired while on approved vacation, pressured to sign a separation agreement within 72 hours and they're offering you $50,000 to go away quietly." That's the summary. Yes. And you want to know if you should sign? I want to know what my options are. She leaned back in her chair, stapled her fingers. Option 1, you sign, take the money, and move on. It's clean, it's fast, and you avoid a legal battle. Option 2, you don't sign, and you sue for wrongful termination. Connecticut is an at-will state. But there are exceptions, retaliation being one of them. If you can prove they fired you specifically for taking approved vacation time, you might have a case. How would I prove that? Do you have documentation that the vacation was approved? Email approval from Richard. Dated 3 months ago. Perfect. Do you have evidence that he fired you specifically because you took the vacation? I thought about the phone call in Paris. He said it on the phone. I don't have a recording. Witnesses? A restaurant full of people, but they were speaking French mostly though. I paused, remembering. James Morrison was sitting next to me. He heard everything. Patricia raised an eyebrow. James Morrison of Apex Consolidated. That James Morrison the same. He's offered me a job as CFO. CFO, that complicates things. If you sue Hartwell and you're already working for their competitor, it looks retaliatory on your part, not theirs. The optics are terrible. So, I should just sign and let them win. I didn't say that. I said the optics are terrible for a lawsuit. But here's what I'd recommend. Sign the agreement, take the severance, and keep detailed records of everything. Every email, every text message, every communication. Because if Hartwell tries to enforce that non-compete against you, we'll have grounds to argue it's retaliatory and therefore unenforceable. We won't have to prove wrongful termination. We just have to show that the non-compete is being used to punish you for taking legal employment elsewhere. It made sense. Don't fight the battle they wanted me to fight. Wait for them to overreach, then strike. And the divorce, that's trickier. Connecticut is an equitable distribution state, meaning marital assets get divided fairly, not necessarily equally. How long were you married? 6 years. And you worked at Hartwell during that entire time? Yes. Did you contribute to the household income? I paid the mortgage, all the utilities, groceries, most expenses, but the house is in her name only. It was bought before we married with Hartwell money. Her name is the only one on the deed. Patricia made a note. That works in your favor. Actually, if the house is her separate property, you have no claim to it, but she also can't claim you owe her anything for it. What about retirement accounts, savings, investments? I have a 401k from Hartwell with maybe $80,000 in it. She has significantly more family money. Then the divorce should be straightforward. You take your 401k, she takes her assets, you split any joint accounts, and you're done. Don't fight for things that aren't worth the legal fees. She's claiming mental cruelty, Patricia snorted. They always do. It's boilerplate language for no-fault divorce. Don't take it personally. What matters is the asset division and whether there's alimony. Alimony in a 6-year marriage where both parties worked. Unlikely. But if she asks for it, we'll counter with the fact that you were the primary breadwinner for household expenses while she had access to family wealth. It'll go nowhere. I left Patricia's office with a plan. Sign the Hartwell papers, take the severance, start at Apex, and let Richard make the first wrong move because he would. Men like Richard Hartwell always did. They couldn't help themselves. That evening, I sat in my hotel room and read through the Apex folder on Hartwell Industries. Page by page, section by section, I saw my former employer through new eyes. They were overextended in 7 markets. They'd deferred maintenance on critical equipment. They'd underbid on contracts to steal market share, but the actual margins were killing them. Their workforce was demoralized. I could see it in the turnover numbers, in the Glassdoor reviews, in the safety incident reports that were trending upward, and that life insurance policy. $15 million increased right after I'd saved them $4 million. I pulled out my laptop and started making notes. Not about proprietary information I wouldn't violate my confidentiality obligations, but about patterns, about decision processes, about the kind of strategic thinking that led companies to chase short-term wins at the expense of long-term stability. By midnight, I had a 20-page analysis of where Apex could compete effectively without directly challenging Hartwell's existing contracts. New markets, different sectors, better margins. I sent it to James with a simple note. Preliminary thoughts. More to come. His response came back within minutes. This is excellent. You're going to do great here. Get some sleep. Monday's going to be busy. I closed my laptop and lay back on the hotel bed, staring at the ceiling. 72 hours ago, I'd been in Paris drinking wine and pretending my life wasn't falling apart. Now I had a new job, a new future, and a plan. Richard Hartwell had fired me thinking I had nowhere to go. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. The Hartwell Industries headquarters looked smaller than I remembered. Maybe it had always been small, and I just convinced myself it was impressive because I needed to believe I was working somewhere that mattered. The building was a converted mill from the 1922. All red brick and arched windows that Richard liked to call historic and authentic, which was corporate speak for outdated and expensive to maintain. I parked in the visitor section. They'd already deactivated my employee badge. Apparently, the security guard at the front desk, Marcus, who I chatted with every morning for 6 years, looked uncomfortable when he saw me. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I have to, I know. Visitor badge. I'm here to see Richard Hartwell. He's expecting me. Marcus made the call, his voice low, then slid a temporary badge across the desk. 3rd floor. But you know that already. Thanks, Marcus. How's your daughter doing? She was applying to colleges, right? His face softened. Got into UConn. Full ride. She's over the moon. That's wonderful. Tell her congratulations from me. I will. And Mr. Chen, for what it's worth. I'm sorry about how things went down. I clipped the visitor badge to my jacket. Not your fault. Take care of yourself. The elevator ride to the 3rd floor felt longer than the 40-story ascent at Apex had. Familiar territory is always harder to leave than new ground is to claim. I saw the water stain on the ceiling that facilities had been meaning to fix for 2 years. The motivational poster about teamwork that someone had hung ironically and that Richard had never noticed was ironic. The smell of burned coffee from the break room where the pot was always left on too long. This had been my life, my daily reality, and I'd thought it was normal. The executive suite was at the end of the hall behind double doors that were supposed to look impressive but mostly just looked heavy. Richard's assistant, Jennifer, who'd always been kind to me, glanced up from her desk with an expression I couldn't quite read. David, they're waiting for you in the conference room. They Mr. Hartwell, Mrs. Hartwell, and Vanessa. And the lawyers? Of course, there were lawyers. Thanks for the warning, Jennifer. She lowered her voice. I put together your termination paperwork. They didn't give me much to work with for the severance calculation. I'm sorry. You did what you could. I appreciate it. The conference room was the largest one in the building with a long mahogany table that could seat 20 minutes, but today held only 5. Richard at the head, Susan to his right, Vanessa to his left, and 2 men in expensive suits who radiated attorney-like cologne. Richard didn't stand when I entered. You're late. I checked my watch. I'm 2 minutes early, actually. I said 10 o'clock. Your assistant said 10:30. He waved his hand dismissively, as if the contradiction was my fault somehow. Sit down. Let's get this over with. I sat across from Vanessa, who wouldn't meet my eyes. She was wearing navy, a power color meant to make her look authoritative, but she just looked tired. There were circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide, and her hands were clasped too tightly on the table. One of the lawyers, the older one, with silver hair and a Rolex that probably cost more than my car, slid a stack of documents across the table. Mr. Chen, I'm Robert Fitzgerald, representing Hartwell Industries. This is my colleague, Daniel Park. We've prepared the separation documents we discussed. I'll walk you through each section. I've already read them, I said. My attorney reviewed them as well. Richard's eyebrow went up. You hired an attorney? You hired 2? I hired 1. Seemed reasonable. This doesn't need to be adversarial, Susan said, her voice syrupy with false warmth. We're all family here. We're really not, I said quietly. But go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald. Let's hear the terms. Fitzgerald cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with my tone. The separation agreement consists of 4 components: termination of employment, severance package, non-disclosure agreement, and non-compete clause. Let's start with termination. He flipped to the first flag page. Hartwell Industries is terminating your employment effective immediately, citing voluntary abandonment of position and breach of operational standards. I took an approved vacation. That's not abandonment. The approval was conditional upon operational needs, which changed during your absence. That's not what the approval email says. It's unconditional approval for 2 weeks, dated 3 months ago. Fitzgerald's jaw tightened. Regardless, the termination stands. The severance package is $50,000 contingent upon signing the NDA and non-compete. The NDA prohibits you from disclosing any confidential information about Hartwell Industries, its operations, clients, or financial status. The non-compete prevents you from working in the manufacturing or distribution sector in the Northeast for 18 months. 18 months is a long time to be unemployed. I said, "You should have thought of that before abandoning your responsibilities," Richard snapped. "I took a vacation that you approved. I approved a weekend. The email says 2 weeks. Vanessa finally spoke, her voice brittle. "Can we just get through this, please?" I looked at her. This woman I'd shared a bed with for 6 years, who'd promised to be my partner in everything. "Are you okay?" "Don't," she said sharply. "Don't pretend you care." "I'm not pretending. You look exhausted." "I'm exhausted because you've turned our lives upside down with your selfishness. Do you have any idea what this has done to me? To my reputation. Everyone's talking about how my husband abandoned me to drink wine in Paris. I didn't abandon you. I took a vacation. You ignored my calls. You stayed away for 2 weeks while I had to explain to everyone why you weren't here. You could have told them I was on vacation. That would have been accurate." Her eyes flashed. "You embarrassed this family." "I took a vacation," I repeated, keeping my voice level. "That's not embarrassing. That's normal." "Nothing about this is normal," Susan interjected. "Normal husbands don't disappear to Europe. Normal employees don't ignore their bosses' calls. Normal bosses don't call employees on vacation and fire them for taking approved time off." Richard slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. Are you going to sign these papers or not?" I pulled out my own folder, the employment offer from Apex, which I'd brought specifically for this moment. I slid it across the table to Richard. "I'll sign, but I want you to see this first." Richard opened the folder, scanned the first page, and his face went from red to purple. "You're working for Apex. I'm going to be starting Monday as their CFO. The hell you are? You're signing a non-compete, which my attorney says is unenforceable given that you fired me for taking approved leave, but I'll sign it anyway because I want the severance money and because Apex's lawyers have assured me they can break it if you try to enforce it." "You little," Richard caught himself visibly struggling for control. "You can't do this. I won't allow it. You don't have a say. You fired me, remember? This is corporate espionage." "No, it's new employment. I haven't shared any proprietary information. I won't share any proprietary information, but my experience in this industry isn't proprietary. It's mine. I earned it." Fitzgerald jumped in, sensing danger. "Mr. Chen, if you sign this non-compete and then work for Apex, Hartwell Industries will have grounds to sue both you and Apex for breach of contract. The legal fees alone would be substantial." "I know. But here's the thing. My attorney also explained that wrongful termination lawsuits can be quite expensive, especially when there's clear documentation that I was fired for taking approved vacation time, especially when there are witnesses." I looked directly at Richard. "How loud were you yelling when you called me in Paris? Loud enough for the whole restaurant terrace to hear? Loud enough that James Morrison, who was sitting next to me, heard every word?" The room went very quiet. "You're bluffing," Richard said, but his voice had lost its certainty. "I'm not. I have the email approving my vacation. I have witnesses to your phone call. I have documentation of 6 years of exemplary performance reviews. And I have James Morrison willing to testify that you fired me specifically and solely for taking approved time off." I leaned forward. "So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to sign your papers. I'm going to take your $50,000 and I'm going to start work at Apex on Monday. And you're not going to do anything about it because if you try to enforce that non-compete, I will bury you in a wrongful termination lawsuit that will cost you 10 times the severance and legal fees alone. And that's before we get to punitive damages." Fitzgerald and Park exchanged glances. They knew I was right. Employment law in Connecticut was tricky, and retaliatory termination cases could get very expensive very quickly. "You ungrateful?" Susan started. Ungrateful? The word came out sharper than I intended. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved this company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. And somehow I'm the ungrateful one. We gave you everything, Vanessa said, her voice breaking. A job, a home, a family. You gave me a job I was overqualified for at half the market rate. A home with my name on the mortgage, but not the deed. And a family that treated me like an employee they couldn't quite fire. I softened my voice. I'm not trying to hurt you, Vanessa. Any of you. I'm just done letting you hurt me. She looked away, blinking rapidly. Richard grabbed the Apex offer letter, scanning it more carefully this time. I watched his face change as he saw the salary, the title, the terms, everything I'd asked him for over the years and been denied. $285,000. He read aloud. Plus bonuses plus stock options. He looked up at me. This is what you think you're worth. This is what the market thinks I'm worth. It's what a CFO makes in this industry. You know that. You're not a CFO. You're a senior analyst. Who did all the work of a CFO? Who saved you $4 million on supplier contracts? Who fixed your accounting systems? Who covered for your bad decisions so many times I lost count? I kept my voice steady. You knew what I was worth, Richard. You just didn't want to pay it. Fitzgerald cleared his throat. Perhaps we should take a brief recess. No recess, Richard said. He wants to sign. Let him sign. But I want an amendment to the NDA, anything he learned while working here, any knowledge of our operations, our clients, our strategies. That's confidential. He shares any of that with Apex and we'll sue him into bankruptcy. I already agreed to that. I said the NDA is fine. I won't share client lists, internal communications, or proprietary processes. My attorney confirmed that's reasonable. What about the Bergman contract? Richard demanded. You worked on that. You know the details. I know you underbid by approximately 30% to win it and that you're going to lose money on fulfillment, but I don't know the specific terms. I don't have access to the contract documents and I won't share anything proprietary about it. What I will do is tell Apex not to bid on similar contracts because the margins are terrible. But that's strategic advice based on industry knowledge, not corporate espionage. Fitzgerald made a note. We should add specific language about the Bergman contract. No, I interrupted. The NDA covers all confidential information. We don't need special carve-outs for individual contracts. That just creates ambiguity. Park, the younger attorney, finally spoke up. He's right. The broader language is actually more protective. Specific exemptions create loopholes. Richard looked like he wanted to argue, but Fitzgerald nodded in agreement. Mr. Park is correct. The current NDA language is comprehensive. Fine. Richard shoved the papers toward me. Sign it. Take your money and get out of my building. I pulled out my pen, a M. Blanc I bought myself years ago, back when I still believed expensive things could make you feel valuable, and turned to the first flagged page, the termination agreement. I read it one more time, looking for traps. It said I was terminated for operational needs, not cause, which meant I could collect unemployment if I needed to. The severance was contingent on signing the other documents, but there was no clawback provision. If they later decided they didn't like what I was doing. I signed the NDA standard language about not disclosing confidential information. Nothing I hadn't already agreed to in my original employment contract. I wouldn't share client lists or internal documents. I could live with that. I signed the non-compete. 18 months manufacturing and distribution sector Northeast region. My attorney had already confirmed it was overly broad and likely unenforceable, especially given the circumstances of my termination, but I'd sign it, take the severance, and let Hartwell make the first move if they wanted to challenge my employment at Apex. I signed and finally the divorce papers. This was the part I'd been dreading, though I wasn't sure why. The marriage had been over long before Paris. Maybe it had been over from the beginning, and I'd just been too hopeful to see it. The terms were actually reasonable. No alimony, clean split of assets. Vanessa kept the house in her accounts. I kept my 401k in my car. We divided the joint checking account about $8,000 down the middle. No children, thankfully, to complicate things. I looked at Vanessa before I signed this one. She was staring at her hands, at the wedding ring she was still wearing, at the manicured nails and the diamond bracelet her parents had given her for our 5th anniversary. Vanessa, I said quietly. She looked up and for just a moment, I saw something in her eyes that might have been regret or maybe just exhaustion. It was hard to tell anymore. I'm sorry it came to this, I said. Are you? Because you seem pretty happy about your new job. I'm relieved about the job, but I'm sorry about us. I really thought we could make it work. So did I. Her voice was barely a whisper. But you changed. I took a vacation. You stopped being the person I married. Maybe I stopped being the person you needed me to be. Those aren't the same thing. She didn't answer. Just looked back down at her hands. I signed the divorce papers. Fitzgerald gathered all the documents, checking each signature, each initial, each flagged section. Everything appears to be in order. Mr. Chen, you'll receive the severance payment within 5 business days. The NDA and non-compete are effective immediately. Understood. Richard stood, which apparently meant the meeting was over. You're making a mistake. Apex is going to chew you up and spit you out. And when they do, don't come crawling back here. I wouldn't dream of it, I said, standing as well. But for what it's worth, Richard, you should probably look into the equipment maintenance backlog and the safety incident trend line and maybe bid more realistically on your next few contracts. Just some friendly advice from someone who used to care about this company's success. His face went red again. Get out. I'm going. I looked at Vanessa one more time. Take care of yourself. She didn't respond. I walked out of that conference room, past Jennifer's desk where she gave me a small sad smile, past the motivational posters and the water-stained ceiling and the burned coffee smell, and out into the parking lot where my car was waiting. My phone buzzed as I unlocked the door. A text from James Morrison. How did it go? I typed back. Signed everything. I'm officially unemployed for the next 4 days. Perfect. Enjoy the break. See you Monday. I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the building where I'd spent 6 years of my life, where I'd worked late nights and skipped lunches and sacrificed weekends, where I believed that loyalty and hard work would eventually be rewarded. Then I started the engine and drove away. I didn't look back. Monday morning arrived with the kind of crisp autumn sunshine that makes New York City look like it's trying to sell you something. I stood outside the Apex building at 9:30 a.m., coffee in hand, wearing a new suit I'd bought over the weekend, navy blue, perfectly tailored. The kind of suit that said CFO instead of senior analyst, pretending to be important. The difference was subtle but significant, like the difference between being invited to a party and crashing one. My phone buzzed. A text from my bank. Deposit $50,000 Hartwell Industries severance payment. I stared at the number for a moment, feeling something complicated twist in my chest. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. It should have felt like an insult. Instead, it felt like freedom seed money for whatever came next. A cushion that meant I didn't have to be afraid anymore. I'd already moved most of my things out of the house in West Hartford. Vanessa had been gone when I came by with a U-Haul, which was probably for the best. There wasn't much to take. Some clothes, my books, my laptop, a few pieces of furniture that had been mine before the marriage. Everything else belonged to that life, and I didn't want it anymore. The corporate apartment Apex had set me up with was in Hell's Kitchen, a 1-bedroom with actual closet space and windows that didn't face a brick wall. It was temporary, 6 months, while I found a permanent place, but it felt like a palace compared to the hotel I'd been staying in. David, I turned to see James Morrison approaching, also with coffee. Also looking ready to start the week. He was wearing a gray suit today, still no tie, still radiating that effortless authority that came from actually earning respect instead of demanding it. First day nerves? He asked, falling into step beside me. Is it that obvious? You're early? You're wearing a new suit and you've been standing outside for 5 minutes like you're afraid the building might not let you in. He smiled. It's normal. Come on, let's get you settled. The 40th floor looked different on a Monday morning, alive with people, voices, the hum of a workplace that actually functioned. We passed cubicles and offices where employees were settling in, coffee cups appearing on desks, computers booting up, the ritual dance of a workday beginning. People looked up as we passed. Some nodded at James. A few smiled at me with curious interest. The new CFO probably discussed in break rooms and whispered about in hallways. I wondered what they'd been told. Probably not the full story, probably just experienced hire from the manufacturing sector or something equally vague. My office was 3 doors down from James' corner position, windows overlooking Midtown, furniture that was actually nice instead of corporate standard. There was a desk with a computer already set up, a conference table, bookshelves waiting to be filled, and a small couch by the window. Your team is meeting in the conference room at 10 o'clock, James said, leaning against the doorframe. I'll introduce you, give you some time to get to know each other, and then we'll have lunch to go over the division strategy. Sound good? Sounds perfect. Good. Oh, and David. He paused. Welcome to Apex. I'm glad you're here. After he left, I stood in my office for a moment, just taking it in. My name was already on the door, a temporary placard that would be replaced with something permanent once I proved I could do the job. But seeing it there, David Chen, Chief Financial Officer, made something settle in my chest that had been unsettled for 6 years. I wasn't pretending anymore. I wasn't waiting for someone to recognize my value. I was already recognized, already valued. The title on the door proved it. My computer password was on a welcome packet on my desk along with a stack of orientation materials, an organizational chart, and a handwritten note from someone named Sarah. Welcome to the team. I'm your executive assistant. Let me know if you need anything. Coffee preferences, meeting schedule adjustments, human sacrifice to the gods of finance. I'm here to help. Sarah, I laughed already. I liked Sarah. The computer logged in smoothly. No IT issues, no waiting for access permissions, no bureaucratic delays. Everything worked. It was such a small thing, but after 6 years of fighting with Hartwell's ancient systems and their IT department that treated every request like an imposition, it felt revolutionary. I spent the next 20 minutes reviewing the materials. The manufacturing division was indeed new, only 3 months old with projected first-year revenue of $60 million and aggressive growth targets. Current staff was lean, 42 employees across operations, sales, and finance. My team consisted of 4 people. A senior accountant, a financial analyst, a payroll specialist, and a cost accountant. Small, but that nimble meant we could build processes right from the start instead of trying to fix broken ones. At 9:55, I headed to the conference room. 4 people were already there chatting over coffee and pastries that someone had thoughtfully provided. They all looked up when I entered, and I felt that familiar flutter of first-day anxiety. Good morning, I said. I'm David Chen. I'm excited to be here. A woman in her 40s stood up first, extending her hand. Margaret Wu, senior accountant. We're excited to have you. We've been running without a CFO for 2 months, and it's been chaotic. Controlled chaos, corrected a younger man with hipster glasses and a Michigan hoodie. I'm Alex Rodriguez, financial analyst. Emphasis on controlled. Barely controlled, said a woman with gray streaked hair pulled back in a neat bun. Patricia Okonkwo, payroll specialist. And don't let Alex fool you. It's been a mess. A functional mess, but still a mess. The 4th person, a thin man in his 30s who looked like he survived on coffee and anxiety, just nodded. Tom Brennan, cost accounting. I have reports for you whenever you're ready. Lots of reports. So many reports. I look forward to reading them, I said, and meant it. But first, let's talk about what you need from me. James is going to stop by in a few minutes to do official introductions. But before that, what's keeping you up at night? What problems need solving? They exchanged glances, and I could see the calculation happening. New boss, first day. How honest should we be? You can be direct, I said, sitting down at the table instead of standing at the head of it. I just came from 6 years of corporate politics where no one said what they actually meant. I'd love to work somewhere people tell me the truth. Margaret smiled. Okay, truth. Our accounting software is barely functional. It was supposed to be implemented fully by now, but it keeps delaying and we're running half the processes manually in spreadsheets. Truth. Alex added, our revenue projections are aggressive to the point of fantasy. We're supposed to hit $60 million this year, but we're tracking at maybe 45. And no one wants to tell James that his baby isn't growing as fast as he hoped. Truth. Patricia said, payroll is a nightmare because we're hiring so fast that I'm constantly onboarding new people and HR keeps changing the benefits packages and I'm not sure we're actually in compliance with all the state regulations for our multi-state workforce. Tom just slid a thumb drive across the table. Truth. All of our cost data is on here and it's going to make you want a drink. We're losing money on 3 of our 7 active contracts because sales promise delivery schedules we can't meet and operations is bleeding overtime costs to try. I picked up the thumb drive, felt its weight. This was exactly the kind of honesty I'd been craving. Okay, I said. Here's what we're going to do. Margaret, get me details on the software issues, what's not working, what we need, timeline for fixes. Alex, I want to see the revenue projections and the actual tracking data. We're going to revise those projections to something realistic and present them to James together. Patricia, let's get a compliance audit scheduled. I'd rather find problems ourselves than have a state regulator find them for us. And Tom, I'm going to spend this afternoon going through your data and then we're going to have a long conversation about contract pricing and delivery schedules. They all looked slightly stunned. That's it, Margaret said. No angry speech about how we need to work harder. No lecture about loyalty and commitment. Why would I do that? You've been holding things together without a CFO for 2 months. You clearly work hard. What you need is support, not lectures. I paused. Unless you want lectures. I can do lectures if that's what motivates you. Alex laughed. Please don't. We've had enough lectures from sales about attitude and team spirit. No lectures then. Just solutions. The door opened and James walked in with another man. Tall, athletic build, expensive suit, practiced smile. David team, good morning. I wanted to introduce you to Marcus Levy, our VP of Sales for the Manufacturing Division. Marcus, this is David Chen, our new CFO. Marcus extended his hand and I shook it. His grip was firm to the point of aggressive, the handshake of someone who thought strength was a substitute for competence. David, great to meet you. James speaks highly of you. His tone was friendly, but his eyes were calculating. Looking forward to working together. Likewise, I said, keeping my voice neutral. James clapped his hands together. Marcus, why don't you fill David in on the sales pipeline? Give them a sense of what we're working with. Marcus launched into a presentation that sounded rehearsed: number of active leads, conversion rates, projected Q4 closings. It was impressive on the surface, the kind of numbers that would make a board of directors smile. But I'd heard these presentations before. I'd given these presentations before, back when I'd been trying to make Richard Hartwell's bad decisions sound like good strategy. Those are strong numbers, I said when Marcus finished. What's the average margin on these contracts? Varies by contract, but we're competitive. That's the key. We're winning business by being competitive on price. How competitive? Well, the market, it's tight. We have to be aggressive to win deals. What's the average margin? I asked again more directly. Marcus shifted his weight. Depends on the contract specifics. Ballpark, 20%, 15, 10. Some contracts are lower margin, but we make it up on volume. What's the lowest margin contract we've signed? I kept my tone conversational, but I could see Tom and Alex exchanging glances. They knew where this was going. Marcus smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Look, I appreciate you wanting to dig into the details, but sales and finance have different priorities. My job is to win business. Your job is to make the numbers work. My job, I said carefully, is to make sure we're profitable. And if we're winning contracts at margins so thin that we lose money on execution, that's not good business. That's just expensive market share. The room went very quiet. James leaned against the wall, arms crossed, expression neutral. He was watching this play out with interest but not intervening. I think you're being overly conservative, Marcus said, the friendly tone fraying slightly. This is a growth phase. We have to be aggressive. Aggressive is fine. Reckless is not. Tom, what's the lowest margin contract we're currently executing? Tom looked at Marcus, then at me, then at James, then he said, the dentist contract. We're projected to lose about 8% on it after factoring in overtime and material cost overruns. We're not losing money, Marcus protested. That's just Tom's conservative accounting. That's accurate accounting, Tom said quietly. We underbid by 32% to win the contract. Even with perfect execution, we'd barely break even. With the delays we've had, we're underwater. Marcus' face flushed. James, I don't think it's appropriate for finance to be questioning sales strategies on David's first day. Actually, James interrupted, his voice mild but firm. I think it's exactly appropriate. David's job is to make sure we're building a sustainable business, not just a large one. If we're winning contracts that lose money, I need to know that. He looked at me. What do you recommend? Short term. Tom and I need to review every active contract and identify which ones are underwater. For those, we either renegotiate terms or we eat the loss and learn from it. Long term, we need a pricing approval process. Sales proposes contract terms. Finance reviews margins and risk. And we both sign off before we commit. No more surprises. That's going to slow down our sales cycle. Marcus objected. It's going to prevent us from going bankrupt. I countered. Fast growth is meaningless if we're losing money on every sale. James nodded slowly. I agree. David, work with Marcus to develop that approval process. Marcus, I want you to cooperate fully. We're building something sustainable here, not just chasing revenue numbers. Marcus' smile was tight. Of course, whatever the company needs. He left shortly after and the tension in the room eased noticeably. Well, Margaret said after a moment of silence. That was quite a first-day show. Too much? I asked. No, James said, pushing off from the wall. That was exactly right. Marcus is excellent at winning business. But he needs someone to keep him honest about pricing. That's your job, he looked at the team. David has my full support on this. Finance isn't an obstacle to growth. It's a partner in sustainable growth. Anyone have a problem with that? Heads shook. Alex was grinning. Good, David. I'll let you get acquainted with your team. We'll do lunch at 1 to discuss division strategy. Margaret, Tom, Alex, Patricia. Give him everything he needs. Transparency is our policy. After James left, the 4 of them looked at me with something between respect and amusement. You just went toe-to-toe with Marcus Levy on your first day, Alex said. He's going to hate you. Will that be a problem? Probably. But it was worth it. He's been running roughshod over operations and finance since the division started, and no one's had the authority to push back. Margaret stood up, gathering her materials. I like you, David. You're direct. We could use more direct around here. The rest of the morning was a blur of introductions, system login, document reviews, and coffee. So much coffee. Sarah, my assistant, turned out to be a cheerful woman in her 20s, who was frighteningly efficient and had already organized my calendar, scheduled follow-up meetings with each team member, and somehow procured my preferred coffee order without me telling her what it was. How did you know I drink black coffee? I asked when she delivered the 3rd cup of the morning. I asked Margaret what she thought you'd drink based on the vibe you gave off. She said, black coffee, no sugar, like a man who's done with everyone's nonsense. Was she right? Disturbingly accurate. She's good at reading people. It's why she's lasted through 3 CFO searches before you. 3. The division is new, but we've had some false starts on leadership. You're number 4. But I have a good feeling about you. She smiled. You stood up to Marcus. The others didn't. At 1 o'clock, James collected me for lunch. We went to a small Italian place 2 blocks from the office, tucked into a side street that looked like it had been there since before the neighborhood got expensive. Owner's a friend, James explained as we were seated at a quiet corner table. Food's excellent, and it's private enough that we can talk business without worrying about who's listening. We ordered pasta for me, risotto for James, and then he pulled out a tablet and opened a presentation. This is where we are, he said, showing me charts and graphs. And this is where I want us to be in 3 years. The gap between current state and goal was significant, ambitious, but not impossible if we executed well. Here's what I need from you, James continued. I need financial discipline. I need accurate forecasting. I need someone who can tell me when we're about to make an expensive mistake, especially if it's a mistake I want to make. He paused. I saw what happened at Hartwell. Richard surrounded himself with these men, and now his company is bleeding. I won't make that mistake. What if I tell you things you don't want to hear? Then I'll listen and we'll discuss it and we'll make a decision together. But I need the truth first. Always the truth. The food arrived. And we ate in companionable silence for a few minutes before James spoke again. How are you doing? Really? That's a lot of change in 2 weeks. Divorce, new job, new city. I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. Good. But if that changes, if you need support, my door is open. We take care of our people here. I believed him. That was the strange part. After 6 years of corporate doublespeak, I actually believed that James Morrison meant what he said. We spent the rest of lunch discussing division strategy, growth targets, and the kind of company culture James wanted to build. It was everything I'd hoped for and nothing I'd experienced at Hartwell. When we got back to the office, there was a flower arrangement on my desk. White lees and blue irises, elegant and expensive. The card read, "Congratulations on your new position. We're watching RH." I stared at it for a long moment, feeling my good mood evaporate. Sarah appeared in the doorway. Those just arrived. Pretty, right? Who's RH? Someone from my past, I said, pulling the card off and tucking it into my desk drawer. Sarah, can you have these sent to the hospital? Donate them to the children's ward or something. Sure, but are you okay? You look like someone just walked over your grave. I'm fine. Just old ghosts. After she left with the flowers, I sat at my desk and pulled up Tom's thumb drive. Time to see exactly how bad the contract situation was. But in the back of my mind, Richard's message echoed. We're watching. Let them watch, I thought. Let them see what happens when you actually value your employees. Let them watch while I built something better than they ever could. 3 weeks into my tenure at Apex, I'd settled into a rhythm that felt almost suspiciously comfortable. My team was responsive and competent. James trusted my judgment. The work was challenging, but not soul-crushing. I had weekends, again, actual weekends, where I didn't check email or feel guilty for existing outside the office. It felt too good to last. I should have known that Richard Hartwell wasn't the type to send flowers and then disappear quietly into the night. Men like him didn't accept defeat. They regrouped. They strategized. And they struck back when you least expected it. The first sign of trouble came on a Thursday morning. I was reviewing cost projections for the new aerospace contract. A legitimate opportunity that would actually make money, unlike the Denison disaster Marcus had saddled us with, when Sarah appeared in my doorway, looking uncharacteristically serious. "David, there's someone here to see you. He says it's urgent." "Do we have an appointment?" "No. He just showed up. Says his name is Douglas Brennan and he's a fraud investigator with the SEC." My stomach dropped. The SEC Securities and Exchange Commission. Should I call legal? Yes. And tell Mr. Brennan I'll be with him in a few minutes. After Sarah left, I sat very still, my mind racing through possibilities. The SEC didn't show up at your office for friendly chats. They showed up when they thought something illegal was happening. But what? Apex was a private company. We didn't have publicly traded securities. Unless someone had filed a complaint. Unless someone had suggested that I'd brought proprietary information from Hartwell. Unless Richard had decided to burn me down using federal investigators as his weapon. I picked up my phone and called James. "We have a problem," I said when he answered. "SEC investigator in the lobby asking to speak with me." There was a pause. "I'll be right there." James arrived at my office 30 seconds before the legal team did. Two attorneys I'd met briefly during orientation. Both now looking alert and focused. The lead attorney, Catherine Reeves, was a woman in her 50s with steel gray hair and the kind of calm that came from years of handling crisis. "What do we know?" she asked. "Nothing yet. Just that there's an SEC investigator who wants to talk to me. Don't say anything without me present. In fact, let me do most of the talking. You confirm facts. You don't volunteer information. Understood?" "Understood." Douglas Brennan was a man in his early 40s with thinning hair and the tired eyes of someone who'd seen too many people lie to him. He was waiting in the small conference room, a briefcase on the table in front of him, everything about his posture radiating bureaucratic authority. "Mr. Chen," he said, standing to shake my hand. "Thank you for seeing me. I'm Douglas Brennan, senior investigator with the Securities and Exchange Commission." He produced credentials that looked official enough to make my palms sweat. "This is Catherine Reeves, our general counsel," I said. "And James Morrison, our CEO," Brennan nodded at them. "I appreciate you making time. I'll try to keep this brief. Mr. Chen, I'm here regarding a complaint filed against you alleging securities fraud and theft of proprietary information." The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade. "Who filed the complaint?" Catherine asked. "Hartwell Industries. Specifically, Richard Hartwell, CEO." Brennan pulled documents from his briefcase. "The complaint alleges that Mr. Chen, while employed as senior financial analyst at Hartwell Industries, accessed confidential financial information with intent to use it for personal gain. Further, that upon his termination, he immediately joined a competitor and is currently using that information to harm H. Hartwell's business interests." "That's absurd," I said. Catherine put a hand on my arm. "Mr. Brennan, my client signed a comprehensive separation agreement with Hartwell Industries that included a non-disclosure agreement. He has not violated that agreement. Furthermore, Hartwell is not a publicly traded company. So, I'm unclear on the SEC's jurisdiction here. Hartwell Industries has publicly traded bonds," Brennan said. "And if Mr. Chen had access to material information that could affect the value of those bonds. Information about the company's true financial status, for instance, and he used that information for personal benefit that falls under our jurisdiction." James leaned forward. "What exactly is Hartwell alleging David did?" Brennan consulted his notes. "According to the complaint, Mr. Chen accessed confidential financial projections and shared them with Apex Consolidated prior to his employment here. Specifically, they allege he provided information about Hartwell's contract portfolio that allowed Apex to strategically underbid on several opportunities causing financial harm to Hartwell." "That's a lie," I said flatly. "David," Catherine warned. "No, I'm not sitting here while Richard Hartwell accuses me of crimes I didn't commit. I never shared proprietary information with Apex. Not before I was employed here and not after. Everything I've done has been by the book." Brennan pulled out more papers. "Then perhaps you can explain these emails." He slid printouts across the table. I recognized the format immediately. Hartwell Industries' internal email system, but the content made my blood run cold. The first email allegedly from my Hartwell account to James Morrison's Apex account dated 2 weeks before I took my Paris vacation. James attached are the Q3 projections for Hartwell's manufacturing division. As you can see, they're significantly overextended on several contracts. This might be useful for your strategic planning, David. The second email allegedly from me to someone named M. Rodriguez at apexconsolidated.com with a subject line reading Hartwell client list. Marcus, here's the complete client list from Hartwell's distribution network. Should give you some targets for poaching. DC. I stared at the emails, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I didn't send these, I said. They came from your email account, Brennan said. Then someone else accessed my account. I never sent these emails. I never attached those documents. This is fabricated. Can you prove that? Brennan asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes sharp. Catherine jumped in. Mr. Brennan, my client is entitled to examine the digital forensics on these emails before responding to allegations based on them. I'd like copies of the full email headers, server logs, and any authentication data. We're still gathering that information from Hartwell's IT department. Then this interview is premature. You're asking my client to respond to allegations supported by evidence he hasn't been allowed to examine. That's not how this works. Brennan nodded, unbothered. That's fair, but I will need to speak with Mr. Chen again once we have complete documentation. In the meantime, I'd advise against any communication with former Hartwell employees or access to Hartwell systems. I don't have access to Hartwell systems. I said I was terminated 3 weeks ago, and yet these emails were sent from your account, which suggests someone else is using my credentials, which means Hartwell has a security problem. Not that I committed fraud. Brennan stood collecting his papers. We'll be in touch. Mr. Chen, I'd strongly advise you to retain criminal counsel. This is a serious matter. After he left, the four of us sat in silence for a long moment. This is Richard, I said finally. This is him trying to destroy me. Can he do this? James asked Catherine. Can he just fabricate evidence and file SEC complaints? If the evidence is fabricated, no. But we'll need to prove it's fabricated, which means forensic analysis of those emails, server logs, authentication records. She looked at me. David, I believe you, but we need to build an airtight case. Did you have any communication with James or anyone at Apex before your employment? Just the conversation in Paris in person. Nothing in writing until after I was fired. Good. We can verify that through James' email records and phone logs. What about your Hartwell email account? Who had access to it? IT department. Obviously, Richard as CEO probably had administrative access to everything. Vanessa might have known my password. We shared passwords sometimes for household accounts. Could she have accessed your work email? I thought about it. Maybe she knew I used the same password for most things. I changed it after the divorce papers were filed. But before that, I trailed off, realizing how careless I'd been. Catherine made notes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. First, I'm bringing in a digital forensics expert to analyze those emails. Second, we're going to pull all of your communications records, email, phone, text to prove you had no contact with Apex regarding Hartwell information. Third, we're filing a complaint with the Connecticut Bar about Hartwell's attorneys. If they were involved in fabricating this evidence, what about the SEC investigation? I asked. We cooperate fully. We provide evidence of your innocence, and we make Hartwell look like the bad actors they are. But David, she fixed me with a serious look. You need to tell me right now if there's anything at all that could support their allegations. Even something small, even something you thought was innocent. I can't defend you if I'm blindsided. There's nothing, I said firmly. I never shared confidential information. I never accessed Hartwell systems after my termination. I never even talked to Apex about Hartwell beyond general industry knowledge. What about the analysis you did in Paris? James asked quietly. The folder I gave you about Hartwell's vulnerabilities? My stomach clenched. That was publicly available information. You said so yourself. It was. But if Hartwell is arguing, you had insider knowledge. The folder. I said to Catherine. James gave me a folder in Paris with public analysis of Hartwell Industries, market research, publicly filed financial data, industry reports. I reviewed it and wrote some strategic recommendations for Apex based on that public information. Could they use that against me? Did you add any information that wasn't in the folder? Anything from your time at Hartwell? I thought carefully. I made observations about Hartwell's bidding patterns and operational decisions, but those were based on industry knowledge, not proprietary data. I didn't share client names, contract terms, internal communications, nothing confidential. Catherine nodded slowly. That should be defensible. Industry expertise isn't proprietary. But we'll need to be very careful about how we present this. Brennan is going to try to blur the line between expertise and espionage. So, what do? I asked. You do your job. You don't contact anyone at Hartwell. You don't delete any emails or files. You document everything. And you let us handle the legal side. She stood. I'll start working on this immediately. James, I'll need authorization to bring in outside forensics experts. Whatever you need, James said. Blank check. We protect our people. After Catherine left, James and I sat in the conference room, the city sprawling below us through floor-to-ceiling windows. I'm sorry, I said. I never meant to bring this kind of trouble to Apex. This isn't your fault. This is Richard Hartwell being exactly who he is, a bully who can't stand losing. James turned to look at me. Are you okay? Honestly, I'm furious. I spent 6 years being loyal to that man, to that company, and this is how he repays me by trying to put me in prison. The SEC complaint probably won't go anywhere. If the emails are fabricated, Brennan will figure that out. And if Hartwell filed a fraudulent complaint, they'll face consequences, will they? Men like Richard don't face consequences. They have lawyers and money and connections. They just win always. Not always, James said quietly. I've been competing with Richard for 20 years, remember? And I'm still here, still profitable, still growing. He doesn't always win, David. He just makes you think he does. I wanted to believe him. But the fear was there, cold and tight in my chest. The SEC didn't investigate unless they thought there was something to investigate. And even if I was innocent, which I was, the process itself could destroy me. Legal fees, reputation damage, the suspicion that would follow me even after I was cleared. Richard knew that. That's why he'd done it. Not because he thought I'd actually go to prison, but because he knew the investigation itself was punishment. I need to see those emails. I said the full versions, not just Brennan's printouts. If they're fabricated, there will be evidence in the metadata. Catherine will get them. Trust her, she's the best. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, trying to focus on work while my mind spiraled through worst-case scenarios. Tom brought me the updated contract analysis. Alex presented revised revenue projections. Margaret asked about the software implementation timeline. I gave answers, made decisions, did my job on autopilot while internally I was screaming. At 6 o'clock, Sarah knocked on my door. David, you have a visitor. She says she's your ex-sister-in-law. I looked up confused. What? Emily Hartwell? She says it's important. Emily, Vanessa's younger sister. I'd always liked Emily. She was the only member of the Hartwell family who'd ever treated me like a person instead of an employee. She'd been away at graduate school for most of my marriage, studying environmental policy at Berkeley, and we'd only seen each other at holidays and family events. Send her in, I said, curious. Emily looked different than I remembered. Her hair was shorter, her clothes more professional, but she still had that same direct gaze that had always made her seem older than her 26 years. David, she said, closing the door behind her. I'm sorry to show up unannounced. But I need to talk to you about my father. If this is about the SEC complaint, it's not. I mean, it is, but not the way you think. She sat down across from my desk, her hands clasped tightly. Those emails, the ones the investigator showed you, they're fake. Dad had them created. The room seemed to tilt. You know this for certain. I was there when he talked to his IT guy about it. I wasn't supposed to hear I was visiting home last weekend. And I came down for water late at night. Dad and this guy, Brandon, were in his study. I heard Dad say, I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that? And Brandon said, yes. My hands were shaking. Emily, do you understand what you're telling me? Your father fabricated evidence to file a federal complaint against me. That's a crime. I know. That's why I'm here. What he's doing is wrong, David. I don't care that you left the company or that you're working for Apex. You don't deserve to be railroaded like this. Why are you helping me? I'm not family anymore. She smiled sadly. You never really were family to them, but you were always kind to me. You remembered my birthday. You asked about my research. You treated me like a person. She pulled a thumb drive from her bag. This has voice recordings from that night. I recorded the conversation on my phone through the door. It's not perfect, but you can hear Dad talking about fabricating the emails. I stared at the thumb drive like it was a live grenade. Emily, if you give this to me, your father will know you betrayed him. I know he'll cut you off financially, emotionally. You'll lose everything. I'll lose his money. I won't lose everything. She pushed the thumb drive across my desk. I have my own life, my own career. I don't need Hartwell money and I don't need to be part of a family that does this to people. I picked up the thumb drive. Felt its weight. Thank you. You have no idea what this means. Just promise me you'll use it. Don't let him win. He's been bullying people my entire life and everyone just takes it because he has money and power. But you don't have to take it. You have proof now. After Emily left, I sat alone in my office holding the thumb drive, watching the sun set over Manhattan. Then I called Catherine Reeves. "I have evidence," I said when she answered. "Evidence that Richard Hartwell fabricated those emails. And you're not going to believe how I got it." Catherine Reeves listened to the recording 3 times. Her expression growing more grim with each playthrough. We were in a secure conference room at Apex. She'd insisted on bringing her full legal team, plus the digital forensics expert she'd hired, a thin man named Dr. Marcus Webb, who looked like he'd never seen sunlight, but could probably hack into Fort Knox given enough Mountain Dew. Richard's voice crackled through the speakers. Tiny, but unmistakable. "I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that?" Brandon's response. "Yeah, I can backdate them in the system. Make it look like they were sent before he left." "But Mr. Hart." "Well, if anyone does a real forensic analysis, they won't. The SEC doesn't have the resources to dig that deep on a complaint like this. They'll see the emails, talk to Chen, and even if they don't charge him, the investigation alone will destroy his reputation. That's all I need." Junis, there was a pause. Then Brandon again, "What about the content? You want me to write the emails? I'll draft them. You just make them look authentic." And Brandon. "This conversation never happened." "Understood, sir." The recording ended. Emily had captured almost 4 minutes of conversation. Muffled, but clear enough to be damning. "This is gold," Catherine said quietly. "This is Richard Hartwell admitting to fabricating evidence for a federal complaint. That's obstruction of justice, wire fraud, potentially conspiracy charges. Can we use it?" I asked. Emily recorded it without her father's knowledge. "Is that legal?" Dr. Webb looked up from his laptop where he'd been analyzing the audio file. "Connecticut is a one-party consent state for recordings. As long as Emily was present during the conversation, even if the other parties didn't know she was there or that she was recording, it's admissible. But she recorded through a door." I said she wasn't technically part of the conversation. "Doesn't matter." Catherine said she was in a place she had legal right to be her family's home. She overheard a conversation that she then chose to record. That's legal. The question isn't admissibility. It's what we do with it. "We give it to the SEC," I said immediately. "Eventually, yes, but we need to be strategic here." Catherine pulled up a document on her tablet. "Right now, the SEC is investigating you based on Hartwell's complaint. If we immediately produce evidence that Hartwell fabricated the complaint, several things happen. 1. The investigation shifts focus to Hartwell. 2. Richard knows someone inside his organization betrayed him. 3. He goes into full defensive mode and probably destroys any other evidence. You want to wait?" I couldn't keep the frustration from my voice. "I want to build an airtight case." "Dr. Webb, how long do you need to analyze those emails Brennan showed us?" "If I can get the actual email files with full headers and metadata, not just printouts, 2 days, maybe 3. Get them. File a motion if you have to, but get the complete email data." Catherine turned back to me. "Here's what's going to happen. Dr. Webb will prove those emails are fabricated through digital forensics. We'll have technical evidence and testimonial evidence. Emily's recording. Then we go to the SEC with everything at once. We don't just defend you. We bury Richard Hartwell." James, who'd been sitting quietly in the corner, spoke up. "What's Emily's exposure in this? If Richard finds out she's the source. That's why we need to move quickly." Catherine said once we hand this over to the SEC, Emily will need legal protection, whistleblower status, possibly a restraining order. If Richard retaliates, I can help arrange that. I'll cover her legal fees. I said whatever she needs. She risked everything to help me. Generous, but let's see what happens first. She may not need much. Whistleblowers in federal cases often get considerable protection. Catherine closed her tablet. "For now, David, you continue business as usual. Don't contact Emily. Don't contact anyone at Hartwell. Don't do anything that could be construed as retaliation or witness tampering. Let us handle this through proper channels." "How long?" I asked. 1 week, maybe 2. Dr. Webb does his analysis. We package everything together and we present it to Brennan with a formal complaint against Hartwell Industries for filing a fraudulent SEC claim. It felt like an eternity, but I nodded. "Okay, 1 week." The next 7 days were the longest of my life. I went through the motions at work, reviewed budgets, attended meetings, worked with Tom on fixing the contract pricing issues that Marcus had created. But the whole time, my mind was on that thumb drive, on Emily's recording, on Richard's voice admitting he was trying to destroy me. At night, alone in my Hell's Kitchen apartment, I'd pull up the recording and listen to it again. Not because I needed to. I had every word memorized, but because it was proof. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that Richard Hartwell was exactly as terrible as I'd thought. Proof that leaving had been the right decision, even if it had led me here to this moment of legal limbo. On the third day, Dr. Webb called with preliminary findings. The emails are definitely fabricated, he said, his voice crackling through my phone. I got the full email files from the SEC. They were surprisingly cooperative once Catherine explained we were cooperating with the investigation. The metadata is all wrong. The timestamps don't match the server logs. The IP address shows the emails originated from Hartwell's headquarters, not from any device you had access to. And this is the good part. They were created using administrative privileges in the email system, then backdated to look like they were sent earlier. Can you prove that definitively? I can prove it in a way that would hold up in federal court. The digital fingerprints are all over this thing. Whoever did it, this Brandon guy from the recording, he's competent enough to fool a casual observer, but not competent enough to fool a real forensic analysis. He left traces everywhere. How soon can you have a full report? 2 days. I want to be thorough, but Catherine should know. This is slam dunk evidence. Richard Hartwell is going down for this. I called Emily from a burner phone I'd bought specifically for this purpose. Catherine's advice to avoid creating any traceable communication. It's David, I said when she answered. I can't talk long, but I wanted you to know the recording you gave me. It's working. The forensics expert confirmed the emails are fake. We're going to the SEC within a week. There was a long pause. I'm scared, David. I know, but Catherine Reeves, my lawyer, she's going to help protect you. Whistleblower status, legal protection, everything you need. It's not legal protection I'm worried about. It's my family. My mother called yesterday. She knows something is wrong. She kept asking why I'd been at the house. What I was doing up so late. I think Dad suspects. My blood ran cold. Has he said anything directly? No. But Vanessa called, too. She never calls. She asked if I'd been in touch with you. What did you say? I said no. But she didn't believe me. She said Dad was dealing with a situation and that I should stay out of it. That family loyalty mattered. Emily's voice cracked. David, I don't know if I can do this. If they find out it was me, they won't. Not until we go to the SEC. And by then, you'll have legal protection. I promise, Emily. I won't let him hurt you. He's my father. I know. But what he's doing is wrong. You know that. That's why you came to me. Another long pause then. Okay. But David, when this is over, I don't think I can go back to the family. I mean, this is going to break everything. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've been looking for an excuse to leave for years. You just gave me a good one. After I hung up, I sat in my apartment and thought about families. The ones you're born into and the ones you choose. The Hartwells had been my family for 6 years, and they discarded me the moment I stopped being useful. Emily was choosing to leave that family, to blow it up from the inside, because she believed in doing the right thing. I hoped that counted for something. I hoped it would be enough when everything came crashing down. On day 6, Catherine called an emergency meeting. Brennan wants to meet again. She said, tomorrow. He says he has new evidence. My stomach dropped. What kind of evidence? He didn't say. But David, I need you to trust me here. We go in, we listen. We don't volunteer anything. Dr. Webb's report will be ready by tonight. We're almost there. The meeting was set for 10 a.m. at the SEC's New York field office, a nondescript building in Lower Manhattan that looked like every other federal office building. All security checkpoints and fluorescent lighting and the particular smell of government bureaucracy. Brennan met us in a conference room with another investigator, a woman named Sandra Pacheco, who introduced herself as his supervisor. That was the first warning sign supervisors didn't attend routine interviews. Mr. Chen, thank you for coming in, Brennan said, his tone more formal than it had been during his office visit. This is Supervisory Agent Pacheco. She's taken an interest in your case. Why? Catherine asked bluntly. Pacheco smiled slightly. Because it's gotten complicated. Mr. Chen, we've completed our preliminary analysis of the emails that formed the basis of Hartwell Industries' complaint against you. I kept my expression neutral, but my heart was racing. And Catherine prompted, and we've found significant irregularities. The emails appear to have been created after the dates they claim to have been sent. The metadata doesn't match the content. The IP addresses are inconsistent with Mr. Chen's known devices and locations. Pacheco slid a folder across the table. In short, we believe these emails were fabricated. Catherine and I exchanged the briefest glance. She'd been right. The SEC had figured it out on their own. That's what we've been trying to tell you, I said carefully. We know, and we owe you an apology for the inconvenience of this investigation. Pacheco's tone was professional, but there was something else underneath: anger. Maybe, or disgust. However, this raises a more serious question. Who fabricated these emails and why? That's obvious, isn't it? I said. Richard Hartwell filed the complaint. Richard Hartwell provided the emails. They came from Hartwell Industries' email system. We're aware, which is why we're now opening a criminal investigation into Hartwell Industries for filing a false complaint, fabricating evidence, and obstruction of justice. Pacheco leaned forward. Mr. Chen, I need to ask you directly. Do you have any information about how these emails were created? Any knowledge of who at Hartwell might have been involved? This was it. The moment we'd been waiting for. Catherine spoke before I could. Agent Pacheco, before my client answers that, I need certain assurances. If Mr. Chen provides you with evidence regarding the fabrication of these emails, evidence that leads to criminal charges against Hartwell Industries, will he be protected from any retaliation? He's already protected as a complainant in a federal investigation. If he becomes a witness in a criminal case, those protections expand considerably. And what about other witnesses? If there are individuals at Hartwell who can provide testimony about the fabrication, what protections can you offer them in the fabrication? One pretty sense, Pacheco's eyes sharpened. We have a robust whistleblower protection program. Anyone who comes forward with evidence of corporate fraud receives protection from retaliation and in some cases financial rewards if their information leads to successful prosecution or settlement. Catherine pulled out a flash drive, not Emily's original, but a copy Dr. Webb had made and certified. Agent Pacheco, my client has come into possession of a recording made by a member of the Hartwell family. In this recording, Richard Hartwell explicitly discusses fabricating emails to frame my client. We also have a comprehensive forensic analysis of the emails in question prepared by Dr. Marcus Webb, a certified digital forensics expert. We're prepared to provide both pieces of evidence along with testimony from my client and the individual who made the recording in exchange for full immunity for Mr. Chen and whistleblower protection for the source. Brennan and Pacheco looked at each other. Something passed between them. Surprise, interest, maybe excitement. This had just become a much bigger case. Let me hear the recording, Pacheco said. Catherine plugged in the flash drive and pulled up the audio file. Richard's voice filled the conference room, talking casually about fabricating federal evidence like he was ordering lunch. By the time it finished, Pacheco's jaw was tight. Who made this recording? She asked. Emily Hartwell, Richard Hartwell's younger daughter. She overheard the conversation and recorded it. She came to my client because she believed what her father was doing was wrong. Where is she now? Safe and willing to testify, provided she receives appropriate protection. Pacheco stood up, started pacing. This is significant. If we can corroborate this recording with the forensic evidence, we have a case for multiple felonies, conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, filing false statements to a federal agency. She turned to Brennan. Get legal on the phone. We need witness protection agreements drafted immediately. What about my client? Catherine asked. Your client is no longer under investigation. As of right now, he's a witness. And Miss Hartwell, assuming her testimony holds up, will be treated as a whistleblower with full protections. Pacheco sat back down, her demeanor completely changed. Mr. Chen, I need you to tell me everything. Every interaction with Richard Hartwell, every detail about your employment at Hartwell Industries, everything that led up to this moment. Don't leave anything out. So, I told her all of it. The 6 years of overwork and underpay. The vacation Richard had approved and then used as an excuse to fire me. The separation agreement and the divorce. The suspicious life insurance policy that had been increased right before I was sent on increasingly dangerous site visits. The flowers with the threatening note. Everything. Catherine stopped me when I got to the life insurance policy. Wait, go back to that $15 million policy increased from $2 million 8 months before you were terminated. Yes, I found out when I was reviewing Hartwell's financial documents in Paris. James had given me public analysis and I noticed the disclosure about Keyman insurance policies and their bond offering documents. Pacheco and Brennan exchanged looks again. Mr. Chen, Pacheco said carefully. If Richard Hartwell substantially increased your life insurance policy and then began placing you in increasingly dangerous situations, that could suggest attempted murder, Catherine finished. Or at minimum, reckless endangerment. My hands were shaking. Hearing someone else say it, hearing a federal agent acknowledge that my paranoia might have been justified made it real in a way it hadn't been before. Do you have documentation of these site visits? Brennan asked. Emails assigning you to inspect facilities, visit warehouses, that kind of thing. I might. I'd have to check my old email archives. Check them. And Mr. Chen, don't go anywhere alone until we've talked to Richard Hartwell. If he's desperate enough to fabricate federal evidence, he's desperate enough to do something much worse. We left the SEC office 2 hours later with immunity agreements for me, whistleblower protection for Emily, and an active criminal investigation into Richard Hartwell and Hartwell Industries. In the car back to Apex, Catherine was on her phone coordinating with Emily's new legal team. I sat in the back seat watching New York slide past the windows, feeling like I was in someone else's life. David, Catherine said when she'd finished her call. You did good today. You and Emily, you stood up to a bully and you're going to win. It doesn't feel like winning yet. It will. When the indictments come down, when Richard Hartwell is arrested, when the truth comes out and everyone knows what he did, that's when it will feel like winning. I wanted to believe her, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of looking over my shoulder. Tired of being afraid. My phone buzzed. A text from James. Catherine filled me in. Take the rest of the week off. Seriously, rest. You've earned it. Another text. This one from an unknown number. It's Emily. New phone. They're moving me to a safe house until the investigation is complete. Thank you for believing me and for protecting me.
I replied, thank you for being brave enough to do the right thing.
Stay safe. That night, I sat in my apartment with a glass of wine, not expensive Paris wine, just a decent Pinot Noir from the bodega down the street, and I thought about justice. For 6 years, I believed that working hard and being loyal would be enough. That Richard Hartwell would eventually see my value and reward it. That the system was fair, that good things happen to good people, that patience was a virtue. I'd been wrong about all of it. The system wasn't fair. Good things didn't happen to good people. Good things happened to people who fought for them. And patience wasn't a virtue. It was just another word for accepting less than you deserved. Richard Hartwell was about to learn that lesson the hard way and I was going to watch him fall. The news broke on a Tuesday morning. 3 weeks after my meeting with the SEC, I was in my office reviewing quarterly projections with Alex when Sarah burst through the door without knocking, a first for her, which told me immediately that something major had happened. Turn on CNBC, she said, already grabbing the remote for the television mounted on my wall. Right now. The screen flickered to life, showing a news anchor with the kind of serious expression reserved for market crashes and CEO arrests. Behind her, a chyron scrolled across the bottom. Breaking. Manufacturing CEO arrested on federal fraud charges. Richard Hartwell, CEO of Hartwell Industries, was taken into custody this morning by FBI agents at the company's Connecticut headquarters. Federal prosecutors have charged Hartwell with conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, and filing false statements to the Securities and Exchange Commission. According to the indictment, Hartwell allegedly fabricated emails to frame a former employee in an attempt to damage that employee's career and harm a competitor. Alex let out a low whistle. Holy, the footage cut to shaky cell phone video of Richard being walked out of the Hartwell Industries building in handcuffs. FBI agents on either side of him. His face was red, his mouth moving, probably yelling, though there was no audio. Behind him, I could see employees watching from the windows, their expressions shocked. Joining us now is legal analyst Jennifer Kwan. Jennifer, how serious are these charges? Very serious, Tom. We're talking about multiple federal felonies here. Conspiracy to commit fraud carries up to 5 years in prison. Obstruction of justice, another 5 years. Filing false statements to a federal agency. Another 5. If convicted on all counts, Richard Hartwell could be looking at 15 to 20 years in federal prison. My phone started ringing. James, then Catherine, then a number I didn't recognize. Then another. Sarah muted the TV. I'm guessing you knew this was coming. I knew it was possible. I didn't know it would be today. The phones are going crazy. Every business reporter in New York wants a statement. What should I tell them? Tell them no comment for now. Route everything to Catherine Reeves. After Sarah left, I sat down heavily in my chair. Alex was still staring at the television where they were now showing old footage of Richard at industry conferences, smiling and confident. The very picture of success. That's your father-in-law, Alex said. Your ex-father-in-law, I mean. Yes. And he tried to frame you for securities fraud. Yes. Jesus. David, why didn't you tell us? Because it was being handled and because I didn't want to be defined by it. I looked at him. I'm the CFO of Apex Manufacturing Division. That's what matters. Not Richard Hartwell's crimes. Still, Alex shook his head. This is going to be everywhere. Every trade publication, every business news site, Hartwell Industries is going to be in free fall. He was right. By noon, the story had exploded across every platform. Bloomberg, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal, all running variations of the same headline. Manufacturing CEO arrested in fraud scheme targeting former employee. Some outlets had already connected the dots. I saw my name in several articles. Sources indicate the former employee in question is David Chen, who left Hartwell Industries in September and is now CFO of Apex Consolidated's manufacturing division. My phone kept ringing. I ignored most of it, but I took Catherine's call. "Have you seen the news?" she asked. "Hard to miss it. The U Attorney's Office will be making a formal statement this afternoon. They'll lay out the charges in detail. You should know they're also charging Brandon Keller, Hartwell's IT director, as a co-conspirator. He's already cooperating in exchange for a reduced sentence." "What about Emily? Safe?" "The whistleblower protection is holding. Her name hasn't been mentioned in any public filings, and it won't be unless she chooses to go public. Right now, she's the SEC's star witness, and they're keeping her identity sealed." "Has Richard said anything?" His lawyer issued a statement calling the charges baseless political persecution and insisting he'll be vindicated. Standard stuff. "But David, the evidence is overwhelming. The recording, the forensic analysis, Brandon's testimony. The prosecutor told me this morning they have him dead to rights." "When's the trial?" "Probably not for months. These things take time, but the arraignment is tomorrow. He's being held without bail because the prosecutor argued he's a flight risk. He has significant assets and international business connections. The idea of Richard Hartwell spending the night in jail was almost impossible to imagine. He was a man who stayed in 5-star hotels and flew first class. The closest he'd come to roughing it was probably business class on a transatlantic flight." "How are you doing?" Catherine asked. "Really? I don't know. I thought I'd feel triumphant. Instead, I just feel tired. That's normal. This has been a lot. But David, you won. He tried to destroy you, and instead he destroyed himself. That means something. After we hung up, I tried to focus on work, but it was impossible. Every few minutes, Sarah would buzz to tell me about another call, another reporter, another request for comment. Finally, at 2 o'clock, James appeared in my doorway. "Walk with me," he said. We took the elevator down to the ground floor and walked out into the crisp November air. James led us to a small park 2 blocks from the office, one of those pocket green spaces, Manhattan, sprinkled between buildings like an afterthought. "You're handling this well," he said as we sat on a bench. "I'm pretending to handle it well. There's a difference." "Fair enough. Listen, I want you to know that Apex is your back on this. Whatever you need, media training, security, legal support, it's yours. We don't abandon our people when things get complicated. I appreciate that, but I also need to know, are you okay to keep working? Because if you need time, if this is too much, I want to work." I interrupted. "I need to work. If I sit at home thinking about this, I'll go crazy. At least here I have something productive to focus on." James nodded. "Okay, but the offer stands. Doors always open." We sat in silence for a moment, watching pigeons squabble over a discarded sandwich. "You know what the irony is?" I said. "I never wanted revenge. I just wanted to be left alone. I wanted to do my job, build a career, move on with my life. Richard's the one who couldn't let it go. Men like Richard never can. They see everything as a competition. Everyone is either a threat or a tool. You stopped being useful, so you became a threat. It's that simple to them. What happens to Hartwell Industries now? Chaos, probably. Board will likely force Richard out. Even if he's not convicted, the optics are too damaging. They'll bring in a crisis management team, try to steady the ship. Some of their clients will leave. Stock price will tank. It'll be ugly." "Good," I said, and meant it. That evening, I went back to my apartment and found a package waiting outside my door. No return address, just my name written in familiar handwriting. Vanessa's handwriting. I carried it inside, set it on the kitchen counter, and stared at it for a long moment before opening it. Inside was a jewelry box and a letter. The jewelry box contained my wedding ring, the simple gold band I'd left on the bathroom counter the day I'd moved out. I'd wondered what happened to it. Apparently, Vanessa had kept it. The letter was written on expensive cream stationery, the kind she'd always used for thank you notes and formal correspondence. "David, I'm writing this because I don't have the courage to say it to your face. I'm sorry for all of it. For how my family treated you, for how I treated you, for not standing up for you when it mattered. I knew about the emails. Not before Dad had them created, but after. He told me what he'd done. Told me it was necessary to protect the company, to protect our family. And I didn't stop him. I should have. I should have gone to you, warned you, done something. Instead, I stayed silent because that's what we Hartwells do. We protect the family no matter who gets hurt. I saw the news this morning. I saw Dad being arrested and I felt relief. Not sadness, not anger, relief. Because maybe now he'll finally face consequences for the things he's done. Not just to you, but to so many others over the years. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even want it. I just wanted you to know that you were right to leave. Right to stand up for yourself. Right to refuse to be small so we could feel big. I hope you're happy at Apex. I hope you found what you were looking for. I'm sorry it took me this long to see what you saw all along, that my family is broken. And I was too scared to admit it, Vanessa. I read the letter 3 times, looking for sarcasm or manipulation, but found only honesty. It was perhaps the most genuine thing Vanessa had ever said to me. I put the ring back in the box and set it on a shelf in my closet. Maybe someday I'd throw it away. Maybe I'd sell it. For now, it could stay there, a reminder of the man I used to be and the life I'd escaped. The next morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing with news alerts. Richard's arraignment was happening at 10 a.m. and apparently, the media circus was already in full swing outside the federal courthouse. I wasn't planning to go. What would be the point? But at 9:30, Catherine called. I'm at the courthouse. She said Emily's here. She wants to see you. Is that safe? If Richard sees her, he won't. She's in a secure witness area. But David, she's scared. She asked if you could come. You don't have to, but I'll be there in 20 minutes. I told Sarah to cancel my morning meetings, grabbed my coat, and caught a cab to the courthouse. The scene outside was exactly what I'd expected. News vans, reporters with microphones, protesters with signs I couldn't read from the cab. Catherine met me at a side entrance and led me through security to a small room on the 3rd floor. Emily was sitting at a table, her hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that had probably gone cold an hour ago. She looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. When she saw me, she stood up. David, thank you for coming. Of course. How are you holding up? I'm terrified. The prosecutor keeps telling me I did the right thing, that I'm protected, that everything will be okay, but my mother won't speak to me. Vanessa sent me a text calling me a traitor. Thomas, he's the only one who's been decent. He said he understood why I did it, but that I couldn't come to any family events anymore because it would upset Dad. I wanted to say something comforting, but what could I say? She'd burned her family to the ground to do the right thing. There were consequences to that, and platitudes wouldn't make them hurt less. I'm sorry, I said instead. I know this is hard, but you saved my life, Emily. If you hadn't come forward, Richard would have destroyed me. Maybe literally. So, whatever happens, whatever you lose, you did the right thing. Did I? Because right now, it feels like I just blew up my entire life for nothing. Not for nothing. For justice, for truth, for the principle that powerful people shouldn't get away with destroying others just because they can. I sat down across from her. Your father tried to frame me for federal crimes. He increased my life insurance policy and sent me into dangerous situations. He fabricated evidence and filed false complaints. That's not family loyalty. That's criminal behavior. And you stopped him. Emily's eyes filled with tears. He's still my father. I know. And that makes what you did even braver. Catherine knocked on the door frame. They're bringing Richard in. Arraignment starts in 5 minutes. Emily, you don't have to watch if you don't want to. I do, Emily said, wiping her eyes. I need to see it. I need to know this is real. We went to the gallery, Catherine, Emily, and me. The courtroom was packed with reporters, Hartwell Industries employees, and curious onlookers. I recognized some faces from my time at the company. Jennifer, Richard's assistant, sitting in the back row looking shell-shocked. Marcus, the security guard, who nodded at me solemnly. A few board members I'd presented to over the years, all looking grim. And then they brought Richard in. He was wearing the same suit from yesterday, slightly rumpled now, without a tie. His hands were cuffed in front of him. His face was drawn, his famous confidence nowhere in evidence. He looked smaller than I remembered, older, almost fragile. The judge entered and we all stood. The arraignment proceeded with bureaucratic efficiency. Charges read, plea entered, not guilty. Bail arguments heard and denied. Richard's lawyer, an expensive suit from a white shoe Manhattan firm, argued passionately for house arrest with electronic monitoring. The prosecutor countered that Richard had the means and motive to flee the country. The judge sided with the prosecutor. Richard Hartwell would remain in federal custody pending trial. I watched Richard's face as the judge made her ruling. For just a moment, his mask slipped and I saw genuine fear. He was going to spend months in jail, maybe years, maybe the rest of his life, and he'd done it to himself. When they led him out of the courtroom, he looked up at the gallery. His eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Emily. Recognition flashed across his face, then shock, then rage. He knew. Somehow he knew it had been her. Emily grabbed my hand, her grip tight enough to hurt, but she didn't look away. She stared at her father, and her father stared back. And in that moment, something broke between them that could never be repaired. Then he was gone. Back through the door that led to the holding cells. We left the courtroom in silence. Outside, the reporters were shouting questions, but Catherine steered us away through a back corridor and out to a waiting car. "It's done," Catherine said once we were safely inside. "He's in custody. The trial will take months, but the evidence is solid. He's going to prison, David. It's over." But it didn't feel over. It felt like the beginning of something else, something I didn't have a name for yet. Emily leaned her head against the window. "I need to leave Connecticut. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone knows what I did. Everyone hates me." "Not everyone," I said. "I don't. Catherine doesn't. And there are people out there who are going to see you as a hero for standing up to corruption." "I don't feel like a hero. I feel like an orphan." I didn't have an answer for that. Some losses couldn't be fixed with words. Catherine dropped me back at Apex and I went up to my office in a daze. The television was still on, muted, showing footage of the courthouse. My phone had 43 missed calls. James appeared in my doorway. "You okay?" "No," I said honestly. "But I will be good. Because we have a company to run and I need my CFO focused." "Think you can do that?" I looked around my office at the desk with my name on it, at the windows overlooking Manhattan, at the work waiting for me that had nothing to do with Richard Hartwell or revenge or justice. "Yeah," I said, "I can do that." And for the first time since the phone call in Paris, I believed it. 3 months after Richard's arrest, Hartwell Industries filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. I read about it in the Wall Street Journal over coffee on a Sunday morning, sitting in my apartment with winter sunlight streaming through the windows. The article was clinical in its assessment: over-leveraged contracts, mounting legal fees from the criminal case, loss of key clients who didn't want to be associated with the scandal. The board had forced Richard to resign from his CEO position 2 weeks after his arrest. But by then, the damage was done. Major accounts had fled. Credit lines had dried up. Vendors demanded cash up front instead of extending terms. The company my ex-wife's family had built over 3 generations was collapsing, and I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not sadness, just a distant curiosity, like reading about a natural disaster in a country I'd never visited. The bankruptcy filing includes plans to sell off several divisions, the article continued. Industry analysts suggest that Apex Consolidated may be positioned to acquire some of Hartwell's more profitable assets at significant discount. My phone rang. "James, tell me you're reading the journal," he said without preamble. "I'm reading the journal. The Hartwell bankruptcy, their manufacturing division, the one we compete with directly. It's going to be part of the asset sale. I want it." I sat down my coffee. "You want to buy pieces of Hartwell Industries, not pieces, the best pieces. Their flagship manufacturing facility in New Britain is state-of-the-art. Their client list in the aerospace sector is exactly what we need to scale our division. And with the bankruptcy, we can get it all for probably 60 cents on the dollar. James, the optics are that we're a smart company making a smart acquisition. Hartwell's creditors want to get paid. Their employees want to keep their jobs. We can provide both. This isn't revenge, David. This is business." But it felt like revenge. It felt like standing over the corpse of my former life and picking through the pieces that still had value. "I need you to do the financial analysis," James continued. "What's it worth? What can we pay and still maintain healthy margins? What's the integration cost? I want a complete picture before we make a bid. When board meeting is in 2 weeks. I want to present this as a done deal. Not a possibility. Can you do it?" I looked at the article again, at the photo of the Hartwell Industries building where I'd spent 6 years of my life. At the employees quoted as saying they were hopeful someone would buy the company and save their jobs. People like Jennifer, like Marcus the security guard, like the analysts I'd trained and the accountants I'd worked with. They didn't deserve to lose their jobs because Richard Hartwell was a criminal. "I can do it," I said. "But I have conditions." "Name them." "If we acquire the division, we honor the existing employment contracts. No mass layoffs, no gutting the workforce to reduce costs. These people didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve to be punished because their CEO was a criminal." There was a pause. "Agreed. Anything else?" "I don't want to be the face of this acquisition. Put someone else in charge of the integration." I'll do the analysis. I'll advise on strategy, but I'm not walking into that building as the conquering hero. It's too complicated. Also agreed. Though, for the record, you wouldn't be the conquering hero. You'd be the guy who's giving them a future. After we hung up, I spent the rest of Sunday pulling together every piece of public information I could find on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division. Financial statements from their bond offerings, industry reports on their market position, news articles about their contracts and clients. By midnight, I had a preliminary assessment. The division was worth somewhere between $40 and $60 million as a going concern. But in bankruptcy, with the taint of scandal and the pressure to liquidate quickly, we could probably acquire it for $35 million. It was a steal. It was also deeply strange to be putting a price tag on a piece of my former life. Monday morning, I assembled my team, Margaret, Alex, Tom, and Patricia, and laid out the project. We're conducting acquisition due diligence on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division. I said, I need complete financial analysis, profitability by product line, customer concentration risk, contract portfolio review, integration cost estimates. We have 2 weeks. Tom's eyes went wide. Hartwell, your former employer, Hartwell, the same. Are we? Is this? Alex struggled for words. Is this weird for you? Extremely, but it's also good business. So, let's focus on the business part and try to ignore the weird part. We dove in. The bankruptcy court had made Hartwell's financial records public as part of the filing, which meant we had access to data I'd never been allowed to see when I actually worked there. Detailed profit and loss statements by division, complete customer lists, contract terms and schedules, equipment inventories, employee compensation data. It was like performing an autopsy on something that was still technically alive but dying. Jesus, Margaret said on day 3, looking at a spreadsheet of contract margins. They were losing money on almost everything. How did they stay in business this long? Creative accounting, I said, and Richard's willingness to lie to the board about actual performance. They kept winning new contracts to generate cash flow, but each contract lost money, so they needed more contracts to cover the losses. Classic death spiral, except for the aerospace division, Tom noted. That's actually profitable. Good margins, solid contracts, excellent equipment. If we stripped away everything else and just bought this piece, that's exactly what we're going to do. I said James wants the aerospace division, not the whole mess. We let someone else buy the money-losing pieces. The work was intense but straightforward. Unlike the chaos at Hartwell, where I'd been constantly fighting for resources and authority, at Apex, I had everything I needed. A competent team, adequate time, access to information. It was a reminder of how much easier work was when people actually wanted you to succeed. On day 7, Catherine Reeves called with an update on Richard's case. Trial date is set. She said June 15th. The prosecutor is pushing for a speedy trial and Richard's legal team couldn't get it delayed any longer. Also, there's been a development with Emily. My stomach tightened. What kind of development? She's going public. There's going to be a 60 Minutes interview airing next Sunday. She's going to talk about why she came forward, what she witnessed, what it cost her. The producer reached out to me for comment. They want to interview you, too. Absolutely not. That's what I told them. But David, you should know this is going to bring everything back into the spotlight. Emily's brave for doing this, but it means more media attention, more questions, more scrutiny. Is she safe? If she goes public, she has security. The FBI is taking threats seriously, especially given Richard's resources and connections, but she feels like she needs to do this. She wants people to understand why she made the choice she made. I thought about Emily in that courthouse, watching her father being led away in handcuffs, about the text from Vanessa calling her a traitor, about how she'd said she felt like an orphan. She's trying to take back the narrative. I said, exactly. Instead of being the daughter who betrayed her family, she's the whistleblower who stood up to corruption. It's smart, actually. Difficult, but smart. Sunday night, I watched the 60 Minutes interview alone in my apartment. Emily looked different, older somehow. Though it had only been a few months, she sat in a nondescript room, hands folded in her lap, and told her story with a quiet dignity that made my chest ache. People ask me how I could betray my own father, she said to the interviewer. But what he was doing, fabricating evidence, trying to destroy someone's life, that's the real betrayal. He betrayed every principle he claimed to believe in. Family values, integrity, honesty. Those were just words to him. Words he used to control people. You knew that coming forward would cost you your relationship with your family, the interviewer prompted. I did, and it has. My mother won't speak to me. My sister sent me one text message in 3 months, and it was to tell me I was dead to her. My brother tries, but he's caught between loyalty to them and I don't know, maybe basic human decency. Emily's voice cracked slightly, but I had to ask myself, what kind of person would I be if I stayed silent? If I knew my father was trying to send an innocent man to prison and I did nothing. David Chen, your father's former employee. You knew him? I knew him. He was always kind to me. Remembered my birthday. Asked about my studies. Treated me like a person instead of a prop. That shouldn't be remarkable, but in my family, it was. She looked directly at the camera. David didn't deserve what my father tried to do to him, and I wasn't going to be complicit in that destruction. The interview went on for another 10 minutes with Emily describing the recording, the decision to come forward, the aftermath. She was articulate and composed, but I could see the cost in her eyes. The grief of losing her family. The fear of what came next. The loneliness of having made an impossible choice. When it ended, my phone immediately started buzzing. James telling me the interview was powerful. Catherine checking if I was okay. Sarah sending a simple message. Your ex-sister-in-law is brave as hell. And then, surprisingly, a text from Vanessa. I watched the interview. Emily's right. I'm sorry I called her a traitor. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I hope you're well. I stared at that message for a long time before responding. I hope you're well, too. Take care of yourself. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't reconciliation, but it was something in acknowledgement that we'd both been trapped in the same toxic system, and we'd both found different ways to escape. The next morning at work, the Hartwell acquisition analysis was ready. I'd compiled everything into a comprehensive presentation. Current state assessment, valuation analysis, integration plan, risk factors, financial projections. The aerospace division was worth acquiring at the right price. Everything else was a dumpster fire we should avoid. James reviewed it in his office, nodding as he flipped through the slides. This is excellent work, he said. Exactly what I needed. Board meeting is Thursday. I'll present this and if they approve, we'll submit a bid by end of week. What if Hartwell's board rejects our bid? There's bad blood there. They're in bankruptcy. They don't get to reject good faith offers based on personal feelings. The bankruptcy trustee will evaluate all bids based on value and likelihood of closing. We'll be competitive on both fronts. What about Richard? Even from jail, he might try to interfere. Richard doesn't get a vote anymore. He resigned as CEO and the board stripped his voting rights as part of the settlement with creditors. He's a defendant in a criminal case, nothing more. James closed the presentation. This is going to happen, David. And when it does, you're going to have saved dozens of jobs and built our division into a real powerhouse. That's something to be proud of. I wanted to feel proud. Instead, I felt like a scavenger picking over bones. Thursday's board meeting lasted 3 hours. James called me afterward with the news. Unanimous approval to bid $38 million for the aerospace division with employment guarantees for existing staff and a 90-day integration timeline. We're doing this, he said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. We submit the bid tomorrow morning. If all goes well, we'll own it by end of March. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about walking into that New Britain facility as part of Apex, about seeing Jennifer and Marcus and all the people who used to be my colleagues, about the strange circularity of it all fired from Hartwell, hired by Apex, now facilitating Apex's acquisition of Hartwell. If someone had told me 6 months ago sitting on that Paris terrace that this is where I'd end up, I would have laughed or cried. I wasn't sure which. Around 2:00 a.m. I gave up on sleep and went for a walk. New York in winter in the middle of the night was a different city, quieter, harsher, more honest somehow. I walked through Hell's Kitchen down to Times Square, still bright and busy even at this hour. Then over to the Hudson River waterfront. I stood there looking at the water, thinking about all the versions of myself I'd been over the past year. The loyal employee who worked 60-hour weeks. The husband trying to be good enough. The man on vacation who laughed at his father-in-law and hung up the phone. The witness in a federal investigation. The CFO building something new. Which one was real? Maybe all of them. Maybe none of them. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the news about the acquisition bid. I'm glad Apex is doing this. Those employees deserve better than what my family gave them. Thank you for taking care of them. I typed back. How are you doing? Really? Her response came a few minutes later. Some days better than others. The interview helped. Saying it all out loud. Owning my choice. It made it real in a way it wasn't before. I'm moving to Seattle. Fresh start. My advisor at Berkeley found me a research position with an environmental policy think tank. I start next month. That's wonderful. I'm happy for you. Are you happy? That's not a rhetorical question. After everything, are you actually happy? I looked out at the Hudson, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the city behind me that was starting to feel like home. Getting there, I typed. Some days better than others, but getting there. Good. You deserve it. We both do. The bid went in Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, we had confirmation that it was being seriously considered. By Monday, we were in negotiations with the bankruptcy trustee. By Wednesday, we had a deal $38 million for the aerospace division. Employment guarantees included closing date set for March 15th. James called an all-hands meeting to announce it. Apex Consolidated is acquiring the aerospace manufacturing division of Hartwell Industries, he announced to the assembled staff. This doubles the size of our manufacturing division, adds 65 talented employees to our team, and positions us as a major player in the precision aerospace components market. I want to thank David Chen and his team for the exceptional analysis that made this possible. Everyone applauded. I smiled and nodded, accepting congratulations from colleagues who had no idea how complicated this was for me. After the meeting, Margaret pulled me aside. You okay? This has to be weird. Weird is an understatement. For what it's worth, you're handling it with a lot of grace. I would have burned the place down. I thought about it, decided this was better. She laughed. Revenge via legitimate business acquisition. Very classy, but it wasn't revenge. Or maybe it was, but a different kind. The kind where you win by building something better, not by destroying what came before. That night, I treated my team to dinner at a nice restaurant in Tribeca. My way of saying, thank you for 2 weeks of brutal work. We ate well, drank good wine, and for a few hours, I forgot about the complexity and just enjoyed the victory. On the cab ride home, my phone rang. An unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. David Chen. A male voice unfamiliar. Speaking. This is Thomas Hartwell, Vanessa's brother. I hope you don't mind. I got your number from Emily. I sat up straighter. Thomas. Hi. What can I do for you? I wanted to thank you for the employment guarantees and the acquisition. My mother, she's been a wreck since the bankruptcy. Worried about all the people losing their jobs. When she heard that Apex was keeping everyone on, she actually cried with relief. It was the right thing to do. Those employees didn't do anything wrong. I know, but you could have gutted the place and no one would have blamed you. After what my father did to you, he trailed off. Anyway, thank you. And David, I'm sorry for all of it. The way our family treated you, the way I stayed silent when I should have spoken up, you deserved better. I appreciate that, Thomas. If you're ever back in Connecticut and want to grab coffee or something, I'd like that. No pressure, but yeah, I'd like that. After we hung up, I sat with that conversation, turning it over in my mind. The Hartwell family was fragmenting Emily gone to Seattle. Vanessa apologizing via text. Thomas reaching out. And at the center of it all, Richard sitting in a jail cell waiting for trial. I'd escaped that family. But they hadn't escaped the consequences of being that family. The wheel keeps turning, I thought. The wheel keeps turning and sometimes the people on top end up on the bottom and the people who were crushed find ways to rise. I was rising and I wasn't done yet. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I didn't attend. Catherine said I didn't need to. My deposition was entered as evidence and Emily's testimony was compelling enough without me sitting in the gallery as a reminder of Richard's crimes. So, I followed it through news reports and Catherine's daily updates, watching from a distance as the man who tried to destroy me was systematically taken apart by federal prosecutors. The verdict came on a Friday in late June. Guilty on all counts. I was in a meeting with aerospace suppliers when Sarah interrupted, holding up her phone with a news alert. The room went quiet as everyone checked their devices simultaneously. Sentencing in 60 days, Catherine texted. 15 to 20 years likely. It's over, David. You won. But it didn't feel like winning. It felt like closing a book I'd been forced to read. Relief that it was finished. Not joy at how it ended. That evening, James took me to the rooftop bar where we'd celebrated the Hartwell acquisition closing 3 months earlier. The aerospace division was already exceeding projections. The employees we'd kept had become some of our best performers. Marcus, the security guard, now ran safety protocols for our entire manufacturing division. To justice, James said, raising his glass. To new beginnings, I countered. We drank as the sun set over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the verdict. How are you feeling? Free. I typed back and I meant it. That night, I stood in my apartment, no longer temporary, officially mine now, and looked at the life I'd built. Photos on the wall from a hiking trip with my team. Books I'd actually had time to read. A kitchen where I cooked dinner instead of eating takeout at my desk. A calendar with vacation do not disturb blocked out for 2 weeks in August. On my desk sat 2 objects. The Mont Blanc pen I'd used to sign away my old life and the business card James had given me in Paris, now framed. I picked up the card, remembering that moment, the wine, the view, the laughter that had started everything. 6 months ago, Richard Hartwell had called me in Paris and fired me, thinking he was ending my story. Instead, he'd freed me to write a better one. My phone rang one last time. Unknown number, I answered. Mr. Chen, this is Douglas Brennan, Sec. I wanted to personally thank you for your cooperation in the Hartwell case. Your testimony was instrumental. I'm glad I could help. There's one more thing. The whistleblower reward program, you and Miss Hartwell are entitled to a percentage of the penalties assessed. It should be substantial. After he hung up, I laughed. Really laughed. The way I had on that Paris terrace. Richard had tried to destroy me with $15 million in life insurance. Instead, I'd helped destroy him and gotten paid for it. I raised my glass of wine to the empty apartment. To karma, I said, and to never settling for less than I deserve. The city glittered below, full of possibility, and I was finally ready to claim it.
And that concludes this story. That was a pretty wild one if you ask me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. Now, let's get right into the next story. It's titled,
The night my son was airlifted to the hospital, my father-in-law texted. Family dinner Sunday. Don't be late. I replied, my son is dying. His response, he'll be fine. Your wife's birthday is more important. I blocked his number. 72 hours later, my son opened his eyes, looked at me, and whispered, Dad. You must know this about Grandpa. The fluorescent lights of St. Catherine's ICU burned into my retinas as I watched the monitors tracking my son's vital signs. Each beep felt like a countdown I couldn't control. Ethan, my 8-year-old boy, lay motionless in the bed, tubes snaking from his small body like parasitic vines. The doctor said he'd collapsed at school. Sudden onset seizures, cause unknown. By the time I gotten the call from Samantha, the helicopter was already lifting off the elementary school's football field. That was 3 hours ago. 3 hours of watching my son fight for his life while my wife sobbed in my arms. Her mascara leaving dark trails down her cheeks. 3 hours of specialists in white coats speaking in hushed tones about neurological events and unexplained symptoms and running more tests. My phone buzzed. I almost ignored it, but Samantha had gone to call her mother, and I thought it might be important. Herbert Whitehead, my father-in-law, family dinner Sunday. Don't be late. I stared at the text message, reading it 3 times to make sure I understood correctly. The man knew we were at the hospital. Samantha had called her mother the moment we arrived. I typed back with shaking fingers. My son is dying. The response came within seconds. He'll be fine. Your wife's birthday is more important. We've made reservations at the club. 7 p.m. sharp. I felt something crack inside my chest. Not break, crack. Like ice forming over a lake that's been warm for too long. My thumb hovered over the screen. Then I blocked his number. Blocked Catherine's, too. Whatever game they were playing, whatever twisted priority system they lived by, I wanted no part of it. Brian. Samantha's voice was small, fragile. She stood in the doorway, her blonde hair disheveled, still wearing the designer pantsuit she'd worn to her real estate showing that morning. Any change? I shook my head, pocketing my phone. The doctor said the next 48 hours are critical. She moved to Ethan's bedside, taking his small hand in hers. He's strong like you. Her voice cracked. He has to be okay, Brian. He has to be. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, and we stood there in silence, watching our son breathe. The next 72 hours blurred together. Samantha and I took shifts, sleeping in the uncomfortable chairs they brought in. We lived on vending machine, coffee, and whatever the hospital cafeteria was serving. Specialists came and went. They found elevated levels of something in his blood. Toxins, they said, but couldn't identify the source. Environmental exposure, possibly. They were running more tests. My brother, Brent Lopez, showed up on the second day. We'd had different fathers, different last names, but we'd been raised together after his dad left. And my mother married his mother. He was a research journalist for the Boston Herald, known for his investigative pieces that took down corrupt politicians and crooked businessmen. How's the little man? He asked, studying Ethan's sleeping face. Stable. They don't know what caused it yet. Brent's jaw tightened. He'd always been protective of Ethan, The cool uncle who showed up with agent inappropriate gifts and took him to Red Sox games and the in-laws. Block them. He raised an eyebrow. About damn time. What did Herbert do this time? I showed him the text exchange. Watched his expression go from surprise to disgust. Jesus Christ. Even for him, that's cold. Brent had never liked the Whiteheads. He'd warned me before I married Samantha that her family was trouble. Old Boston money. The kind that looked down on everyone else, especially a guy like me who'd worked his way up from a South Boston neighborhood where the closest thing to a country club was the corner bar. Samantha doesn't know, I said quietly. She's got enough to deal with. You're too good to her, you know that. Too good to all of them. Maybe he was right. I'd spent 10 years trying to prove myself to Herbert and Catherine Whitehead, trying to show them I was worthy of their daughter. I'd built a successful architectural firm, designed buildings that dotted the Boston skyline, bought Samantha the house in Beacon Hill she'd always wanted. And still, Herbert looked at me like I was dirt he'd scraped off his Italian leather shoes. On the third day, just after dawn, I was alone with Ethan. Samantha had finally agreed to go home and shower. Brent had gone to grab us real breakfast from a diner he knew. The nurse had just finished checking vitals when I heard it. Dad. The voice was so faint, I thought I'd imagined it. But then Ethan's eyes fluttered open, those green eyes he'd inherited from his mother, and he was looking right at me. Ethan. Oh, God. Buddy. I pressed the call button frantically while leaning over him. You're okay. You're going to be okay. His small hand gripped mine with surprising strength. Dad, you need to know about Grandpa. Shoo, don't talk. Save your strength. The doctors are coming. No. His voice was urgent despite its weakness. You have to know. Grandpa, I saw him at the factory. What factory? Ethan, you're confused. The pill factory near my school. His eyes were wide, frightened. He was there with bad men. They were talking about the medicine. The medicine that makes kids sick. The nurse rushed in, and soon the room filled with doctors. They pushed me aside gently but firmly as they examined Ethan, their voices excited that he'd regained consciousness. But all I could hear was my son's words echoing in my head. The pill factory, medicine that makes kids sick. There was a pharmaceutical plant about a mile from Ethan's school. I'd driven past it 100 times. Medi-Source Technologies. I'd never paid much attention to it. But now I needed to know why my father-in-law had been there and what it had to do with my son lying in a hospital bed. Samantha was overjoyed when she returned to find Ethan awake. The doctors cautiously optimistic. They wanted to keep him for observation, run more tests, but the immediate crisis had passed. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt a cold determination settling into my bones. That evening, after Samantha had fallen asleep in the chair next to Ethan's bed, I stepped into the hallway and called Brent. I need you to look into something, I said quietly. My Source Technologies, the pharmaceutical plant on Route 9, the one by Ethan's school. I could hear the clicking of keys already. Brent was always ready for a story. What am I looking for? Anything connecting it to Herbert Whitehead and anything about medication that might harm children? The typing stopped. Brian, what did you find out? Ethan said something before the doctors came about seeing Herbert there with bad men talking about medicine that makes kids sick. He's 8 years old and just woke up from a coma. I know how it sounds, but look into it anyway, please. Already on it. The typing resumed. Give me 24 hours. I returned to the room to find Ethan awake again, his eyes tracking me as I entered. Samantha was still asleep. Dad, he whispered. Is Mom okay? She's fine, buddy. Just tired. She's been here the whole time. I'm sorry I scared everyone. I sat on the edge of his bed carefully. You have nothing to be sorry for. Can you tell me more about what you saw at that factory? His face scrunched up in concentration. It was last week. On Tuesday, we went on a field trip to the Science Museum, remember? But the bus broke down on the way back. We had to wait for another bus and I walked to the gas station to use the bathroom. That's when I saw Grandpa's car, the black one with the special plates. Herbert's Mercedes vanity plates that read WHD1. I thought maybe he was getting gas, so I went to say hi, but he was parked behind the building, the factory building. He was talking to two men in suits. They were arguing. Could you hear what they were saying? Ethan nodded. Grandpa was mad. He said something like, I don't care about the side effects. We're behind schedule and the board won't wait. And one of the other men said, kids are getting sick, Herbert. If this gets out, but then Grandpa saw me. My blood ran cold. What did he do? He got really quiet. Told the men he'd call them later. Then he came over and asked what I was doing there. I told him about the field trip. He seemed nice. Dad, he bought me a candy bar from the gas station and told me it would be our little secret. That grandma would be mad if she knew he was eating sugar. A secret? Of course. Did you eat the candy bar? Ethan's face palled. Yeah, right away. It was a Snickers. My favorite. You don't think? No, buddy. No, but I was already thinking it. The unexplained toxins in his blood. The timing. Did Grandpa give you anything else? He had this bottle in his car. Said it was vitamins. That growing boys need vitamins. He gave me 2 pills and watched me take them with water from the gas station. Jesus Christ. Why didn't you tell us? I forgot. I didn't think it was important. And then at school the next day, I started feeling weird. And then I don't remember much after that. I forced my voice to stay calm. You did good telling me now, Ethan. Real good. But I need you to do something for me. Don't mention this to anyone else yet. Not Mom. Not the doctors. Not until I figure some things out. Can you do that? He nodded solemnly. Is Grandpa in trouble? I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. I spent that night researching Medisource technologies on my phone while Samantha and Ethan slept. The company had been founded 15 years ago by a biochemist named Dr. Stanley Beasley and was primarily known for producing generic medications and supplements. On the surface, everything looked legitimate, but there were cracks if you knew where to look. 3 years ago, there had been a lawsuit, a class action involving a batch of contaminated children's vitamins. The case had been settled out of court for an undisclosed amount with no admission of wrongdoing. The lawyer who represented the plaintiffs was named Matthew Rivera. I made a note to contact him. Then I found something else. Medisource Board of Directors, and they're listed as a non-executive director Herbert Whitehead. My father-in-law was on the board of the company that had produced contaminated children's vitamins. The same company my son had seen him visiting, arguing about side effects and kids getting sick. The same company whose products had possibly put my son in the ICU. I looked at Ethan, sleeping peacefully now, his small chest rising and falling. Then at Samantha, her face slack with exhaustion. She loved her father despite everything. She made excuses for his coldness, his superiority complex, his casual cruelty. Growing up in that world, she'd been taught that money and status mattered more than kindness or empathy. But she loved our son more than anything. And when she found out what Herbert had done, no, I couldn't tell her. Not yet. Not until I had proof. Not until I had a plan. My phone buzzed. A text from Brent. You need to see this coming by in the morning. Don't show Sam. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in that uncomfortable chair watching my family and felt that crack in my chest widen into a chasm. On one side was the man I'd been patient, understanding, willing to take Herbert's abuse because I loved my wife. On the other side was someone new, someone cold, and calculating. Someone who was going to make Herbert Whitehead pay for what he'd done. When Brent arrived the next morning, he was carrying a folder thick with documents. We met in the hospital cafeteria away from Samantha and Ethan. Tell me I'm wrong, he said, spreading papers across the table. Tell me this is all coincidence. But it wasn't coincidence. It was systematic, calculated evil. Medisource Technologies had been cutting corners for years, using substandard ingredients in their supplements and medications, falsifying safety reports, bribing FDA inspectors. And Herbert Whitehead, as a board member, had not only known about it, he'd championed it. Brent had found emails, memos, internal documents from his sources. They've been poisoning kids for profit, Brent said, his voice shaking with rage. The contaminated vitamins 3 years ago, that wasn't an isolated incident. It's been happening regularly. They pay off the families, bury the stories, and keep producing their garbage. And Herbert? He's the one pushing for faster production, lower costs, higher margins. He doesn't care who gets hurt as long as the stock price goes up. Brent pulled out another document. And here's the kicker. 3 months ago, Medisource launched a new line of children's chewable vitamins. Guess which school district they donated free samples to as a community health initiative? My hands clenched into fists. Ethan's district. Every kid in 3 elementary schools got a bottle. Free. They sent them home with instructions to take 2 daily. He met my eyes. Your son's not the only one who got sick. Brian, there have been 4 other cases of unexplained seizures and neurological symptoms in kids from those schools in the past month. The families are all working ass, all insured by the basic state plans. None of them have the resources to investigate or sue. And many source lawyers are already preparing the settlement paperwork. I thought about Ethan taking those pills from Herbert. Had they been from the contaminated batch? Or was my father-in-law testing something even worse on his own grandson? I need you to hold this story, I said quietly. Brent stared at me. What? Brian, this is huge. Kids are being hurt. I need to. I know and you will, but not yet. I met his eyes. Herbert Whitehead doesn't just get to lose his reputation and maybe serve some cushy white-collar sentence. He tried to kill my son, Brent. My son? He poisoned him and then told me a birthday party was more important than his life. What are you planning? I don't know yet, but I need time to figure it out. Can you give me that? Brent studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. 2 weeks. That's all I can sit on this. After that, I'm running the story with or without you. That's all I need. Ethan was discharged 4 days later with a clean bill of health. The doctors still couldn't explain what had caused his symptoms, but all his tests were coming back normal now. They attributed it to some kind of environmental toxin that had worked its way out of his system. They prescribed monitoring and follow-up appointments, but said he could go home. Samantha was ecstatic. She wanted to celebrate, to have a family dinner, and she wanted to reconcile with her parents. I know my father can be difficult, she said as we drove home. Ethan asleep in the back seat, but he's still my father, Brian. And he's Ethan's grandfather. We can't just cut them out of our lives over a text message. It wasn't just a text message, Sam. I know it was insensitive. I know his timing was terrible, but that's just how he is. He doesn't know how to express emotion properly. You know, his childhood was difficult. His childhood doesn't excuse him treating our son's life as less important than a dinner reservation. She was quiet for a moment. What if we invited them over here to our house? That way, it's on our terms and they can see Ethan is okay. I think my father was probably just scared, Brian. Scared of losing Ethan. So, he pretended it wasn't serious because that's how he copes. I wanted to tell her the truth. Wanted to show her the documents Brent had found. Tell her about the contaminated vitamins and the poisoned children and her father's role in all of it. But she looked so hopeful, so eager to believe the best of Herbert despite everything. Okay, I said finally, but just dinner. And the first time he's rude or dismissive, they leave. She kissed my cheek. Thank you. You're a good man, Brian Hale. I didn't feel like a good man. I felt like a man planning something dark and irreversible. But I smiled and squeezed her hand and drove us home to our beautiful house in Beacon Hill, the one I'd bought to prove I was good enough for her. That evening, after Ethan was tucked into bed, I went down to my home office and opened my laptop. I'd spent the past few days thinking, planning. Herbert Whitehead was wealthy, connected, and protected by lawyers and privilege. A man like him didn't go down easy, but every man had weaknesses, and I was going to find all of Herbert's. I started making a list. Everyone he did business with, every board he sat on, every club he belonged to. The Whitehead's world was small and insular, built on reputation and old money and carefully maintained appearances. That was going to be his downfall because when you build your entire life on appearances, the truth becomes your greatest enemy. I opened a secure email account and drafted a message to Matthew Rivera, the lawyer who'd handled the class action against Metasource. Then I sent similar messages to 3 other attorneys who'd represented families in medical malpractice cases against pharmaceutical companies. I wasn't a lawyer. I wasn't an investigator, but I was an architect. I knew how to build things from the ground up. How to make sure every piece supported the whole structure. And I was going to build a case against Herbert Whitehead that would destroy him completely. The dinner with the Whiteheads was scheduled for Sunday evening, exactly 1 week after Herbert's text message. Samantha spent all day cooking, making Herbert's favorite dishes, setting the dining room table with her grandmother's china. She wanted everything perfect. I wanted everything documented. Before they arrived, I placed my phone in the built-in bookshelf near the dining table, camera aimed at Herbert's usual seat, set to record. I wasn't sure what I'd capture, but I'd learned in my years designing buildings that you always wanted a record of the foundation before you started construction. Herbert and Catherine arrived. Exactly on time, which for them meant 15 minutes late. Fashionable tardiness for people who considered punctuality a middle-class concern. Catherine swept and wearing Chanel and diamonds. Herbert in a cashmere blazer that probably cost more than my first car. Samantha, darling. Catherine air-kissed her daughter. You look tired. I've been at the hospital all week. Mother. Yes. Well, children are so resilient. I'm sure it was all very dramatic, but he's fine now, isn't he? I watched Herbert waiting for an apology, an acknowledgement, anything. He simply poured himself a scotch from our bar without asking and settled into his usual armchair. Brian, he said, not looking at me. I trust your latest project is on schedule. The waterfront development, so we were just going to pretend. Pretend he hadn't dismissed his grandson's life-threatening emergency. Pretend everything was normal, on schedule, and under budget, I said evenly, Good. Wouldn't want to disappoint the investors. He took a sip of his drink. Where's the boy? Ethan is upstairs. Homework. Homework. It's Sunday evening. When I was his age, when you were his age, you weren't recovering from a neurological event. The room went quiet. Catherine coughed delicately. Samantha shot me a warning look. Herbert's eyes finally met mine. They were cold, flat. Sharp's eyes. Are we going to have a problem, Brian? That depends. Are you going to acknowledge that your grandson almost died last week? Boys get sick. It happens. Coddling them doesn't help. I felt Samantha's hand on my arm, squeezing tight. A warning, a plea. Dinner's ready, she said brightly. Let's eat. We moved to the dining room. Samantha had made prime rib, roasted vegetables, twice-baked potatoes, all of Herbert's favorites. Catherine picked at her food while commenting on Samantha's weight. You're looking healthier, dear. Have you been eating more? And the house's decor. So much clutter. We really should introduce you to our minimalist designer. Herbert held forth on politics, business, the declining standards of modern society. Everything he said was designed to assert dominance, to remind everyone at the table that he was the patriarch, the authority, the man in charge. I let him talk, let him feel comfortable and superior. And I watched him, studying every gesture, every expression, looking for the tells, the weaknesses. Uncle Brian, Grandpa, Ethan appeared in the doorway, wearing his pajamas, holding a school project, a model of the solar system made from painted styrofoam balls. Ethan, honey, it's late. Samantha started, but Herbert cut her off. Come here, boy. Let me see that. Ethan approached cautiously. Herbert examined the project with the same critical eye. He'd use on a business proposal. Mars is too large relative to Earth and your orbital spacing is inaccurate. He handed it back. You'll want to fix that before you turn it in. Otherwise, you'll look foolish. Ethan's face fell. But Mrs. Henderson said it was really good. Mrs. Henderson is paid to be encouraging. I'm your grandfather. I'm paid to tell you the truth. Herbert turned back to his meal. Run along now. Adults are talking. I stood up so fast my chair scraped loudly against the floor. Samantha grabbed my wrist. Brian, don't. But I was already moving around the table, kneeling down to Ethan's level. Your project is amazing, buddy. The best one I've seen. Don't change a thing. I looked up at Herbert. And for the record, Mrs. Henderson is right. Your grandfather is wrong. Bryant. Catherine gasped. Herbert's face flushed red. How dare you contradict me in front of who? Your grandson. The one you didn't give a damn about when he was dying in the ICU. I stood up, putting myself between Ethan and Herbert. The one whose life you valued less than a dinner reservation. You blocked my number. Herbert slammed his hand on the table. How was I supposed to know he was actually sick? Children get ill all the time. Samantha was always dramatic about these things growing up. He was airlifted to the hospital. Herbert airlifted. But sure, your daughter was being dramatic. Samantha was crying now. Brian, please. Dad, you too. Can we just? No, I said quietly. We can't. Not anymore. I looked at Herbert directly. I want you to leave. And I don't want you near my son again. You can't, Catherine started. I can. It's my house, my family, and I'm done pretending that your husband's money and connections make up for the fact that he's a cruel, heartless bastard who doesn't care about anyone but himself. Herbert stood, drawing himself up to his full height. He was taller than me, broader through the shoulders despite his age, trying to intimidate me the way he probably intimidated everyone in his life. You're making a grave mistake, Brian. My family has connections in this city. Connections that could make or break your little firm. One phone call for me. And in what? You'll ruin me. I smiled and it felt cold on my face. Go ahead, try. But while you're making your phone calls, I'll be making mine. To the families of the other children who got sick. To the lawyers who'd love to take another crack at Medisource Technologies. To the journalists who'd love to write about a board member who tests contaminated products on his own grandson. The color drained from Herbert's face. You have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? Tell me. Herbert, what were you doing at the Medisource plant 3 weeks ago? The one near Ethan's school. Catherine looked confused. Samantha had stopped crying, was staring at her father with growing horror. I have business interests in many. You gave him vitamins from a bottle in your car. Told him it was a secret. I took a step closer. What was in those vitamins, Herbert? What did you give my son? I don't know what lies the boy has been telling you. Ethan doesn't lie. Unlike some people in this room. Herbert's jaw clenched. I think we're done here. Yes, I agreed. We are. You're done here. Done with my family. Done poisoning children for profit. Done with all of it. They left in a fury of slammed doors and Catherine's indignant screeching. Samantha stood in the middle of our destroyed dinner, mascara running, staring at me like she'd never seen me before. What did you mean about vitamins? She whispered. About poisoning children? I glanced at Ethan, still standing in the doorway, clutching his solar system. Buddy, can you go upstairs, please? He nodded and disappeared. Smart kid. He knew when adults needed to talk. I showed Samantha everything. The documents Brent had gathered. The emails, the lawsuit history, the contaminated vitamins, Ethan's story about seeing Herbert at the factory, about the pills he was given. She read it all in silence, her face growing paler with each page. Finally, she looked up at me. My father did this. He's been hurting children. Not just hurting. Some of them have permanent neurological damage and he knew. He's known for years. But Ethan, her voice broke. He gave Ethan those pills. His own grandson. I think he was testing something. Or maybe he genuinely thought they were safe and didn't care about the risk. Either way, he put our son in the hospital and then told us a birthday dinner was more important. Samantha sank into a chair. What do we do? I'm going to destroy him, I said simply. I'm going to take everything he has, his reputation, his wealth, his freedom. I'm going to make sure he pays for what he did to Ethan and all those other kids. How? I don't know yet, but I will. I knelt beside her, taking her hands. I need to know you're with me on this because it's going to get ugly. Your mother will never forgive us. Half of Boston society will turn against us. We might lose friends, clients, our social standing, everything we've built. She looked at me with those green eyes. Ethan had inherited. And I saw steel beneath the tears. He hurt our son. She said he hurt other people's children. I don't care what it costs. Make him pay. And just like that, we were in it together. United against the man who had lorded over both our lives for the past decade. I kissed her forehead. I love you. I love you, too. And Brian, she gripped my hand tight. Burn it all down. I intended to. The next morning, I met with Matthew Rivera in his office in downtown Boston. He was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with sharp eyes and a reputation for taking on cases other lawyers wouldn't touch. I've been waiting for someone to come after Source again, he said after I explained why I was there. The settlement 3 years ago was a joke. The families got pennies compared to what their kids suffered. But Whitehead and his cronies have deep pockets for legal defense. What if you had inside information? Documentation of their corruption? Rivera leaned forward. What kind of documentation? I spread out copies of everything Brent had found. Rivera's eyes widened as he read, his fingers drumming on the desk. This is Jesus. This is criminal conspiracy. Wire fraud, racketeering. The FDA violations alone could put half their board in prison. He looked up at me. How did you get this? My brother's an investigative journalist. He has sources. Can he testify? If it comes to that, Rivera was quiet for a moment. Mr. Hale, I need to be straight with you. Going after someone like Herbert Whitehead is a war. He'll come at you with everything. Private investigators digging into your past. Lawyers filing nuisance suits. He'll try to destroy you financially, professionally, personally. I know. And it could take years. Class action lawsuits move slowly. Even with this evidence, he could tie it up in appeals forever. I don't need it to be fast. I just need it to be thorough. Rivera smiled. Then we're going to get along just fine. I'll start reaching out to the families. Build the plaintiff list. With this documentation, we can file within a month. He paused. But I should warn you, the moment we file, this becomes public. Your father-in-law will know it came from you. Good. I said, I want him to know. While Rivera worked on the legal angle, I worked on the social one. Herbert Whitehead's power wasn't just in his money. It was in his connections. The clubs he belonged to, the boards he sat on, the charity galas he attended. He'd built his reputation over decades, carefully crafting an image of respectability and civic duty. I was going to dismantle that image piece by piece. I started with the Beacon Hill Society, a charity organization both Herbert and I were members of. I joined reluctantly at Samantha's urging, attended the quarterly meetings, written checks for their causes. I'd never paid much attention to the politics. Now I did. The president was a woman named Diane Dalton. Old money like the Whiteheads, but with actual principles. She ran a foundation for children's health and safety. When I showed her the documents about Source, about the contaminated vitamins and the sick children, she went pale. Herbert Whitehead is on our board, she said quietly. We've been accepting donations from Metasource for 3 years using their products in our care packages for low-income families. How many packages have you distributed? Thousands. We looked at each other, the implications settling like lead in the air. I need to call an emergency board meeting. Diane said this. This is unconscionable. Wait. I leaned forward. Don't tip your hand yet. Keep accepting his donations. Keep him thinking everything is normal, but document everything. Every interaction, every donation, every product they've given you. When this goes public, you're going to need to show that you acted in good faith. You're protecting the society. I'm protecting the children you serve. When Herbert goes down, Metasource goes with him. The lawsuit will destroy the company. You need to have your response ready. How you'll replace those products. How you'll support any families who were affected. Be the hero of the story, not another victim. Diane studied me. You thought this through. I've thought about nothing else for 2 weeks. She nodded slowly. What do you need from me for now? Nothing. Just be ready. When the time comes, I'll need you to make a public statement condemning Herbert and cutting all ties with MedSource. Your voice carries weight in this city. Other organizations will follow your lead. You're isolating him. I'm showing everyone who he really is. The pieces fell into place over the next month. Rivera filed the class action lawsuit with 17 families as plaintiffs. The documents went public. Within hours, every news outlet in Boston was running the story. MediSource board member accused of knowingly distributing contaminated vitamins to children. Brent's investigative piece ran the same day, diving deep into Herbert's emails and the company's pattern of fraud. It was nominated for a Pulitzer. Within a week, Herbert's world began to crack. The Beacon Hill Society expelled him. 3 other charitable boards followed suit. His country club membership was suspended pending investigation. Business partners started distancing themselves. The phone call stopped. The dinner invitations dried up. Catherine called Samantha crying, begging her to talk to me to make this stop. Samantha hung up on her, but Herbert himself stayed silent. No public statements, no denial. His lawyers issued a standard response. Mr. Whitehead denies all allegations and looks forward to clearing his name in court. He was digging in, preparing for war. Good. So was I. I'd been documenting everything, building a timeline of Herbert's involvement with MediSource, and I'd found something interesting. A pattern of stock transactions. Herbert had been selling off his MediSource shares incrementally over the past 6 months, always just under the reporting threshold that would trigger SEC scrutiny. He'd known something was coming, had been quietly extracting his money while leaving other board members and investors exposed. I sent the trading records to the SEC's enforcement division with an anonymous tip. Let them dig into possible insider trading. Then I found the property records. MediSource owned a storage facility in Worcester. According to the company's public filings, it was used for archival storage of old records. According to the photographs my private investigator took, it was full of products. Pallets of vitamins and supplements that should have been destroyed years ago. Products that had failed quality control, been recalled, or simply expired. Products that kept mysteriously reappearing in low-income communities through charity initiatives. I sent those photographs to the FDA. Herbert's cracks became fissurers. The SEC launched an investigation. The FDA raided the Worcester facility. More families came forward with sick children. The plaintiff list in Rivera's lawsuit grew to 43. And through it all, I went to work, designed buildings, attended Ethan's soccer games, had dinner with my wife, lived my normal life while methodically destroying my father-in-laws. Samantha asked me once if I felt guilty. No, I told her honestly. I feel patient because the best revenge wasn't fast. It was thorough. 3 months after the lawsuit was filed, Herbert showed up at my office. My secretary, Tiffany Parker, buzzed me. Mr. Hale, Herbert Whitehead is here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment. I'd known this moment would come. Eventually, Herbert would stop hiding behind lawyers and accountants. Eventually, he'd confront me directly. Send him in. Herbert entered my office looking older than I'd ever seen him. His hair, usually immaculately styled, was disheveled. His expensive suit hung slightly loose like he'd lost weight. The arrogance was still there, but it was frayed around the edges. Ryan, he didn't sit, didn't offer a handshake. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you. Then listen. He moved to the window, looking out at the Boston skyline. You're destroying me. You know that? Yes. The lawsuit, the investigations, the media circus. My reputation is ruined. My business partners won't return my calls. Catherine and I have been disinvited from events we've attended for 30 years. He turned to face me. Are you satisfied? Not even close. His jaw clenched. What do you want? Money? I'll write you a check right now. Name your price. You think this is about money? Everything is about money, Brian. You of all people should know that. You spent 10 years trying to prove you could run with my crowd, buy the right houses, wear the right clothes. Don't pretend you're above it. I'm not above it. I agreed. But this isn't about money. It's about my son. It's about the other 43 children you poisoned. It's about you standing in my dining room and telling me Ethan's life mattered less than a birthday reservation. I made a mistake. You made a choice. You chose profit over safety, over children's lives, over your own grandson. I stood facing him across my desk. And then when your choice put him in the ICU, you chose your pride over his life. I didn't know the vitamins would hurt him. I thought you thought what? That the contamination reports were exaggerated? That the side effects wouldn't affect your family? Or did you just not care because the lawsuits were cheaper than recalling the products? Herbert's face flushed. You self-righteous little. You have no idea how business works at that level. Sometimes people get hurt. It's unavoidable. You make the best decisions you can with the information you have. You had all the information. You had reports, test results, medical records. You knew children were having seizures, neurological damage, liver failure, and you buried it. To save the company, to save jobs, hundreds of people work for Medors, and their children deserve to take vitamins that won't put them in the hospital. I slammed my hand on the desk. You don't get to hide behind noble intentions, Herbert. You poison kids for profit. Period. We stared at each other across the desk. Two men who'd never liked each other, finally dropping the pretense of civility. What do you want? Herbert asked again, quieter this time. Tell me how to fix this. You can't fix it. You can only face it. I sat back down. The lawsuit goes forward. The investigations continue, and when they're done, you'll go to prison. That's how this ends. I'll fight. I know. And you'll lose. Herbert's hands curled into fists. I could still destroy you. One call to my lawyers. We file a defamation suit based on what? Documented evidence of your crimes. Good luck with that. I could make you toxic in this city. No one would work with your firm. No investor would touch you. Then do it, I said calmly. Call everyone you know. Tell them all about how I'm targeting you. See who answers. See who still takes your calls. I smiled. Because I've spent 3 months making sure everyone knows exactly who you are. You have no power left, Herbert. Just ego. He stared at me for a long moment and I saw it. The moment he realized I was right, that his influence, his connections, his carefully built empire was crumbling and there was nothing he could do to stop it. You're destroying my family, he said quietly. No, you did that yourself. I'm just making sure everyone sees it. Herbert turned to leave, but paused at the door. Samantha will never forgive you for this. She'll resent you for turning her against her own father. Samantha knows what you did, what you are. She made her choice. Children always choose their parents eventually. Blood is thicker than marriage vows. Brian, you'll see. He left. I didn't watch him go. I pulled out my phone and texted Brent. He came to the office. Tried to buy me off. Record it if he contacts you. The response came immediately. Already got 2 voicemails from his lawyers. This is going to be good. The trial began in the fall. Not a criminal trial. That would come later after the federal investigations concluded. This was the civil suit. 43 families against Medisource Technologies and its board of directors. The courtroom was packed. Media in the back rows. Families in the front. I sat with Samantha watching as Rivera systematically dismantled Herbert's defense. The emails were damning. Herbert arguing against her calls. Herbert pushing for faster production despite quality control warnings. Herbert calculating that lawsuit settlements were cheaper than fixing the manufacturing process. Money over safety every time. Rivera told the jury. That was Herbert Whitehead's philosophy. And these children paid the price. They brought in the victims. Kids with tremors they'd never had before. One 9-year-old girl who'd lost partial vision. A 6-year-old boy who still had seizures despite medication. And Ethan, I'd fought against it. Didn't want to put my son through testifying. But Rivera insisted and Ethan wanted to do it. I want to help the other kids, he'd said. Grandpa hurt them, too. So, we sat in that courtroom and watched our 8-year-old son take the stand. Watched him describe seeing Herbert at the factory taking the pills from the bottle in Herbert's car. Getting sick the next day. Did your grandfather visit you in the hospital? Rivera asked gently. No, Ethan said. He sent a text to Dad about a birthday party instead. You could hear the jury's collective intake of breath. Herbert's lawyer tried to discredit him. Isn't it true you don't really remember much about being sick? That you were confused? I remember Grandpa giving me pills. I remember him saying it was our secret. I remember getting sick. Ethan looked directly at Herbert sitting at the defense table. And I remember Dad staying with me the whole time while Grandpa didn't care if I died. The judge called a recess. Samantha took Ethan out of the courtroom while I stayed, watching Herbert lean over to whisper furiously to his lawyer. In the hallway, I found Catherine Whitehead waiting. She looked older, too, brittle and fragile in her designer suit. I hope you're happy, she said. You've destroyed our family. Herbert destroyed your family. I'm just holding him accountable. He made mistakes. We all make mistakes. But this public humiliation, this trial, it's barbaric. You know what's barbaric, Catherine? 43 sick children, some of them with permanent damage. Because your husband cared more about his stock portfolio than their lives. The company's lawyers said those reports were inconclusive. The company's lawyers lied. And you know it. I stepped closer. How many charity events have you attended? How many galas for children's hospitals? And all that time, your husband was poisoning the exact children you claimed to care about. Her hand cracked across my face before I saw it coming. The slap echoed in the marble hallway. Don't you dare judge me, she hissed. You with your working-class background and your precious moral superiority. You never belonged in our world. Samantha deserved better than you. Maybe, but Ethan deserved better than Herbert, and so did all those other kids. Security guards appeared, drawn by the commotion. Catherine swept past them, her heels clicking sharply on the marble. I touched my stinging cheek and smiled. Even she was cracking. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. When they returned, the verdict was unanimous. Guilty on all counts. Negligence, reckless endangerment, willful violation of safety standards. The damages were staggering. $200 million to be split among the plaintiffs, plus punitive damages, plus legal fees. Medisource Technologies filed for bankruptcy within a week. Herbert Whitehead's net worth, carefully built over decades, evaporated. The stock was worthless. The company assets were liquidated. His personal holdings, tied up in guarantees for the company's debts, were seized. The house in Beacon Hill, the one Catherine had inherited from her grandmother, went on the market. The Martha's Vineyard estate followed. The art collection, the cars, everything. And then the criminal charges came. Wire fraud, conspiracy, securities fraud, the FDA violations, the SEC insider trading case. Herbert Whitehead, pillar of Boston society, was indicted on 37 federal counts. I watched the news coverage with Samantha, her head on my shoulder, as reporters detailed the fall of a man who'd thought himself untouchable. Do you think he'll go to prison? She asked. Yes, good. The sentencing hearing was in February, almost a year after Ethan's hospitalization. Herbert had taken a plea deal, 20 years in federal prison in exchange for testimony against the other Medisource executives. 20 years. He was 72. He'd die in prison. I attended the hearing with Samantha. We sat in the gallery while Herbert, wearing an orange jumpsuit instead of cashmere, stood before the judge. The families were allowed to make statements. One by one, they stood and described what Herbert's greed had cost them. Medical bills, permanent disabilities, lost childhoods. Then it was my turn. I stood looking directly at Herbert. He didn't meet my eyes. My son almost died, I said simply. Not because of an accident, not because of bad luck, but because this man, his own grandfather, valued profit over his life. And when my son was fighting for his life in the ICU, this man texted me to say a birthday dinner was more important. I paused, letting that sink in. But my son survived. He's strong and healthy and smart. He's got his whole life ahead of him. And every milestone he reaches, every success he achieves, every moment of happiness he experiences will be something Herbert Whitehead will never see because he'll be in prison alone, stripped of everything he thought made him important. I looked at the judge. That's not revenge, Your Honor. That's justice. The judge nodded gravely, then delivered the sentence. 20 years, no parole. Herbert was led away in handcuffs. Catherine sobbed in the front row, and I felt nothing, no triumph, no satisfaction, just a quiet sense that the scales had finally balanced. Outside the courthouse, reporters mobbed us. Cameras flashing, microphones thrust in our faces. Mr. Hale, how does it feel to see your father-in-law sentenced? Like I can finally breathe, I said. Will you reconcile with the Whitehead family? No, my family is my wife and son. Anyone who prioritizes appearances over children's safety isn't family. What's next for you? I looked at Samantha, then at Ethan, waiting with Brent by the car. Next, I'm going to take my son for ice cream and tell him how proud I am of his courage. The rest of the world can sort itself out. Life didn't immediately return to normal. There were still depositions, appeals, media requests. Catherine tried to reach out several times, wanting Samantha to visit Herbert in prison. Samantha blocked her number. My firm weathered some initial backlash from clients who'd been friends with the Whiteheads, but it passed. Turns out most people don't want to be associated with a man who poisoned children. New clients came, drawn by the publicity, by the story of a father who'd fought back. The other families from the lawsuit started a support group, monthly meetings where the kids could play together, where the parents could share resources and healing. Samantha and I attended regularly. Ethan made friends with kids who'd been through what he had. Brent won his Pulitzer, used the prize money to fund an investigative nonprofit focused on corporate accountability, asked me to sit on the board. I said yes, and slowly, month by month, we rebuilt. Not the life we'd had before, trying to fit into Herbert's world, seeking approval. We'd never get a different life, better. 6 months after Herbert's sentencing, we were at Ethan's soccer game. He'd made the select team, was playing midfield with the same determination he'd shown in that hospital room when he opened his eyes and told me about his grandfather. Samantha squeezed my hand as Ethan scored, his teammates mobbing him in celebration. "I'm glad we destroyed him," she said quietly. "Does that make me a bad person?" "No," I said, "it makes you a good mother." "I keep thinking about what he said. That I'd resent you for turning me against my father." "Do you?" She looked at me, those green eyes clear and certain. "He turned me against himself the moment he chose a dinner party over his grandson's life. You just showed me who he really was." We watched Ethan run back to position, waving at us from the field. "He's going to be okay." Samantha said, "All of this, everything that happened, he's going to be okay." "Better than okay," I agreed. "He's got his mother's strength and his father's stubbornness. He's going to be great." That night, after Ethan was asleep, I went to my office and pulled out a box I'd kept hidden. Inside were copies of everything. The documents, the emails, the photographs, the complete record of Herbert Whitehead's crimes, and my campaign to expose them. I'd considered burning it all, moving on completely. But something made me hesitate. Then I understood this wasn't about Herbert anymore. It was a blueprint, a record of how to fight back when powerful people think they're untouchable. How to dismantle an empire built on cruelty piece by careful piece. I labeled the box and put it in the safe in my office. Maybe someday someone else would need it. Some other father facing some other Herbert Whitehead. And they'd know you can fight back. You can win not through violence, not through matching their cruelty, but through patience, documentation, and the systematic application of truth. That's how you destroy a monster. Not in one dramatic confrontation, but in 1,000 small cuts that bleed them dry. I closed the safe and went upstairs to my wife and son, to the life we built from the ashes of Herbert's empire. And I slept well that night, knowing that somewhere in a federal prison, Herbert Whitehead was learning that the boy from South Boston he'd looked down on for 10 years had taught him the most important lesson of his life. Never underestimate a father protecting his son.
That brings this story to an end, and that one was definitely a wild ride. Let me know what you think in the comments. Now, let's move into the next story, titled,
"My wife and her family threw a luxurious dinner without me on my birthday. Oh, today was your birthday. Make sure to clean up after us." I quietly picked my wallet and headed to a restaurant worthy of my special day. When they came to ask me to clean up, they found my letter. Wife's face froze and my wife's mother was left speechless. "My name is Marcus Hale, and if you're looking for some soba story about a downtrodden guy who finally found his backbone, well, you're in the right place. But let me tell you something right off the bat. This isn't some Disney fairy tale where the underdog gets his happy ending through sheer determination and a catchy musical number. This is real-life Chicago style, where the wind cuts through you like a knife and the people you love can be even sharper. So here I am, 38 years old as of today. Though apparently nobody got that memo, sitting at my drafting table in what used to be the mansion's library before it became my makeshift office. The irony isn't lost on me that I'm surrounded by leather-bound books that nobody in this house has ever read. Designing buildings for a family that treats me like I'm barely qualified to design a paper airplane. But hey, that's my life in a nutshell. Professional architect by day, family doormat by night. The morning light streams through those ridiculously expensive stained glass windows that I personally had restored last spring with my money, of course, casting rainbow patterns across my blueprints for the Morrison redevelopment project. It's a beautiful piece of work, if I do say so myself, and I do because nobody else around here will. 22 floors of mixed-use space that will transform an entire neighborhood. Complete with green terraces and sustainable energy systems that would make Al Gore weep with joy. But does my wife Claire give a damn? Does her mother Margaret? Does her precious sister Isabel? Let me paint you a picture of my domestic bliss. I live in the Sheridan Road mansion. And when I say live, I use the term loosely because I'm more like a well-dressed squatter who happens to pay most of the bills. There's Claire, my wife of 8 years, who somehow managed to convince me that marrying into money was a privilege, even when I'm the one providing said money. Then there's Margaret, the Queen Mother herself, who runs this house like she's Marie Antoinette, and I'm some peasant who wandered in from the fields. And finally, there's Isabel, the baby sister who's never worked a real day in her life, but somehow always needs just a small loan to keep her latest business venture afloat. The best part, they act like I should be grateful. Like I won some cosmic lottery by getting to bankroll their lifestyles while they treat me like I'm invisible. It's like being a ghost, except ghosts at least get the satisfaction of scaring people occasionally. Me, I just get to watch my bank account drain while pretending I don't notice the eye rolls when I dare to speak at dinner. Take this morning for instance. I woke up expecting, well, hoping might be more accurate, that someone might remember it's my birthday. Not asking for a parade down Michigan Avenue or anything. Just maybe a "Hey Marcus, happy birthday" would have been nice, but no. Claire rolled out of bed, checked her phone for 20 minutes while I pretended to be asleep, then vaulted into the bathroom like I didn't exist. I heard her on the phone with Isabel planning some lunch at that overpriced place on Oak Street, discussing whether they should get manicures before or after shopping. Not once did she mention that her husband was celebrating another year of putting up with this circus. Margaret wasn't any better. I passed her in the hallway and she barely looked up from her tablet where she was scrolling through real estate listings, probably looking for another property for me to help finance. "Good morning, Margaret," I said like the polite little husband I am. She grunted something that might have been a greeting or might have been indigestion. Hard to tell with her. And Isabel, well, she was still unconscious at 10 a.m., which is practically dawn for someone whose biggest responsibility is deciding which Instagram filter makes her look most authentic. The girl treats sleep like it's an Olympic sport, and she's going for the gold medal. Here I sit, sketching out plans for buildings that'll outlast all of us, while my family of in-laws treats me like I'm some kind of convenient ATM that occasionally offers unwanted opinions. The Morrison Project is my baby. A complete transformation of 6 city blocks that'll bring jobs, housing, and hope to a neighborhood that's been forgotten by everyone except the drug dealers and the city planners who love to write it off as economically challenged. I've poured my heart into these designs, working late into the night while Claire watches reality TV shows about women who make my in-laws look humble. The sustainable features alone will save the residents thousands in energy costs, and the community spaces I've incorporated will give families places to gather, kids places to play safely, and seniors places to enjoy their golden years without fear. But try explaining that to Claire. Last week, when I was excited about getting approval for the green roof systems, she looked at me like I just told her I was taking up competitive toe wrestling. "That's nice, honey," she said. Then immediately launched into a story about how Isabel's friend's cousin's boyfriend might be able to get them VIP tickets to some charity gala that costs more per plate than most people make in a month. The thing is, I used to think this was temporary, that eventually they'd see how hard I work, how much I sacrifice, how I've basically funded their entire lifestyle while my own dreams got filed away under maybe someday. I thought Claire married me for more than just financial security. I thought Margaret would eventually warm up to the guy who's been keeping her lights on. I thought Isabel would grow up and realize that money doesn't magically appear just because you're pretty and know how to pout. That I thought a lot of things. Turns out thinking and reality have about as much in common as Chicago weather and common sense, which is to say not much. But today feels different somehow. Maybe it's because I'm officially closer to 40 than 30. Or maybe it's because I spent my birthday morning alone with my drafts while my wife planned her social calendar without me. Whatever it is, something's shifting inside me like tectonic plates preparing for an earthquake. That I've been documenting things lately. Expenses, conversations, the little moments that reveal who these people really are when they think nobody's watching. Call it professional habit or call it preparation, but architects don't just design buildings. We plan for contingencies, and something tells me I'm going to need a very big contingency plan. So, you want to know how my birthday evening went? Buckle up, Buttercup, because this is where things get really classy. And by classy, I mean about as elegant as a dumpster fire in a wedding dress. I pulled into our circular driveway around 7:30 after spending the day at the office pretending that designing sustainable housing for underprivileged families was enough to fill the birthday-shaped hole in my chest. The first thing I noticed was that our driveway looked like a luxury car dealership had exploded. I'm talking serious money here. A midnight blue Rolls-Royce Phantom that probably cost more than most people's houses. A pearl white Bentley that screamed, "I have more money than sense." And a Ferrari so red it looked like it was bleeding automotive arrogance all over our imported Italian stonework. Now, you might think I'd be excited. Maybe my loving family had planned a surprise party for dear old Marcus. Maybe they'd remembered it was my birthday after all and decided to throw me a celebration worthy of the guy who keeps their credit cards from getting declined at Nordstrom. Yeah, right. And maybe pigs would start flying formations over Lake Michigan while singing show tunes that I walked through our front door. The one with the hand-carved mahogany panels that I'd had restored by artisans who charged more per hour than some people make in a week. And immediately understood what was happening. The house was lit up like the 4th of July, but instead of celebrating American independence, we were apparently celebrating the independence of my money from my bank account. The crystal chandeliers that I'd had rewired last month were sparkling like diamonds, casting warm light over what looked like a spread from Architectural Digest's How to Spend Your Husband's Money issue. Champagne flutes were singing their little crystal songs as servers in crisp white uniforms. Servers I was definitely paying for, by the way, moved through the crowd like well-dressed ghosts carrying liquid gold. And the crowd, oh, this was Chicago's finest. I recognized half of them from the society pages. The kind of people who attend charity galas not because they care about charity, but because they need somewhere to show off their latest Cartier purchases. Women dripping in jewelry that could fund a small country's education budget. Men wearing watches that cost more than luxury cars. All of them laughing. That particular laugh that rich people perfect. The one that sounds like tinkling coins, but somehow manages to be completely soulless. At the center of it all stood Margaret, my dear mother-in-law, looking like she'd raided the crown jewels of 3 different monarchies. The woman was practically a walking jewelry store advertisement with diamonds hanging off her like Christmas ornaments on a very expensive, very judgmental tree. She raised her champagne flute, and knowing Margaret, it was probably the good stuff, the kind that costs more per bottle than most people spend on groceries in a month. To my darling Isabel, she announced in that voice she reserves for public speeches and private condescension. And to the launch of her latest boutique venture, may it be as successful as all her previous endeavors. Now, here's where I should mention that Isabel's previous endeavors have had about as much success as a chocolate teapot. There was the organic skincare line that folded faster than Superman on laundry day. The artisanal candle business that literally went up in smoke, and the vintage clothing boutique that vintaged itself right into bankruptcy. But hey, why let a little thing like consistent failure stop you from throwing another party funded by your sister's husband's increasingly depleted savings account? The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, and I watched my sister-in-law bask in the attention like a cat in a sunbeam. Isabel was wearing a dress that probably cost more than my car payment, looking every inch the successful entrepreneur. She definitely wasn't. The girl could sell ice to Eskimos. I'll give her that. But unfortunately, her business acumen peaked somewhere around the level of a particularly ambitious lemonade stand. That's when I made my entrance. Picture this. Me, the guy who actually pays for this circus, walking into my own house like I'm crashing someone else's party. The conversation didn't exactly stop, but it definitely did that thing where the volume drops and people start speaking in stage whispers while pretending not to stare. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in. The flowers that probably cost more than most people's rent, the catering setup that looked like it could feed a small army. The champagne fountain. Yes, a champagne fountain. Because apparently regular champagne wasn't fancy enough for Isabel's latest business disaster celebration. And then Claire spotted me, my loving wife of 8 years, the woman who promised to love me in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, though apparently she'd been banking on the richer part. She tilted her head in that way she does when she's about to say something that sounds sweet but tastes like poison. "Oh," she said, her voice carrying that particular blend of surprise and condescension that she'd perfected over our years of marriage. "Today was your birthday." Let me repeat that for emphasis. Today was your birthday. Past tense like it was something that happened in ancient history, not something that was literally happening right now at this very moment. While she stood in our house celebrating her sister's latest money-burning expedition. The silence that followed was the kind you usually experience right before a tornado hits. You know that moment when all the birds stop singing and the air gets thick and heavy and you know something catastrophic is about to happen? Yeah, that silence. Then Margaret, bless her black little heart, let out this chuckle. Not a laugh, mind you, but a chuckle. The kind of sound a snake might make if snakes could express amusement at the suffering of small mammals. "Well then, Marcus," she said, her voice dripping with the kind of fake sweetness that gives you diabetes just from listening to it. "Make yourself useful. Make sure to clean up after us when the night is over." And then, this is the part that really gets me, everyone laughed. The whole room erupted in laughter like Margaret had just delivered the punchline to the funniest joke in the history of comedy. These people, These guests who were drinking my champagne and eating my food in my house thought it was absolutely hilarious that the host should be relegated to janitor duty at his own birthday celebration that nobody bothered to acknowledge. I stood there watching these people laugh at me, watching my wife smile that cold, calculating smile that I'd somehow mistaken for warmth all these years, watching my mother-in-law treat me like hired help in my own home. The funny thing about rock bottom is that it gives you a really solid foundation to build on. And that's exactly what I was about to do. Everyone laughed that night. Everyone except me. But here's the thing about the last laugh. It's usually the best one. You know what's funny about being pushed too far? It's not the dramatic explosion you see in movies where the hero throws a chair through a window and delivers some epic speech that makes everyone realize they've been terrible human beings. Nope. Real life is quieter than that. Real life is standing in your own living room surrounded by people laughing at your expense and suddenly feeling this weird sense of clarity that that's exactly what happened to me in that moment. While Margaret's words hung in the air like toxic fog and the laughter of Chicago's social elite echoed off the walls I'd personally had painted last summer, something inside me just clicked. Not snapped, clicked like a puzzle piece finally finding its proper place. Or a lock tumbling open after years of trying the wrong key that I didn't argue. Hell, I didn't even frown. You want to know what I did? I reached into my back pocket, pulled out my wallet, the leather one Claire had given me for our 5th anniversary back when she still pretended to care about things like anniversaries, and slipped it into my jacket. Then, I walked over to the antique side table where I always left my father's watch. The only thing of value he'd managed to leave me before he decided that a heart attack at 55 was preferable to dealing with life's disappointments. The watch was a 1985 Omega Seamaster. Nothing too fancy by Sheridan Road standards, but it had been his daily companion through 20 years of construction work, and it had been mine through 8 years of architectural projects and family disappointments. I fastened it around my wrist with the kind of deliberate care you reserve for important moments. The kind of moments that divide your life into before and after. The whole time, the party continued around me like I was a ghost. And honestly, that's exactly what I'd been for years. A ghost who paid the bills and fixed the plumbing and listened to endless complaints about everything from the thread count of the Egyptian cotton sheets to the temperature of the wine cellar. A ghost who had apparently become so transparent that his own birthday could be forgotten in favor of celebrating another one of Isabel's guaranteed-to-fail business ventures. Margaret was still holding court near the champagne fountain, regaling some poor couple about her latest real estate investment opportunity. Translation: another scheme for other people to fund her lifestyle while she took credit for the profits and blamed market conditions for the inevitable losses. Isabel was posing for selfies with her friends because apparently documenting your fake success is more important than actually achieving real success. And Claire was chatting with that plastic surgeon's wife about their upcoming spa weekend in Napa. Because clearly discussing grape-flavored massages takes priority over acknowledging your husband's existence, that I walked toward the front door. My footsteps surprisingly loud on the marble flooring that had cost me a small fortune and 3 arguments with the contractor. Funny how you notice details like that when you're seeing everything for what might be the last time. The hand-painted wallpaper I'd special ordered from Italy. The custom millwork that had taken craftsmen 6 weeks to install. The Persian rugs that were older than some small countries. All of it paid for by the guy who was apparently invisible to everyone enjoying it. Not one person tried to stop me. Not one person. Think about that for a minute. I'm walking out of my own house during a party that's being thrown with my money, and 60+ people just watch me leave like I'm some random caterer heading out for a smoke break. My wife, the woman who supposedly loves me enough to have promised to spend her life with me, didn't even pause in her conversation about overpriced spa treatments. My mother-in-law, who's been living off my generosity for years, was too busy planning her next financial conquest to notice that her primary funding source was walking away. And my sister-in-law. She was too busy pretending to be a successful businesswoman to realize that her main investor was about to become unavailable for future bailouts. The night air on Michigan Avenue hit me like a revelation. You know how sometimes you don't realize you've been holding your breath until you finally exhale? That's what stepping outside felt like. The air in that mansion had been thick with entitlement and suffocating with the weight of unspoken expectations. Out here with the Chicago wind cutting through my suit jacket and the city lights twinkling like earthbound stars, I could actually breathe again. That I stood there for a moment looking back at the house through those ridiculously expensive windows. I'd had triple glazed for energy efficiency. The warm light spilling out onto the perfectly manicured lawn made the whole scene look like a Christmas card. If Christmas cards featured selfish people celebrating their own greed while ignoring the guy who made it all possible. That's when I pulled out my phone and made a call that would have shocked the hell out of the Marcus from this morning. I dialed Elena, the Michelin-starred restaurant downtown that I'd been wanting to try for months, but never could because Claire always found reasons why we needed to eat at the same boring society hangouts where she could see and be seen by the right people. Elena's, this is James. How may I help you? The voice was warm, professional, actually interested in helping rather than dismissing. Hi, I'd like to make a reservation for tonight if possible. Chef's table for one. There was a brief pause, probably because normal people don't call for same-day reservations at restaurants that book months in advance. But then James came back with something I hadn't heard in my own house in years. Enthusiasm. Let me see what I can do for you, sir. Tonight's a special evening, and we always try to accommodate guests who appreciate culinary artistry. May I have your name? Marcus Hale. Another pause. This one different. Mr. Hale, the architect, I believe you designed the building that houses our sister restaurant in River North. That's right, sir. It would be our absolute pleasure to host you tonight. We have a cancellation at the chef's table for 8:30. Would that work for you? I looked back at the mansion one more time, watching through the windows as my family continued their celebration of everything except the person who made it possible. 8:30 would be perfect. Wonderful. We'll see you then, Mr. Hale and sir. It's going to be an exceptional evening. As I walked toward my car, the sensible BMW that Claire always complained wasn't flashy enough for our social status. I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. It took me a moment to identify it because it had been so long since I'd felt it. Hope. Tonight, for the first time in longer than I could remember, someone was going to treat my birthday like it mattered. Tonight, I was going to do something just for me. Not for Claire or Margaret or Isabel or the endless parade of social obligations that had consumed my life. Tonight, Marcus Hale was going to remember what it felt like to matter. Let me tell you something about driving through downtown Chicago at night when you've just walked out on your own birthday party that nobody bothered to acknowledge. It's like seeing the city for the first time. The lights look brighter. The architecture seems more impressive. And suddenly you remember why you fell in love with this concrete jungle in the first place. Maybe it's because for the first time in years, I was driving somewhere I actually wanted to go. Instead of chauffeuring my wife to another mindless social gathering where I'd stand around making small talk about other people's money, Elena sits on the 32nd floor of a building I actually helped design back in my early days before I got married and my career became secondary to funding Claire's lifestyle. The elevator ride up gave me time to think about the irony. Here I was celebrating my birthday in a building that represented who I used to be, escaping from a house full of people who had no idea who I actually am. The moment those elevator doors opened, I knew I'd made the right choice. The restaurant's entrance was understated elegance. No gaudy gold fixtures or over-the-top crystal nonsense like the stuff Margaret insisted we needed at home. Just clean lines, warm lighting, and the kind of sophisticated atmosphere that whispers class instead of screaming wealth. Michael Russo, the restaurant director, greeted me like I was visiting royalty instead of a guy having a midlife crisis in a $1,000 suit. He was probably in his 40s with the kind of genuine smile that you don't see much in my usual social circles, the kind that reaches the eyes and actually means something. Mr. Hale, he said, extending his hand for a firm handshake that felt more sincere than any interaction I'd had all day. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. We're honored to have you dining with us tonight, and may I be the first to wish you a very happy birthday. Those words hit me harder than they should have. Here was a complete stranger. Someone who owed me nothing. Someone who had never benefited from my bank account or my connections. And he was the first person all day to acknowledge that I was celebrating another year of life. I actually had to clear my throat before I could respond. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that more than you know. Follow me, sir. We have something special planned for you. He led me through the main dining room, past tables of couples sharing intimate conversations and business partners sealing deals over perfectly prepared meals. The atmosphere was sophisticated without being pretentious, successful without being showy. Everything my home life wasn't. The chef's table was positioned with a perfect view of the open kitchen where I could watch culinary artists create edible masterpieces with the kind of passion and precision I used to bring to my architectural work before it became just another way to fund other people's dreams. The seat was comfortable, the lighting was perfect, and for the first time all day, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged. Chef Rodriguez will be preparing a special tasting menu for you tonight, Michael explained, paired with wine selected specifically for the occasion. We understand this is a significant birthday and we want to make sure it's memorable for all the right reasons.
As if on cue, a sommelier approached with a bottle that looked older than some of the artifacts in the Art Institute.
Mr. Hale, we'd like to start your evening with a 1987 Bordeaux, the same year you were born. It's been aging for 38 years, just like the birthday boy. I nearly lost it right there. These people, these complete strangers, had put more thought into my birthday in 30 minutes than my own family had in 38 years. They'd researched my birth year, selected a wine that had been waiting its entire existence for this moment, and presented it with the kind of care and attention that made me remember what it felt like to be valued. The first course arrived like a work of art. Delicate amuse-bouche that looked too beautiful to eat but tasted like heaven had opened a catering company. The flavors were complex, sophisticated, challenging, everything my palate had been craving after years of eating at the same boring country club where Claire insisted we needed to be seen. As I savored each bite, I could hear the kitchen staff working behind me with the kind of teamwork and mutual respect that I hadn't experienced in my own home in years. They called out orders with military precision, but there was joy in their voices, passion in their movements. These people loved what they did, and it showed in every perfectly plated dish that emerged from their workspace. The second course was even better. Locally sourced truffle ravioli that made me understand why people write poetry about food. The pasta was handmade, the filling was divine, and the truffle oil was applied with the kind of restraint that separates true artistry from showing off. Each bite was a revelation, a reminder that some things in life are worth savoring instead of rushing through to get to the next obligation. Between courses, I found myself checking my phone out of habit. Claire's Instagram was lit up with pictures from the party. Her radiant smile as she posed with Isabel. Margaret holding court with her society friends. The champagne fountain sparkling in the background. Not one mention of me. Not one hint that tonight had been anything more than another excuse to celebrate Isabel's latest guaranteed failure. But here's the thing. For the first time, I didn't care. Let them post their pictures and pretend their lives were perfect. I was experiencing something real, something authentic, something that didn't require pretense or performance. The third course arrived with a flourish. Wagyu beef so tender it practically melted on my tongue. Paired with a reduction that had probably taken hours to perfect. The sommelier poured a wine that complemented the meat so perfectly. It was like they'd been destined for each other since the beginning of time. "How is everything, Mr. Hale?" Michael appeared at my elbow with the kind of attentive service that made me feel like the most important person in the building. "It's perfect," I told him, and I meant it. Absolutely perfect. "We're so glad. The kitchen staff wanted me to tell you that they're honored to be cooking for the architect who designed the Morrison complex. They drive past your buildings every day and feel proud to work in a city shaped by your vision." That's when they brought out the birthday surprise, a handwritten card signed by every cook, server, host, and dishwasher in the restaurant. Simple messages like, "Happy birthday, and thank you for making our city beautiful and hope your special day is as amazing as you are." I sat there surrounded by strangers who treated me with more kindness and respect than my own family ever had. Reading birthday wishes from people who appreciated my work and valued my contributions to their world for the first time in years, I felt like I mattered. You know what they say about the best revenge being served cold? Well, I'd been chilling mine in the freezer of my patience for about 6 months, and tonight felt like the perfect time to serve it up with a garnish of truth and a side of long overdue consequences. See, while I'd been playing the role of the invisible husband who magically makes money appear to fund everyone else's fantasies, I'd also been doing what any good architect does. I'd been documenting everything. Because here's the thing about building a solid case. Whether it's for a construction project or a complete demolition of your family's house of cards, you need a foundation of facts, blueprints of evidence, and materials that can withstand any attempt at reconstruction. For months, I'd been quietly, carefully, methodically building my case. Every fraudulent real estate deal Margaret had orchestrated while using my name as collateral. Every small loan Isabel had begged for to prop up her latest business disaster, complete with forged documents claiming success where there was only failure. Every credit card Claire had opened in my name. Every joint account she drained for her shopping sprees and spa weekends. Every financial decision made without my knowledge but with my money that I'm an architect. Remember, we don't just design pretty buildings and hope they stay standing. We plan for structural integrity. We calculate load-bearing capacities and we always have detailed documentation of every beam, every wire, every foundation pour. And I've been applying those same professional standards to my personal life without anyone realizing it. The letter had been written weeks ago, drafted and redrafted like the most important blueprint of my career. I'd used my father's old fountain pen, the one he'd carried through 20 years of construction sites and business negotiations, and my best stationery, the heavy Crane and Company paper that Claire had bought for important correspondence, but never actually used because texting was so much easier than forming complete thoughts. Tonight, before I'd walked out on my own birthday celebration, I'd placed that letter exactly where it needed to be, in the center of the dining room table, right next to the ridiculous ice sculpture of a swan that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary. I positioned it so that when the party wounded down and the guests finally went home to count their social media likes, someone would inevitably notice the envelope with my name written clearly across the front. The letter itself was a masterpiece of controlled rage and factual documentation. 3 pages of my finest handwriting. Each word chosen with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. No emotional outbursts. No dramatic accusations. No pleading or begging or asking for explanations. Just facts. Cold, hard, legally documented facts that painted a picture so clear that even someone as delusional as Margaret couldn't deny it. Page 1. Detailed Margaret's real estate schemes, the properties purchased with my credit rating, the loans secured against assets I didn't know I owned, the rental income that somehow never made it into our joint accounts. I had bank statements, property records, and email exchanges that she thought she'd deleted, but I'd recovered from our shared cloud storage because apparently criminal masterminds don't always understand how technology works. Page 2 was dedicated to Isabel's financial fantasies. The boutique that existed only on paper. The inventory purchases that were actually personal shopping sprees. The business loans I'd co-signed under the impression that her companies were successful when they were actually hemorrhaging money faster than a shark with hemophilia. I had invoices, bank records, and even screenshots of her deleting negative reviews from social media while posting fake success stories. Page 3 was my personal favorite, a detailed accounting of Claire's creative financing techniques. The credit cards opened in my name without my knowledge. The joint accounts drained for household expenses that turned out to be jewelry and designer handbags. The forged signatures on loan applications for home improvements that somehow improved only her wardrobe. I documented every purchase, every withdrawal, every lie that had been told to banks and credit agencies using my name and reputation. But here's the thing that made this letter truly devastating. I hadn't just documented their crimes. I'd also documented the solutions. Account numbers for the forensic accountant I'd already hired. Contact information for the fraud investigation specialist who was standing by. Reference numbers for the criminal attorney who'd reviewed every piece of evidence and confirmed that yes, what they'd been doing was not just morally bankrupt, but actually illegal. The final paragraph was my favorite part. Effective immediately. I will no longer be participating in this family's financial fiction. All joint accounts have been frozen pending investigation. All credit cards have been canceled. All loans have been called in. And all future requests for funding will be directed to your individual attorneys. I suggest you contact them soon because you're going to need them. I'd signed it with the same fountain pen my father had used to sign construction contracts. The same steady hand that had drafted building plans for half of Chicago's skyline. My signature was clear, confident, and legally binding because every word in that letter had been reviewed by lawyers who specialized in white-collar crime. The beauty of the timing was perfect. While they were upstairs celebrating Isabel's latest doomed venture with champagne that cost more per bottle than most people's car payments, the consequences of their actions were sitting patiently on the table like a time bomb disguised as correspondence. They'd finish their party, send their guests home, and then discover that their house of cards was about to become a house of consequences. I'd even included copies of all the evidence, neatly organized and labeled folders like the architectural drawings I'd spent my career perfecting. Bank statements in chronological order. Email exchanges sorted by participant. Legal documents arranged by severity of fraud. Everything they'd need to understand exactly how screwed they were. Presented with the same attention to detail, I brought to million-dollar construction projects. The most satisfying part, I'd carbon copied every relevant financial institution, law enforcement agency, and regulatory body that might be interested in their creative approach to other people's money. By the time they read my letter, half of Chicago's financial community would already be reviewing their files and preparing their own letters, the kind that arrive with official seals and require immediate legal representation. That I'd been carrying this letter around for weeks, waiting for the right moment to deploy it. Tonight, sitting at Elena's with my birth year Bordeaux and my hands-on birthday cards from people who actually appreciated my existence, I could almost picture the scene back at the mansion, the party winding down, the guests departing, and then someone, probably Isabel, looking for her next victim to clean up her mess, discovering my little gift. The truth served cold and documented in triplicate. Sometimes the best birthday presents are the ones you give yourself. Picture this. It's nearly midnight. The champagne has lost its fizz. The ice sculpture has melted into an abstract art piece that nobody wants to look at. And the last of Chicago's social elite have finally stumbled out to their overpriced cars, probably texting their drivers to avoid any unfortunate encounters with sobriety checkpoints. The mansion that had been buzzing with fake laughter and genuine greed for the past 4 hours was now settling into that particular kind of silence that comes after a party. The kind where you can hear the lies echoing off the walls. Isabel, my dear sister-in-law, was doing what she does best, avoiding any actual work while loudly complaining about the need for someone else to do it. She was standing at the bottom of our grand staircase, the one with the hand-carved banister that I'd had restored by craftsmen who charged more per hour than some people make in a day. Still wearing her ridiculously expensive dress and looking like a princess who'd just discovered that castles require maintenance. "Marcus," she shouted, her voice carrying that particular blend of entitlement and irritation that she'd perfected over years of never hearing the word no. "Where are you? Come clean this mess." Her heels clicked across the Persian carpet with the rhythm of impatience. Each step a tiny percussion note and a symphony of her self-importance. She was probably already mentally composing tomorrow's Instagram post about her successful party, complete with hashtags about entrepreneurship and empowerment and whatever other buzzwords she used to disguise the fact that her business acumen peaked somewhere around a lemonade stand. But here's where things get interesting. As Isabel clicked her way through the debris of her celebration, abandoned champagne flutes, crumpled napkins, and the general detritus that comes from entertaining people who confuse expensive with valuable, she made it to the dining room where the real entertainment was waiting. There, in the center of our mahogany dining table that had been in Claire's family for 3 generations, and probably witnessed more financial crimes than a Swiss bank, sat my letter. Positioned exactly where I'd left it. Right next to the puddle that used to be a swan eye sculpture. The envelope practically glowing under the chandelier lights like a beacon of truth in a sea of the envelope was cream-colored Crane and Company stationery. The expensive stuff that Claire had bought for important correspondence, but never used because forming complete thoughts was apparently too much effort. My name was written across the front in my father's fountain pen. The same careful handwriting that had signed architectural contracts and building permits and apparently farewell letters to families who mistake kindness for weakness. Isabel stopped dead in her tracks. You know that moment in horror movies when the music stops and everything goes quiet right before something terrible happens? That was this moment. Except instead of a masked killer jumping out of a closet, it was the much more terrifying prospect of actual consequences for years of financial fraud. "Mother," she shrieked, her voice carrying the kind of panic that usually accompanies natural disasters or tax audits. "Mother, get down here." Margaret descended the stairs like a queen approaching her throne, except this particular queen was about to discover that her kingdom was built on quicksand, and the tide was coming in. She was still wearing her diamonds because apparently taking off jewelry before bed was for peasants, and had that imperious expression she wore whenever she was about to deliver one of her lectures about proper behavior or fiscal responsibility, which was rich coming from someone whose idea of financial planning involved spending other people's money. "What is it now?" Isabel, Margaret demanded, irritation dripping from her voice like venom from a particularly well-dressed snake. Some of us need our beauty sleep, unlike certain people who think they can survive on champagne and social media validation. But when Isabel pointed at the table with a trembling finger that was still adorned with rings I'd probably helped finance, Margaret's expression shifted from irritation to something approaching actual concern. Because there, sitting innocently among the party debris, was evidence that somebody in this house had been paying attention to more than just the social calendar. Margaret approached the letter like it might explode, which in a way it absolutely was going to. She picked up the envelope with the kind of careful handling usually reserved for antique china or unstable explosives, turning it over in her hands like she could divine its contents through the expensive paper. "What is this?" she whispered. And for the first time in the 8 years I'd known her, Margaret sounded uncertain. Not commanding, not condescending, not dismissive, just uncertain, like a woman who was beginning to realize that the foundation of her comfortable life might not be as solid as she'd assumed. That's when Claire made her entrance. Drawn by the sound of her mother's uncharacteristic vulnerability, she swept into the dining room, still wearing her party dress, her makeup still perfect despite hours of air kissing and fake laughing with Chicago's most accomplished social climbers. But when she saw Margaret holding my letter with the kind of reverence usually reserved for court summons or cancer diagnosis, her confident smile started to falter around the edges. "What's wrong?" Claire asked, and even she could hear the nervousness in her own voice. Because if Margaret, who could negotiate real estate deals with the ruthlessness of a corporate raider and the morals of a loan shark, looked worried, then something was seriously wrong with their carefully constructed world. That Margaret's hands shook slightly as she opened the envelope. The sound of tearing paper unnaturally loud in the suddenly quiet room. She unfolded my letter with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who knows they're about to read their own obituary, and began reading the words I'd crafted with all the precision and attention to detail that had made me one of Chicago's most respected architects. That I wish I could have been there to see her face. As she processed the first paragraph, the way her eyes would have widened as she realized that I hadn't just been the convenient ATM she'd thought I was, but actually a very observant architect who'd been documenting every crooked board in their house of financial cards. "What is this?" she whispered again. But this time, it wasn't a question. It was the sound of someone watching their entire world crumble in real time, like a controlled demolition, where you can see each floor pancaking into the one below it until nothing's left but dust and regret. Claire snatched the letter from her mother's hands, her eyes scanning the carefully written words that detailed every fraudulent transaction, every forged document, every lie they'd built their lifestyle on. And as she read, I could imagine her perfect composure finally cracking like expensive makeup in the heat. The house of cards was falling. And gravity is you know what's beautiful about gravity? It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care if you're wearing designer clothes or driving a luxury car or living in a mansion on Sheridan Road. When the foundation crumbles, everything falls at exactly the same speed. And there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it except watch and pray you land somewhere soft. By morning. And I'm talking about that brutal Chicago morning when the sun comes up like an unforgiving spotlight on last night's mistakes. The consequences of my little letter were spreading through the financial community faster than gossip at a country club brunch. Because here's the thing about white-collar crime in a city like Chicago. Everybody knows everybody. And when one domino falls, the rest follow with the precision of a Swiss watch and the subtlety of a demolition crew. Margaret's brokerage contracts were the first to go. I'd thoughtfully included her license number in my documentation, along with copies of the falsified documents she'd used to secure deals that violated more regulations than a speakeasy during Prohibition. The Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation doesn't mess around when it comes to real estate fraud, especially when the evidence is presented with the kind of meticulous organization that makes prosecutors weep with joy. Her phone started ringing at 6 a.m., not with congratulations on last night's party, but with cancellation notices that sounded like death nails for her carefully constructed empire. The Henderson account, worth $2 million in potential commissions, terminated effective immediately. The North Shore development deal that she'd been bragging about for months, canceled faster than a Netflix subscription after a price hike. Even the small-time investors who'd trusted her with their retirement funds were pulling out like passengers abandoning a sinking cruise ship. But Margaret's professional destruction was just the opening act. The real show was happening in Isabel's digital kingdom, where her carefully curated online persona was collapsing like a house made of Instagram filters and wishful thinking. See, I'd included screenshots of her real financial records in my letter. Not the fantasy numbers she posted on social media, but the actual bank statements that showed her boutique losing money faster than a slot machine with a gambling addiction. And when those numbers got leaked to a few key influencers who specialized in exposing fake entrepreneurs, well, let's just say the internet has about as much mercy as a pack of wolves discovering a wounded deer. Her follower count, which she'd been artificially inflating with bots and fake engagement, started dropping like the temperature during a Chicago blizzard. The comments on her posts went from goals and queen to fraud alert and this accompanied by screenshots of her real financial disasters. The lifestyle bloggers who'd been featuring her success story were now publishing retractions and apologies, distancing themselves from her like she had a contagious case of bankruptcy. The really beautiful part was watching her brand partnerships evaporate in real time. The jewelry company that had been paying her to pose with their products. They canceled her contract and demanded their merchandise back, the fashion brand that had been featuring her in their campaigns. They scrubbed her from their website so thoroughly it was like she'd never existed. Even the local coffee shop that had been giving her free lattes in exchange for Instagram mentions stopped returning her calls. But Claire was experiencing her own special kind of financial apocalypse. Because while she'd been living it up on credit cards opened in my name, I'd been building a paper trail that would make the FBI's evidence room look disorganized. Her credit cards started getting declined at the most embarrassing possible moments. Picture this. She's at Nordstrom trying to buy a purse that costs more than most people's mortgage payments. And the sales associate has to take those humiliating scissors to her platinum card right there in front of other customers. The joint accounts she'd been raiding for her shopping sprees were frozen tighter than Lake Michigan in January, with federal investigators reviewing every transaction like archaeologists examining ancient artifacts. The country club where she'd been peacocking around for years. They politely suggested she might want to consider alternative dining arrangements until her temporary financial situation was resolved. Translation: they didn't want to be associated with someone whose husband had filed fraud charges and was cooperating with federal investigators. But here's where it gets really good. Their mansion, that beautiful sprawling monument to other people's money that had been the center of their social universe, was suddenly looking a lot less permanent. Because when you've been using property as collateral for loans you can't repay, and when those loans were secured through fraudulent means, the banks tend to get cranky about things like ownership and legal possession. The foreclosure notice arrived by certified mail on a Tuesday, delivered by a postal worker who probably had no idea he was carrying the death certificate for their entire lifestyle. Margaret signed for it with hands that shook like autumn leaves because even she understood what those official seals and legal language meant. Game over. Pack your bags and maybe start looking into rental properties in neighborhoods that don't require trust funds for admission. The really delicious irony was that their mansion, the one I'd been maintaining and improving with my money for years, was about to be sold to cover debts that they'd accumulated while treating me like invisible furniture. All those renovations I'd funded, all those repairs I'd arranged, all those improvements I'd made were about to benefit some lucky buyer who'd get the place for a fraction of what it was worth. The reporters showed up next because financial scandals involving Chicago's social elite are like catnip for investigative journalists. They camped outside the mansion with cameras and microphones, asking pointed questions about property fraud and embezzlement that Margaret, Isabel, and Claire were spectacularly unprepared to answer. The same driveway that had been filled with luxury cars just days earlier was now crowded with news vans and process servers. Their neighbors, the same social climbers who'd been kissing their asses at parties for years, suddenly developed selective amnesia about their friendships. Phone calls went unreturned, lunch invitations disappeared, and social media posts that had once featured group photos now showed mysterious editing where familiar faces used to be. The Country Club Gossip Network, which had once carried stories about their latest acquisitions and social triumphs, was now buzzing with whispered conversations about federal investigations and criminal charges. The same people who'd been laughing at my expense just days earlier were now avoiding them like they had a communicable case of financial ruin. And through it all, my phone stayed mercifully silent. No desperate calls begging for help. No tearful voicemails promising to change. No angry demands for explanations. Because apparently, when you've spent years treating someone like they don't exist, it doesn't occur to you to reach out when you need them most. The house of cards hadn't just fallen. It had been professionally demolished with permits. You know what's funny about freedom? You don't realize how much you've been carrying until you finally set it down. Walking into my architectural firm that first morning after the nuclear detonation of my marriage felt like stepping into sunlight after years in a cave. My shoulders were straighter, my head was clearer, and for the first time in ages, I was excited about the work that had made me fall in love with architecture in the first place. My office on the 14th floor of the Morrison building. Yeah, one of my own designs, which felt appropriately symbolic, had been my sanctuary during the darkest years of my marriage. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Chicago River. Drafting tables positioned to catch the morning light and walls lined with awards and recognition that my family had never bothered to acknowledge. This was where Marcus Hale, the architect, lived, separate from Marcus Hale, the invisible husband and convenient ATM. The first thing I did was call my assistant Sarah and tell her to clear my schedule for new client meetings. Not because I was falling apart. Quite the opposite. I was finally ready to rebuild. And this time, I was doing it right. Within a week, my phone was ringing off the hook. Turns out, when you're not constantly distracted by financial fraud and family drama, you can actually focus on creating buildings that make people's lives better. The Morrison redevelopment project that I've been sketching while my family ignored my birthday, it got fast-tracked for approval after the city planning committee saw my presentation. But that was just the beginning. A developer in New York called about designing a sustainable housing complex in Brooklyn. An environmental group in Tokyo wanted me to consult on a zero-emissions office building. A non-profit in London needed someone to design affordable housing that didn't look like a concrete prison. Projects that mattered. Clients who valued innovation over intimidation. Work that would outlast the people who created it. For the first time in years, I was working because I loved it, not because I needed to fund someone else's fantasy lifestyle. I stayed late, not because I was avoiding going home, but because I was genuinely excited about the plans I was developing. I took meetings on weekends, not because I was escaping family obligations, but because I was collaborating with people who shared my passion for creating spaces that served communities instead of just ego. The money was better, too. Which was ironic since I was no longer supporting 3 additional adults with expensive tastes and flexible relationships with financial reality. Clients were willing to pay premium rates for an architect who brought both technical expertise and genuine enthusiasm to their projects. My reputation, which had been solid but constrained by my personal distractions, was suddenly soaring like a building reaching for the sky. But here's the thing that really changed everything. I started volunteering at the Riverside Foster Center on the South Side. Not because some society wife told me it would look good for our social standing. Not because it was a tax write-off, but because I genuinely wanted to do something that mattered beyond profit margins and property values. The center was housed in a building that had seen better days. Probably around the time the Cubs last won the World Series, which tells you everything you need to know about its condition. Cracked foundations, outdated electrical systems, windows that let in more cold air than light, and a heating system that worked about as reliably as Chicago politicians keeping their promises. But the kids, man, these kids were something else. They'd been dealt hands that would make professional poker players fold immediately. But they kept playing with the kind of determination that would shame most adults I knew. Kids who'd been bounced between foster homes like pinballs in a machine. Who'd learned not to get too attached to anything because everything was temporary, who developed survival skills that most of us never need, but took for granted. The first time I walked into their common room, a space that was trying to be cheerful, but mostly succeeding at being depressing. I saw potential that nobody else was noticing. Not just potential in the building, but potential in the kids who were trying to do homework at wobbly tables under fluorescent lights that flickered like strobe lights at a very sad disco. "Are you another social worker?" asked a girl who couldn't have been more than 12, but had eyes that looked like they'd seen 40 years of disappointment. "Nope," I told her. "I'm an architect. I design buildings, and I think this place could use some serious redesigning." That's how I met Destiny, who became my unofficial consultant on what kids actually needed in a living space. She had opinions about everything. Natural light requirements, study space configurations, the optimal acoustics for both socializing and quiet time. She was basically a 12-year-old architectural critic with better insights than most of my professional peers. Over the following weeks, I started spending my evenings at the center. Not just volunteering, but actually listening to what the kids and staff needed. Not what bureaucrats thought they needed. Not what looked good on grand applications, but what would actually improve their daily lives. I began sketching plans for a complete renovation. Spaces that would feel like home instead of an institution. Common areas designed for both community and privacy. Study rooms with proper lighting and sound dampening. A kitchen where kids could learn to cook real food instead of just heating up processed garbage. Outdoor spaces where they could grow gardens and play safely. The more time I spent there, the more I realized these kids understood something that my former family never had. The difference between having things and having value. They appreciated every small improvement, celebrated every minor victory, and supported each other through setbacks that would crush most adults. When I showed them my preliminary designs for the new facility, their reactions were worth more than any architectural award I'd ever received. Their eyes lit up with the kind of hope that money can't buy and entitlement can't fake. They asked questions about construction timelines and structural engineering like they were personally invested in every beam and wire. "Will it really look like this?" Destiny asked, studying my renderings with the intensity of a Supreme Court justice reviewing constitutional law. "Better," I promised her. "Because you're going to help me design it." That night, I worked until 3 a.m. refining the plans. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Because for the first time in years, I was building something for people who would actually appreciate it. People who understood that shelter isn't just about walls and roofs, but about creating spaces where dreams can grow and futures can be built. That I was finally remembering why I became an architect in the first place. To create spaces that make people's lives better. In my life, it was definitely getting better. Let me paint you a picture of irony so thick you could cut it with a butter knife and serve it at a country club brunch. Remember that grand mansion on Sheridan Road where I used to be treated like expensive furniture that occasionally offered unwanted opinions? Well, that architectural masterpiece, the one I'd maintained and improved with my own money for years, was now someone else's problem, and my former family was experiencing what you might generously call a lifestyle adjustment. Their new accommodations were a 2-bedroom apartment in Rogers Park, which is a perfectly respectable neighborhood if you're not accustomed to living in a house that could double as a small hotel. The apartment building was one of those 1970s constructions that screamed functional but not fancy, with thin walls, questionable plumbing, and the kind of beige carpeting that had seen more drama than a soap opera. But retained about as much dignity. Margaret, the former queen of Chicago real estate fraud, was now discovering what it felt like to be on the receiving end of housing market reality. Her bedroom, and I use that term loosely since it was barely large enough for a queen bed and a dresser from IKEA, had become a monument to fallen grandeur. Designer clothes that used to hang in a walk-in closet the size of most people's living rooms were now crammed into a particle board wardrobe that creaked every time she opened it. The woman who used to hold court in restaurants where the wine list cost more than most people's monthly rent was now sitting at a card table she bought at a garage sale staring at a phone that had become as silent as a tomb. Her contact list, which used to read like a who's who of Chicago society, was now about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Amazing how quickly people forget your number when the FBI starts asking questions about your business practices. She'd been wearing the same thrift store outfit for 3 days. A polyester blouse that probably cost less than one of her old silk scarves and slacks that had seen better decades. Her jewelry, what little remained after the asset seizures, consisted of a wedding ring from her deceased husband and a watch that kept time about as accurately as a sundial in a basement. The diamonds that used to hang off her like Christmas ornaments on a very expensive tree had been sold to pay legal fees that kept growing faster than weeds in an abandoned lot. The really beautiful part was watching her try to maintain her dignity while learning to shop at discount grocery stores. Picture this. A woman who used to have her groceries delivered by personal shoppers, now standing in the cereal aisle at Aldi, trying to figure out why she needed a quarter to use a shopping cart. She'd attempted to negotiate with the checkout clerk about the bag fees, apparently thinking her decades of real estate manipulation had prepared her for retail transactions. Spoiler alert, it hadn't. Meanwhile, Isabel was experiencing her own special version of reality therapy at a coffee shop called Been There, Done That, a name that was probably meant to be clever, but mostly succeeded at being prophetic. My former sister-in-law, who used to post inspirational quotes about entrepreneurship while spending other people's money, was now wearing a brown apron and learning that customer service is significantly harder when the customers aren't paying you to pose with their products. Her Instagram account, which used to showcase a lifestyle that was 1 part aspiration and 3 parts fiction, had become a graveyard of deleted posts and bitter comments from former followers who felt personally betrayed by her financial fantasies. The few hundred subscribers she had left were mostly there for the same reason people slowed down to look at car accidents. Morbid curiosity about how far someone can fall when gravity finally catches up with them. The job itself was a masterclass in humiliation for someone who'd spent years pretending that influencer was a legitimate career path. She had to wake up at 5 a.m., which for Isabel was basically the middle of the night, and spend 8 hours brewing coffee for people who were actually contributing something useful to society. Her co-workers were mostly college students who worked harder in one shift than she'd worked in her entire adult life. And they had exactly zero patience for her complaints about how this isn't what I'm used to. The really delicious irony was watching her try to apply her networking skills to coffee shop customers. She'd attempt to turn every transaction into a business opportunity, pitching her non-existent expertise to commuters who just wanted caffeine and a receipt. Have you ever considered diversifying your investment portfolio? She'd ask someone ordering a latte, apparently not understanding that most people don't discuss their financial planning with baristas who can't figure out how to work the espresso machine. And then there was Claire, my beloved ex-wife, who was discovering that the job market has surprisingly little demand for women whose primary qualifications include looked good at charity galas and married well. Her resume, such as it was, read like a catalog of expensive hobbies disguised as professional experience. Volunteer coordinator for the Symphony Gala, board member of the Garden Club, committee chair for various fundraising events, all unpaid positions that sounded impressive at cocktail parties, but meant absolutely nothing to actual employers. The stack of rejection letters on her side of their shared dining table, a wobbly thing she'd bought at a thrift store that would have made our old housekeeper laugh, was growing taller than the Sears Tower. Entry-level positions at marketing firms, administrative assistant roles at nonprofits, even retail jobs at department stores where she used to shop. Everybody was passing on Claire Hale like she was expired milk. The interviews she did manage to get were exercises in mutual bewilderment. Potential employers would ask about her experience with spreadsheets, and she'd talk about organizing seating charts for dinner parties. They'd inquire about her customer service background, and she'd mention the time she returned a dress that didn't fit properly. They'd want to know about her problem-solving skills, and she'd describe resolving conflicts between competing social climbers at fundraising events. But here's the part that really got to me. Every month, like clockwork, they'd receive an envelope from me. Plain white business envelope, no return address, containing a check for exactly half their rent. Not because I felt guilty. Guilt was a luxury I'd given up along with subsidizing their lifestyles. Not because I still loved them. Love had died somewhere between the financial fraud and the birthday humiliation. I sent those checks out of habit. The same way you might leave food out for a stray cat that you don't particularly like but don't want to see starve. Each envelope also contained the letters they kept sending me. Unopened. Returned to cinder like unwanted mail. Sometimes the best revenge is just letting people experience the natural consequences of their choices with a front row seat to watch gravity do its work. 1 year later, I was sitting in the same chair where this whole story started. My drafting table in what used to be the mansion's library, but was now the bright airy design studio of the newly opened Riverside Community Center. Yeah, that's right. I bought the building that used to house the Foster Center, gutted it completely, and rebuilt it into something that would make those kids feel like they mattered. Because here's the thing about second chances. Sometimes you have to build them yourself. The morning light was streaming through windows that actually let in light instead of just existing for show, illuminating architectural plans for my next project, a sustainable housing development in Detroit where families could own homes instead of just dreaming about them. But today wasn't about work. Even though work had become something I actually enjoyed again instead of just endured. Today was my 39th birthday, and for the first time in longer than I could remember, I was actually looking forward to celebrating it. The first hint that this birthday would be different came at exactly 7 a.m. when I heard the sound of hushed whispers and poorly suppressed giggles coming from the main activity room. Now, if you've ever tried to organize a surprise for someone while working with a dozen kids aged 8 to 17, you know that subtle isn't exactly their strong suit. It's like trying to hide a marching band in a library. Technically possible, but you're going to hear the tubas. I pretended to be absorbed in my blueprints while the sounds of what was clearly a covert operation echoed through the center. Chairs being moved, whispered arguments about color coordination, and at least 3 instances of someone hissing, "Shut up. He'll hear us." Loud enough to wake the dead. These kids had many talents, but stealth wasn't one of them. Destiny appeared in my doorway around 8:30, trying to look casual, but practically vibrating with excitement. She'd grown about 6 in the past year and had developed the kind of confidence that comes from having adults actually listen to your opinions instead of just patronizing you. "Mr. Hale," she said, attempting to sound nonchalant and failing spectacularly. "We need you to come look at something in the activity room. There's a problem with the lighting fixture." I looked up from my plans, fighting back a smile. "The lighting fixture that we just installed last month? The one that cost more than my first car?" "Yeah, that one. It's making weird noises." "Weird noises. Like birthday song noises." The kid had many strengths, but lying wasn't one of them. I stood up, pretending to be concerned about our potentially musical lighting situation. "Well, we'd better go investigate this serious electrical issue." Walking toward the activity room, I could hear more whispered conferences and what sounded like someone practicing the opening notes of Happy Birthday on what I suspected was a very off-key harmonica. The center had become home to about 15 kids over the past year, ranging from little Marcus, yeah, they'd named him after me, which still made me get a little choked up, to Rebecca, who was 17 and planning to study engineering in college next year with the scholarship we'd helped her apply for. Destiny pushed open the door to the activity room, and I was hit with a wall of sound that was probably the most beautiful cacophony I'd ever heard. Surprise! "Happy birthday, Mr. Hale." The room had been transformed into something that looked like a birthday party had exploded in the best possible way. Handmade decorations covered every surface. Construction paper streamers and colors that definitely hadn't been designed by any professional decorator. Hand-drawn posters that said things like "Happy Birthday to the best architect ever" and "Mr. Hale is awesome and old." The kids had clearly rated every art supply in the building and used them with the kind of enthusiastic disregard for conventional aesthetics that only children can pull off. But the centerpiece was a cake that looked like it had been decorated by a committee of sugar-high 8-year-olds armed with every tube of frosting they could find. It was lopsided, covered in enough sprinkles to fund a small country's gross domestic product, and had "Happy 39th Birthday, Marcus," written in frosting that was 3 different colors and approximately 4 different fonts. It was absolutely hideous and completely perfect. "We made it ourselves," shouted Tommy, a 10-year-old who took pride in everything he did, whether it was homework or cake decorating. Rebecca helped with the oven parts because we're not allowed to use the oven without supervision, but we did all the decorating. "I can tell," I said, and I meant it as the highest compliment. "It's the most beautiful cake I've ever seen." And then they presented me with cards. Not store-bought cards with generic messages, but handmade cards that they'd clearly spent hours on. Cards with drawings of buildings that were supposed to be my designs, but looked more like abstract art created by very optimistic aliens. Cards with messages like, "Thank you for giving us a real home," and "You're the best grown-up we know," and "Happy birthday to our favorite old person." But it was little Marcus' card that really got me. He was 8 years old and had been bounced between foster homes since he was 3, never staying anywhere long enough to feel like he belonged. His card was a drawing of stick figures standing in front of a building that was definitely supposed to be the center and written in crayon with the careful penmanship of someone still learning how letters work. "Thank you for making us a family." That's when I lost it. Not the dignified single tear rolling down the cheek kind of losing it that you see in movies, but the full-blown ugly crying can't catch your breath kind of breakdown that happens when someone sucker punches you right in the feelings. These kids who'd been abandoned, neglected, shuffled through a system that treated them like paperwork instead of people, were calling me family. Me, the guy who'd spent years being invisible to the people who were supposed to love him most, was being claimed by kids who had every reason to not trust adults, but chose to trust me anyway. "Are you okay, Mr. Hale?" Destiny asked, looking concerned. "Did we make you sad?" "No," I managed to say through the tears that wouldn't stop coming. "You made me happy, happier than I've been in. Well, in 39 years. And that's when they really surprised me. Every single one of them, from 8-year-old Marcus to 17-year-old Rebecca, surrounded me in what can only be described as the world's best group hug. Not because they felt sorry for me, not because they thought they should, But because they wanted to. Because in their eyes, I wasn't just the guy who'd built them a better place to live. I was family that we spent the rest of the day eating terrible, wonderful cake and playing games that had no rules and making enough noise to disturb every neighbor in a 3-block radius. And when evening came, I didn't go home to an empty apartment to nurse my loneliness with expensive whiskey and architectural journals. That I stayed right where I was, surrounded by the family I'd built instead of the one I'd been born into. The family that chose me just as much as I'd chosen them. Later that night, my phone buzzed with another call from Claire. I looked at it for a moment, then turned it face down on the table next to my stack of birthday cards from kids who actually knew my worth, that I already had everything I needed. This was the birthday I'd always deserved, celebrated with the family I'd always wanted. And for the first time in 39 years, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged.
That brings this story to an end. Honestly, a pretty interesting one if you ask me. Let me know your thoughts down below, and let's start with the next one right away. This one is titled,
At Christmas dinner, my father-in-law stood up and said, "I'm proud of all my grandchildren. Except one." He pointed at my daughter. The table laughed. My daughter's eyes filled with tears. My younger son laughed and calmly pulled out a folder and said, "Speaking of pride, let's talk about your second family, Grandpa." My mother-in-law fainted. The December cold bit through Douglas Dean's jacket as he stood in the driveway of the Henderson estate, watching his daughter Abigail trace patterns in the frost on his car window. She was 12, quiet, and thoughtful, with her mother's dark eyes and his own reserved nature. Unlike her brothers, she'd inherited his tendency to observe rather than perform, to think before speaking. Qualities that made her brilliant at chess but invisible at family gatherings. "Do we have to go, Dad?" Abigail's breath fogged the glass. Douglas crouched beside her. His 42 years of experience reading people telling him this wasn't simple pre-party nerves. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" "Grandpa Richard always forgets my name. Last time he called me the quiet one the whole night." Her voice was small. "Blake gets to talk about his football trophies and Stephen gets to show his art. But when I try to tell Grandpa about winning the regional chess tournament, he just pats my head and walks away." Something cold settled in Douglas's chest that had nothing to do with the weather. He'd noticed the pattern, too. Had been noticing it for years. His father-in-law's calculated dismissal of Abigail, the way Richard Henderson lit up for his 2 grandsons, but glazed over when Abigail entered a room. Douglas had told himself it was generational preference, old-fashioned favoritism for boys. He'd been making excuses. "Come on," Douglas said, taking her hand. "Let's get through this together." Inside, the Henderson mansion gleamed with excessive Christmas decoration, the kind of display that screamed old money and desperate relevance. Douglas had grown up in a 2-bedroom apartment above his father's auto shop in Detroit. He'd earned his mechanical engineering degree through night school, built a career designing industrial robotics, and made himself into something. But to Richard Henderson, he'd always be the grease monkey who'd gotten lucky marrying Candace. His wife appeared at the top of the curved staircase, elegant in a deep green dress. Candace Henderson Dean had her mother's refined features and her father's steel spine, though she'd spent 38 years learning to bend it to keep peace. She caught Douglas's eye, and he saw the familiar resignation there. The look that said, "Let's just survive tonight." Their sons thundered down behind her. Blake, 15 and built like a linebacker, carried his usual confidence like armor. Stephen, 17 and college-bound, had his portfolio under one arm, ready to impress. Both boys had inherited Candace's easier charm, her ability to navigate Richard's minefield personality. "Remember the rules," Candace said quietly as they entered the foyer. "Don't mention politics. Don't bring up the business. Let him tell his stories without correcting him. And Douglas, I know, don't mention that his self-made fortune started with his wife's family money." Douglas had heard the warnings for 14 years of marriage. Regina Henderson descended the stairs like fated royalty, her smile warm until it reached Douglas. "You're late." "We're 5 minutes early," Douglas replied evenly. "Richard expected you 10 minutes early." She turned to the children, her expression softening. "Stephen, darling, your grandfather wants to hear about your college applications. Blake, he's in the study with Uncle Morris. Something about your last game. And Abigail," Regina's pause was slight but sharp. "You can help in the kitchen." Douglas felt Abigail's hand tighten in his. Before he could object, Blake spoke up. "Actually, Grandma, Abby just won a big chess tournament. Grandpa would want to hear about that." Regina's smile didn't waver. "How nice. But the kitchen needs, I'll tell him myself." Richard Henderson's voice boomed from the study. He emerged, 73 years old and commanding every inch of space he occupied. Retired federal judge, former state congressman, current patriarch of a family dynasty built on railroad money and political connections. His eyes swept past Abigail like she was furniture. "Blake, my boy. Morris was just telling me about that touchdown. For Defenders." Douglas watched his father-in-law clasp Blake's shoulder, steering him toward the study where the men gathered. Stephen followed, portfolio ready. Candace squeezed Douglas's arm. A warning or plea, he couldn't tell anymore, and drifted toward her aunts in the sitting room. Abigail stood alone in the foyer, invisible. "Come on," Douglas said, leading her toward the kitchen. "Let's see if we can steal some of those cookies before dinner." But his mind was already working, cataloging, measuring. He'd spent 2 decades designing systems, finding weaknesses, creating solutions. Somewhere in this fortress of tradition and ego, there was a flaw. There always was. Dinner seated 23. The Henderson family gathered like this 4 times a year. Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, and the 4th of July. Each event followed the same script. Richard presided at the head of a table long enough to host a summit. Regina managed the performance from the opposite end, and everyone else played their assigned roles. Douglas sat halfway down, positioned as always, just far enough from Richard to make conversation difficult, but close enough to hear every word. Across from him, Candace's brother Morris and his wife Deborah discussed their son's acceptance to medical school. Next to them, Candace's sister Leanne and her husband Alfonso compared vacation homes. The successful children, the favored branches of the Henderson tree. Abigail had been seated at the far end near the kitchen doors between 2 elderly great-aunts who were both mostly deaf. Douglas had watched her shoulders slump when she realized her placement. Blake, however, had been positioned 2 seats from Richard, a place of honor. His younger son sat relaxed, listening to his grandfather's stories with what appeared to be genuine interest. But Douglas knew Blake better than that. His son's eyes were sharp, focused. He was studying Richard the way he studied opposing quarterbacks before a game, looking for patterns and weaknesses. Something had shifted in Blake over the past few months. The easygoing athlete had developed an edge, a quiet intensity that Douglas recognized because he saw it in his own mirror. They'd had several late-night conversations recently. Unusual for a teenage boy and his father. Blake had asked careful questions about justice, about what you did when the system failed, about whether some wrongs were too big to forgive. Douglas had assumed it was philosophical teenage rebellion against establishment thinking. Now watching Blake watched Richard, he wondered if his son had been preparing for something. "I want to make a toast," Richard announced, rising from his chair. The table fell silent immediately. Richard's word was law at these gatherings. He raised his wine glass and everyone followed suit. "Another year, another Christmas with my family. My legacy." Douglas saw Abigail reach for her glass of sparkling cider. "I'm proud of all my grandchildren," Richard continued, his voice carrying the same authoritative tone he'd used from the bench for 30 years. His eyes moved across the younger faces. Stephen Blake, Morris's son, Jeremy, Leanne's daughter, Samantha. They're carrying the Henderson name forward with distinction. The pause was deliberate. Douglas felt it coming like a wave building offshore. All of them except one. Richard's finger extended, pointing directly at Abigail. "That one there. The strange, quiet one who can't even look people in the eye. What good is a Henderson who can't command a room?" The table erupted in uncomfortable laughter? Not the full-throated kind, but the nervous social laughter of people who knew they were witnessing something cruel, but didn't have the courage to object. Morris chuckled. Leanne covered her mouth but her eyes sparkled. Even Deborah smiled, caught up in the moment. Douglas looked at Candace. His wife had gone pale, her knuckles white around her wine glass. But she said nothing. Abigail's face crumpled, tears welled in her dark eyes as she stared at her plate, trying to make herself even smaller than her grandfather believed her to be. The engineer and Douglas calculated trajectories, the distance to Richard's chair, the weight of the wine bottle, the satisfaction of watching crystal shatter against that smug face. But he'd learned long ago that violence was the tool of men who couldn't think their way through problems. Then Blake stood up. The laughter died. 15 years old, 6'2", with the calm confidence of someone who just decided to change everything, Blake reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila folder. "Speaking of pride," Blake said, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly silent room. "Let's talk about your second family, Grandpa," Regina gasped. Richard's face went from ruddy to purple. "What did you say?" "Your second family in Portland." Blake opened the folder, pulling out a photograph. He held it up for the table to see Richard Henderson, maybe 5 years younger, his arm around a woman who wasn't Regina. Behind them, 2 teenagers smiled at the camera. "This is Sonia Richardson and her kids, right, Theodore and Jennifer. They live in a nice house on Maple Street. You've been paying their mortgage for 18 years. The photograph passed from hand to hand like a live grenade. Douglas watched faces transform. Shock, confusion, dawning horror. Morris's mouth hung open. Lean had gone white. Candace stared at her father like she'd never seen him before. Regina swayed in her chair. For a moment, Douglas thought she might speak, might defend her husband, or demand proof. Instead, her eyes rolled back, and she pitched forward, unconscious before her face hit the mashed potatoes. The chaos that followed Regina's collapse bought Douglas precious seconds to watch his father-in-law. While Morris and Alfonso rushed to help Regina, while Candace shouted for someone to call 911, while the great aunts clutched their pearls and Deborah fanned Regina with a napkin, Douglas stayed seated and observed. Richard Henderson didn't move to help his wife. He stood frozen, staring at Blake with an expression Douglas had never seen before. Pure, undiluted fear. Not the fear of consequences or embarrassment, but the terror of a man watching his carefully constructed world crack apart. Then Richard's eyes found Douglas. The two men locked gazes across the holiday table, and Douglas saw the exact moment his father-in-law understood. This wasn't teenage rebellion or lucky discovery. This was calculated. This was war. You, Richard hissed. You put him up to this. Douglas said nothing, but he didn't break eye contact. Let Richard wonder. Let him spiral. Regina regained consciousness to find her sister Iris and daughter Leanne hovering over her. She pushed them away weakly, her eyes finding Richard. Tell me it's not true, she whispered. Tell me he's lying. Mother, don't. Leanne started, but Regina cut her off. Tell me. The scream was raw. Decades of suspicion and swallowed pride erupting all at once. Richard's jaw worked. The judge who'd sentenced hundreds of criminals, the politician who'd commanded crowds, the patriarch who ruled his family with absolute authority. He had nothing. The silence stretched until Blake spoke again. There's more, Blake said quietly. He pulled out another document. Should I keep going, or do you want to tell them yourself? Blake, that's enough, Candace said, finding her voice. She looked at Douglas, her expression a mixture of shock and something else. Betrayal perhaps. Did you know about this? Douglas stood, moving to where Abigail sat trembling. He pulled his daughter into his arms, feeling her shake against his chest. I knew, he said simply. Blake and I both knew. How long? Morris demanded. How long have you been sitting on this? Does it matter? Douglas met Morris's glare. Your father just humiliated my daughter in front of the entire family. He's done it for years. I'm done making excuses for him. So you ambush us at Christmas dinner. Leanne's voice was shrill. You turn our family gathering into a circus. Your father did that. Blake said, still calm. We just revealed it. The paramedics arrived within 10 minutes. Though Regina refused to go to the hospital, she stood on shaking legs supported by Iris and pointed at the door. Everyone out. Family only. We are family. Douglas said, not you. Regina's voice was ice. Never you. I knew Candace marrying beneath herself would bring us shame eventually. Candace flinched like she'd been slapped. Mother, get out of my house. Douglas gathered his children. Stephen moved automatically, his artist's eyes taking in everything for later processing. Blake pocketed the folder. His job done. Abigail clung to Douglas's hand, tears still streaming down her face, but head held higher than before. At the door, Douglas turned back. The remaining Hendersons clustered around Regina like wounded animals, except Richard, who stood alone by the head of the table, still holding his wine glass. This isn't over, Richard said quietly. You have no idea what you've started. Douglas smiled, a thin, cold expression that never reached his eyes. Actually, I know exactly what I've started. The drive home was silent, except for Abigail's occasional sniffles. Candace stared out the window, her face unreadable. Stephen sat with his sketchbook closed. Blake watched the streets pass, still carrying that focused calm. It wasn't until they were inside their own house. A comfortable colonial in a good neighborhood earned through Douglas's work and careful planning. That Candace finally exploded. What the hell was that? She whirled on Douglas. 14 years of marriage and buried resentment erupting. You knew about my father's other family and you said nothing. You let Blake ambush him at Christmas dinner. I let Blake defend his sister. Douglas corrected. There's a difference. You humiliated my mother. She fainted. Douglas. The whole family. Your mother has known for years. Blake interrupted. She had too. The money, the trips to Portland, the separate phone. She knew and she chose to ignore it. Candace turned to her son. How did you even find this out? I've been investigating Grandpa for 6 months. Blake moved to the dining room table and opened his laptop. It started when I noticed how he treated Abby. I thought maybe there was something in his past, some reason he was such a jerk. And I found it. He pulled up files, photographs, financial records, emails. Douglas had seen them all before. He and Blake had gone through everything together, verifying each piece of evidence, building their case. Theodore Richardson is 18. Blake continued. Jennifer is 16. Sonia Richardson was Richard's law clerk back in 2007. He got her pregnant, set her up in Portland, and has been paying her off ever since. The house, the cars, the kids' private school, all funded through a shell corporation called Henderson Consulting. That's over $1 million, Stephen said. Finally speaking, he'd moved closer to look at the laptop. Over 18 years with the house and everything. Jesus, my father wouldn't. Candace started, but her voice lacked conviction. Your father absolutely would, Douglas said. And he did. Blake found the proof. We verified it. All of it. Candace sank into a chair, her perfect composure finally breaking. Why didn't you tell me? Douglas crouched in front of her, taking her hands. Because I needed you to see it happen. If I told you beforehand, you would have warned him or talked me out of it or convinced yourself I was wrong. You've been making excuses for Richard your whole life. He's my father and Abigail is our daughter. Douglas's voice hardened. He's been treating her like she's worthless since she was born. Tonight was the final straw, but it's been building for years. The forgotten birthdays, the dismissive comments, the way he lights up for the boys, but looks through her like she's invisible. I won't let her grow up thinking that's acceptable. Abigail appeared in the doorway, still in her Christmas dress. I heard you fighting. Candace opened her arms and Abigail ran to her. Both of them crying now. Douglas stepped back, giving them space while his mind continued working. Tonight was just the opening move. Richard Henderson wouldn't accept this exposure lying down. A man with his connections, his resources, his ego, he'd fight back. Douglas was counting on it. Blake closed his laptop and looked at his father. In that moment, Douglas saw himself reflected back. The same calculating intelligence, the same willingness to do what others wouldn't. What's next? Blake asked quietly. Now we wait, Douglas said. He'll make his move soon. And when he does, we'll be ready. Stephen finally spoke up, his voice thoughtful. There's more, isn't there? More than just the second family. Douglas met his eldest son's eyes and saw the same sharp understanding. Both his boys had inherited his analytical mind. They just applied it differently. Blake to strategy and execution. Stephen to observation and pattern recognition. Much more, Douglas confirmed. The second family is just what people can understand. What comes next? He paused, choosing his words carefully. Let's just say Richard Henderson built his life on secrets. We've barely scratched the surface. Candace looked up from embracing Abigail, her face strewn with tears and makeup. What are you planning, Douglas? Justice, he said simply. Your father has hurt people for decades. Used his power, his position, his family name to crush anyone who got in his way. It's time someone held him accountable. This isn't just about Abigail, is it? Candace's voice was quiet. It's about you. About how he's treated you. She's small. Richard snapped a weak quiet nothing he'll never amount to. Douglas hung up. The phone rang again immediately. He ignored it. It rang 7 more times before finally stopping. Blake appeared in the workshop doorway already dressed for school despite it being winter break. That was Grandpa making threats. How's your mom still processing? She didn't sleep. Blake moved to the workbench, examining the servo mechanism Douglas had been adjusting. Uncle Morris called and Aunt Leanne. They want her to convince you to apologize and take it all back. Of course they do. The Henderson family protects its own. Not Abby, apparently. Blake's jaw tightened. She's part of the family, too. Not to them. Douglas handed his son a screwdriver. Here, help me with this. I need to calibrate the tension. They worked in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The kind of peace that only came from shared purpose. Douglas had taught all 3 children basic engineering, but Blake had taken to it naturally. The boy understood systems, how small adjustments could create massive changes. Dad, Blake said eventually. That thing you mentioned last night about barely scratching the surface. What else is there? Douglas considered his answer carefully. Blake was 15, old enough to understand consequences, but young enough to still believe in absolute right and wrong. What Douglas was planning went beyond simple exposure. It was dismantling a man's entire legacy piece by piece. But Blake deserved the truth. Your grandfather has been a federal judge, a state congressman, and a pillar of the community for over 40 years, Douglas began. In that time, he's made deals, accepted favors, and bent the law to benefit himself and his friends. The second family is embarrassing, but it's not illegal. What we found in his financial records, his email archives, his personal files, that's different. The bribe you mentioned, one of several. Richard Henderson has been on the take for decades, construction contracts steered to specific companies in exchange for campaign donations, favorable rulings in civil cases for defendants who made the right contributions. He's even helped cover up crimes. There's a hit and run from 2015 where the driver was the son of Richard's golf buddy. The case was dismissed due to lack of evidence even though there were 3 witnesses. Blake's hand stilled. That's Dad. That's serious. It's criminal. If exposed properly, it would destroy him completely. Prison time, disgrace, losing everything. Then why haven't you done it yet? Douglas met his son's eyes. Because I needed Richard to make the first move. I needed him to show his true nature, not just to me, but to everyone who's been enabling him. Last night, your mother saw who her father really is. Today, he's threatening my job, trying to intimidate us. By the time I'm done, no one will be able to claim they didn't know what kind of man Richard Henderson really was. You're building a case. I'm building a guillotine. And when it falls, I want there to be no doubt that Richard Henderson deserves what happens to him. Blake absorbed this, his young face serious. What do you need me to do right now? Be there for your sister. Help your mother process this and keep watching your grandfather. Desperate men make mistakes and Richard is about to get very desperate indeed. As if on cue, Douglas's phone buzzed. Not a call this time, but a text from an unknown number. Your daughter will regret this. All of you will. Douglas showed it to Blake. And it begins. They spent the next hour finishing the servo mechanism, discussing engineering principles and football strategy, and what Blake wanted to study in college. Normal father-son conversation, the kind they'd had hundreds of times before. But underneath ran a current of shared purpose, of understanding that they were in this together. When Candace appeared in the workshop doorway, she looked exhausted but resolute. We need to talk, all of us. The family gathered in the living room. Candace on the couch with Abigail curled against her, Stephen in his usual armchair with his sketchbook, Blake standing near the window, and Douglas in the center waiting. I called my mother this morning. Candace began. She's not well. The doctor came by. Panic attack, elevated blood pressure. She wants to see me alone, Douglas asked. With the kids, not you. Candace's voice held no judgment, just fact. I'll go, Abigail said quietly. Everyone looked at her. The girl who'd been mocked 12 hours earlier, who'd spent the night crying, who had every reason to never want to see her grandparents again. Sweetheart, you don't have to. Candace started. I want to. Abigail sat up straighter. I want Grandma to see me. Really see me. And I want to ask Grandpa why he hates me so much. The simple courage in her voice made Douglas's chest tight. This was his daughter, the one Richard called weak and worthless. She had more strength than the old judge would ever understand. Okay, Douglas said. But I'm driving you there and I'm waiting outside. At the first sign of trouble, you call me. Candace nodded. I'll protect them. Will you? The question came out harsher than Douglas intended, but it needed to be asked. Yesterday, you would have made excuses for him. Today, you're taking our children back to his house. How do I know you won't fold when he turns on the charm or your mother starts crying? Candace's eyes flashed. Because yesterday, I still had illusions about my father. Today, I don't. He pointed at our daughter and mocked her in front of the entire family. He has a second family that he's been hiding for 18 years. And apparently her voice hardened. He's also a corrupt judge who takes bribes and covers up crimes. So no, Douglas, I won't fold. Not anymore. You believe me? About the rest of it. I believe Blake found something 3 years ago that started all this. I believe you've been investigating my father ever since. And I believe that if you say you have proof, you have proof. She met his gaze steadily. I also believe that you're going to destroy him. And honestly, after what he did to Abby, I think he deserves it. Douglas felt something unlock in his chest. Relief, validation, renewed purpose. Having Candace on his side changed everything. There's something you should know, Stephen said suddenly. All eyes turned to him. I've been sketching at Grandpa's house for years. Family gatherings, holidays. He never pays attention to me drawing in the corner. He opened his sketchbook, flipping through pages of detailed illustrations. The Henderson mansion, family portraits, and interspersed throughout images Douglas had never seen. Richard in his study, talking to men Douglas didn't recognize. Morris handing his father an envelope. Leanne and Richard in what looked like a heated argument. I date everything, Stephen continued. July 2019, That's Grandpa meeting with Francisco Ogden, the contractor who got the City Hall renovation contract. September 2020. That's Uncle Morris giving Grandpa cash before Morris's zoning variance got approved. March 2021, Aunt Leanne arguing with Grandpa right before her DUI charge disappeared. You've been documenting his corruption without even knowing it, Douglas said in wonder. Douglas didn't deny it. It's about all of us. Every person he's looked down on. Every time he's wielded his privilege like a weapon. Yes, seeing him humiliate our daughter was the catalyst. But the investigation that started long before tonight. How long? 3 years. Blake answered. Since the summer I turned 12. Dad found something in Grandpa's study during the July 4th party. We've been gathering evidence ever since. Candace looked between her husband and son. Seeing them clearly perhaps for the first time, not as the mechanic's son and the football player, but as something else entirely. Something dangerous when motivated. What did you find? She whispered. 3 years ago. What started this? Douglas remembered that day perfectly. He'd gone looking for a bathroom on the mansion's second floor and stumbled into Richard's private office. The door had been left ajar, the computer on, and there displayed on the screen had been an email that changed everything. Evidence of a bribe, Douglas said. A federal judge accepting money to influence a case. Your father sold his integrity for $100,000 and destroyed an innocent man's life in the process. That man killed himself 2 months after the verdict. The room went silent except for the grandfather clock ticking in the hall. Candace's face had gone white again, but this time she didn't defend Richard. She just sat there holding Abigail, letting the truth sink in. So, what happens now? Stephen asked. Douglas looked at his family, his brilliant, wounded daughter, his fierce, strategic younger son, his talented, perceptive older son, and his wife. Caught between the family she was born into and the family she'd built. Now he said, we tear down an empire. Richard Henderson's counterattack came at dawn. Douglas was in his home workshop, a converted garage where he designed prototype robotics and taught his children engineering principles when his phone rang. The number was blocked, but he answered anyway. Dean? The voice was cold, controlled. Richard had recovered his composure. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you. Then listen. Papers rustled. I've already spoken to my attorney. What you did last night constitutes defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and criminal harassment. I'm prepared to file suit against you and your delinquent son for $10 million. Douglas smiled, continuing his work on a delicate servo mechanism. Go ahead. Discovery should be interesting. You think you're clever. Richard's control was slipping. You think embarrassing me in front of my family gives you power. But you're a nobody, Dean. A grease monkey who got lucky. I've crushed better men than you. I'm sure you have. That's the problem. What? You spent your whole life crushing people, using your position to hurt those who couldn't fight back. But you made a mistake with me, Richard. Douglas set down his tools. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm not interested in your money or your name or your approval. All I want is to watch you fall. Richard laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You're insane. You've destroyed your own marriage for some petty revenge fantasy. Candace will never forgive you for this. Candace loves our daughter more than she fears you. She'll make the right choice, will she? Richard's voice turned sly. I've already had several conversations this morning. Your employer, Titan Robotics, isn't it? I've known Bernard Bell for 20 years. We golf together. One phone call and you'll be unemployed by Monday. Douglas had expected this. Bernard Bell was the CEO of Titan Robotics, and yes, he was part of Richard's social circle. But Douglas had prepared for this contingency, too. You could try, Douglas said. But Bernard values results over connections. I hold 17 patents that have generated over $30 million in revenue for Titan. My last performance review was exceptional, and I've already documented this conversation for my attorney. Threatening someone's employment in retaliation for revealing your affairs. That's blackmail, Richard. Ask your lawyer friend how that plays in court. The silence stretched. Douglas could almost hear Richard's mind working, recalculating his approach. What do you want? Richard finally asked. Money? I'll pay you to keep quiet about Portland. Name your price. I don't want your money. Then what? I want you to understand something. Douglas's voice hardened. For 12 years, I watched you treat my daughter like she was worthless. For 12 years, I told myself to be patient, to keep the peace, to let it go. But last night, you pointed at her in front of the entire family and mocked her. You made her cry. You made her feel small. I just drew what I saw. But yeah, I guess I have. Stephen looked uncomfortable. I didn't want to believe he was really that bad. I kept telling myself there were explanations. But after last night, you're ready to help. Blake finished. Stephen nodded. What he did to Abby. That was cruel. And if he's been hurting other people, too, then yeah, I'm in. Douglas looked at his family, his wife finally seeing clearly, his sons ready to fight. His daughter finding her courage. Richard Henderson had spent his life crushing people who couldn't fight back. He'd never faced someone who could match his intelligence, who had the patience to build a case, who had everything to gain from his downfall and nothing to lose. Then here's what we do. Douglas said, Candace, you take the kids to see Regina. Let her cry. Let her plead. Let her try to make this go away, but don't give an inch. Abigail, you ask Richard your question. Look him in the eye and ask why he hates you. Make him say it out loud. What if he hurts her? Candace asked. He won't. Not physically. That's not his style. He'll try to manipulate her, make her feel guilty, convince her this is all her fault. But Abby's stronger than he thinks. Douglas smiled at his daughter. Aren't you? Abigail nodded, tears in her eyes, but chin raised. Stephen, I need you to make copies of those sketches. Date and label everything. Blake, you know what to do. Blake pulled out his phone, opening an encrypted app. I've got someone watching Grandpa's house. As soon as they see movement, we'll know. Candace blinked. You have someone watching. Edward O'Neill from my computer science class. His dad's a private investigator. Eduardo's been teaching me surveillance techniques. Blake shrugged. I take my hobby seriously. Douglas had to suppress a laugh. His 15-year-old son had recruited a teenage surveillance team. All right, everyone knows their role. Let's give Richard Henderson exactly what he deserves, the truth. The Henderson mansion looked different in daylight after the previous night's disaster. The Christmas decorations seemed garish now, excessive and desperate. Douglas pulled into the circular driveway and watched Morris's BMW and Leanne's Mercedes already parked near the entrance. The whole family's here, Candace observed. My father must have called an emergency meeting. Good, Blake said from the back seat. More witnesses. Douglas turned to look at his children. Stephen sat with his sketchbook and a folder of copied drawings. Blake had his phone and his usual unshakable calm. Abigail looked small but determined, dressed in a simple blue dress that made her look older than 12. Remember, Douglas said, you're not there to fight. You're there to observe and report. Let Richard talk. Let him reveal himself. Can you do that? 3 nods. Candace squeezed his hand once, then led the children to the door. Douglas watched them disappear inside before pulling out his phone and dialing. Eduardo, they're in. Start recording. Already on it, Mr. Dean. I've got visual on the living room and study through the windows. Audio's a bit fuzzy, but workable. Good. Keep me updated. Douglas waited, monitoring his phone. Eduardo's surveillance was technically illegal, but Douglas had learned long ago that sometimes you had to bend rules to expose those who broke them entirely. Besides, everything they captured would eventually be cross-referenced with legal documentation. This was insurance. Inside the mansion, Candace later told him the Henderson family had assembled like a war council. Richard sat in his leather armchair, still dressed in yesterday's suit, as if he'd never changed. Regina perched on the sofa, supported by her sister, Iris. Morris and Leanne flanked their parents, presenting a united front. I'm glad you came, Richard said, not looking at Candace, but at the children. We need to discuss last night's incident. You mean when you humiliated Abigail? Candace's voice was ice. I meant Blake's outrageous accusations, Richard corrected. Lies told by a troubled teenager encouraged by your unstable husband. They weren't lies, Blake said calmly. I have documentation, photographs, financial records, forged documents, Morris interjected. We've already spoken to our attorneys. This is a clear case of I wanted to ask you something, Grandpa. Abigail's small voice cut through the room like a knife. Everyone stopped talking. Richard's jaw tightened, but he couldn't ignore a direct address from his granddaughter without looking even worse. What? Why do you hate me? Abigail's voice didn't waver. I've tried so hard to make you proud. I win chess tournaments. I get straight A's. I volunteer at the animal shelter, but you act like I'm invisible. Last night, you pointed at me and told everyone I was worthless. I just want to know why. The room went silent. Regina made a small sound, quickly stifled. Leanne looked uncomfortable. Even Morris had the grace to appear embarrassed. Richard stared at his granddaughter, and for a moment, something flickered across his face. Not quite guilt, but close to it. Then it hardened into the familiar arrogance. You want the truth, he said. Fine. You remind me of your father. Weak, quiet, always watching. You don't have the Henderson spirit. Your brothers do. They're fighters, leaders. But you're just like that mechanic who got lucky marrying my daughter. Dad? Candace's voice was shocked. What? She asked. Richard turned his glare on Candace. And while we're being honest, this whole mess is your fault. You married beneath yourself, brought that man into our family, and now look what's happened. Your marriage has poisoned our entire bloodline. Careful, Richard, Regina said quietly. You're going too far. I'm tired of being careful. I'm tired of pretending that Douglas Dean is good enough for my daughter. I'm tired of watching my legacy be tarnished by his inferior genetics and his lower class. You're the one who tarnished your legacy, Stephen interrupted. He opened his sketchbook, pulling out a drawing. This is you meeting with Francisco Ogden in July 2019. 2 weeks later, Ogden got the City Hall contract even though his bid was 20% higher than the competition. Want to explain that? Richard's face went purple. How dare you? I have 47 drawings, Stephen continued. All dated, all documented. Meetings with contractors, cash exchanges with Uncle Morris, private conversations that don't look very legal. I didn't understand what I was seeing until Dad explained it. But now I do. Those are nothing, Lean said quickly. Just family business, private meetings. Then why did my DUI disappear after Grandpa and I talked? Stephen pulled out another drawing. This is from March 2021. Aunt Leanne arguing with Grandpa. She was crying. 2 days later, the police report vanished and the charges were dropped. I remember because Dad told Mom it was suspicious how quickly it all went away. Leanne went white. Morris stood abruptly. This is extortion. You're trying to blackmail us. We're exposing corruption. Blake corrected. There's a difference. Grandpa has spent decades using his position for personal gain. The second family in Portland is just the beginning. Wait until people hear about the bribes, the favors, the covered-up crimes. Regina stood on shaking legs. Stop this. All of you. Stop. This is our family. No, Mother. Candace said. This is the truth. And maybe it's time we faced it instead of hiding behind the Henderson name. Richard's control finally snapped. He lunged from his chair toward Blake, but Morris caught him. You ungrateful. I could destroy you. All of you. I have connections. Power. You have secrets, Blake said calmly. And we have proof. Push us and we release everything. Every bribe, every favor, every covered-up crime. Your career, your reputation, your freedom, all gone. You wouldn't dare try us. The standoff held for a long moment. Then Abigail spoke again, her voice still quiet but clear. I don't hate you, Grandpa. I wanted to after last night, but I just feel sad for you because you have all this. She gestured at the mansion, the family, the trappings of success. And you're still so mean. You're still so empty inside that you have to hurt people to feel big. Dad taught me that people who bully others are just scared and small themselves. I think he's right. Richard stared at her, and for the first time, Douglas later learned the great Richard Henderson had absolutely nothing to say. Candace gathered her children. We're leaving. And Mother, you need to decide who you are. Are you going to keep defending a man who's betrayed you, corrupted his office, and hurt his own family, or are you going to be the woman I thought you were? Regina didn't answer. She just sank back onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. They left the mansion in silence. It wasn't until they were in the car that Abigail finally broke down, crying against her mother's shoulder, while Blake and Stephen sat on either side, protective and proud. Douglas drove them home, his phone lighting up with Eduardo's texts. Got everything. Audio's crystal clear. Holy, your daughter is a badass. Yes, Douglas thought. Yes, she is. The next 72 hours moved like a carefully orchestrated symphony. Douglas had spent 3 years preparing for this, and now all the pieces were falling into place. First, Bernard Bell from Titan Robotics called. Douglas, I need to know what's going on. Richard Henderson called me this morning demanding I fire you. Said you were harassing his family, spreading lies. I told him to go to hell, but I need to hear your side. Douglas gave him the condensed version. The second family, the humiliation of Abigail, the evidence of corruption. Bernard was silent for a long moment. Jesus, he finally said, I've known Richard for years. Had no idea. Listen, your job is safe. More than safe. And Douglas, I sit on the State Bar Association. If you have real evidence of judicial corruption, I know people who'd want to see it. Second, Domino, then Morris called trying a different approach. Douglas, we need to talk Monto man. What you and Blake did was wrong, but maybe we can work this out. Richard's willing to apologize to Abigail if you'll keep quiet about the Portland situation. Not interested. He'll pay you. Name your price. I don't want his money. Then what do you want? I want him to face consequences for once in his privileged life. I want him to understand that he can't hurt people without accountability. And I want my daughter to see that bullies don't always win. Morris's voice turned ugly. You're making a huge mistake. The Henderson family has resources you can't imagine. We will destroy you. Try. Third domino. The family closing ranks, showing their true nature. Douglas had been recording all calls, documenting every threat. Blake's surveillance team, 3 teenage computer science students who thought they were just helping with a school project, had captured extensive footage of the Henderson mansion. Cars coming and going, late night meetings. On the second night, they caught someone burning documents in the backyard fire pit. That's Uncle Morris, Blake identified. Destroying evidence, probably. Good, Douglas said. That shows consciousness of guilt. Eduardo, can you get me a copy of that footage? Already done. Also, you might want to see this. Eduardo pulled up another video file. This is from this afternoon. Woman showed up at the mansion, argued with Richard for 20 minutes, then left crying. Douglas recognized her from Blake's Portland files. That's Sonia Richardson, the second family. She looked pissed. Fourth domino. Richard's carefully separated lives colliding. On day 3, Douglas received an unexpected visitor. Regina Henderson appeared at his door alone, looking 10 years older than she had at Christmas dinner. We need to talk, she said. May I come in? Douglas led her to the living room. Candace emerged from the kitchen, freezing when she saw her mother. I'll leave, Candace said stiffly. No, stay, Regina's voice was firm. You both need to hear this. They sat in uncomfortable silence until Regina finally spoke. I've known about Portland for 12 years. Not the whole time, but since 2013. I found hotel receipts, saw the credit card charges. I confronted Richard and he admitted it. Said it was over, said he'd made a mistake. It wasn't over, Candace said quietly. No, it wasn't. He kept lying and I kept pretending to believe him because the alternative. Regina's voice broke. The alternative was admitting my marriage was a sham, that the man I'd built my life around was a fraud. Douglas said nothing, letting her talk. But it's more than just the affair. Regina continued. I've seen things over the years. Conversations that ended when I entered the room. Money appearing and disappearing. Richard making phone calls at odd hours. I told myself it was just business, just politics. But I knew deep down I always knew something was wrong. Why are you telling us this? Candace asked. Regina met her daughter's eyes. Because I'm tired of being complicit. Because what Richard did to Abigail was unforgivable. And because she paused, visibly struggling. Because you were right. I need to decide who I am. And I'm choosing my granddaughter over my husband's ego. She pulled an envelope from her purse, handing it to Douglas. This is Richard's personal email password and the code to his home safe. Inside the safe, you'll find documents he doesn't want anyone to see. Financial records, correspondence, things that will support whatever case you're building. Douglas took the envelope, stunned. Why? Because Abigail asked him why he hated her, and his answer was cruel and wrong. Because I've watched him hurt people for decades and done nothing. Because it's time someone held Richard Henderson accountable. Regina stood. I'm filing for divorce. I wanted you to know before I tell him tomorrow. After Regina left, Douglas opened the envelope. Inside was everything he needed. Access to Richard's most carefully guarded secrets. Your mother just gave us a nuclear weapon, he told Candace. Good, she replied. Use it. That night, Douglas accessed Richard's email. What he found exceeded his darkest suspicions. 17 years of corruption documented in detail. Bribes accepted, cases fixed, criminals protected. Richard hadn't just bent the law. He'd broken it so often that it became routine. But it was the message from 2018 that made Douglas's blood run cold. Ogden's son hit that pedestrian. Kid was in the crosswalk. Driver was drunk. Witnesses saw everything. I'm making it go away. Charging Ogden $200,000 for the favor. Between you and me, that pedestrian was nobody important. Just some mechanic from the east side. No family to make noise. Perfect candidate for an unsolvable case. Douglas read it 3 times. A hit and run covered up by Richard for money. The victim was identified in the attached police report. Thomas Dean, his father, the auto shop owner who'd raised Douglas alone after his mother died. The man who taught him to fix engines and think systematically, who'd scraped together money for Douglas's college despite barely keeping the shop afloat, who died in what police called a tragic unsolved hit and run 7 years ago. Douglas had grieved, moved on, told himself there was no justice for working-class victims of drunk drivers who fled the scene. He'd never imagined it went deeper than that. But Richard Henderson had made it go away, had taken money to bury the evidence, had literally profited from Thomas Dean's death. Blake found his father in the workshop at 3 a.m. staring at a printed email. "Dad, you okay?" Douglas looked up and Blake flinched at the expression on his face. "My father," Douglas said quietly. "The hit and run that killed him. It wasn't random. Richard covered it up for money." Blake went pale. "Oh my God. Francisco Ogden's son drunk driving killed my father and drove away. Richard took $200,000 to make sure no one ever paid for it." Douglas's hands shook. This whole time, all these years, Richard looked me in the eye at every family gathering, knowing he'd helped murder my father. "Dad, I thought this was about justice for Abigail, about exposing corruption." Douglas's voice was hollow, "But it's bigger than that now. So much bigger." Blake sat beside his father, both of them silent in the workshop where Douglas had taught his sons the skills his own father had taught him. "What are you going to do?" Blake finally asked. Douglas looked at his son, 15 years old, fierce and loyal, ready to follow wherever this led. "I'm going to bury him," he said completely and absolutely. "Richard Henderson destroyed my father to make a profit. Now I'm going to destroy everything he's ever built." "How?" Methodically, thoroughly, and legally, Douglas stood, moving to his computer. "We're taking this to the FBI, to the state bar, to every journalist who listen. We're going to expose every single crime Richard Henderson has committed for the past 4 decades. That's going to destroy the whole family. Uncle Morris, Aunt Leanne, they're all tangled up in his corruption." "I know," Douglas's jaw set, "but some things matter more than family loyalty. Justice matters. Truth matters. My father's memory matters." Blake nodded slowly. "Then let's do it right. Let's make sure when Richard falls, he can never get back up." Over the next week, Douglas built his case with the precision of an engineer designing a complex system. Every document cross-referenced, every email verified, every bribe traced. Stephen's sketches provided visual timeline. Blake's financial analysis showed money flows. Regina's testimony would establish motive and opportunity. But Douglas's masterstroke was something none of them expected. He'd found buried in Richard's files evidence that Sonia Richardson wasn't the second family. She was the third. There had been another woman, another child years before. A child Richard had abandoned when she was born with severe disabilities, paying off the mother to disappear and never contact him again. That child, now 26, was named Jennifer Morales. She'd grown up in poverty, disabled, and forgotten, while Richard lived in his mansion and preached about family values. Douglas found her through old emails. She was living in a state facility, her mother dead from cancer 3 years prior, with no family and no resources. Richard's payments had stopped the moment her mother died. "This is it," Douglas told Candace. "This is who he really is, a man who abandons his disabled child to save his reputation." Douglas visited Jennifer personally, bringing Candace and the children. They met her in the common room of the facility, a woman with cerebral palsy, sharp-eyed and intelligent despite her physical limitations. "You're Richard Henderson's son-in-law." Jennifer's speech was labored but clear. "Yes. And I'm here to tell you that you have a family. Half-sisters, a mother, nieces, and nephews who didn't know you existed." Jennifer's eyes filled with tears. "He told my mother I was too damaged to acknowledge that I would embarrass the family name. He was wrong." Candace knelt beside Jennifer's wheelchair, taking her hand. "You're my sister, and you deserve better than what he gave you." That moment, Douglas knew, was worth more than all the revenge in the world. But he was going to get both. The press conference was held on January 15, 3 weeks after Christmas dinner. Douglas had coordinated with the FBI, the State Bar Association, and 2 investigative journalists from major newspapers. Bernard Bell had used his connections to ensure the right people paid attention. The Henderson mansion was surrounded by cameras as federal agents executed search warrants. Richard's computers, files, and financial records were seized. Morris's construction company offices were raided simultaneously. Leanne's home, where she'd stored documents related to her DUI cover-up, was searched. Douglas stood outside with his family, watching the Henderson empire crumble. Richard emerged in handcuffs, his face a mask of rage. He spotted Douglas and tried to lunge toward him, but the agents held him back. "You destroyed me," Richard screamed over a stupid Christmas dinner comment. "Over nothing. Not nothing." Douglas called back. "Over my daughter. Over my father. Over every person you've hurt and every law you've broken. This is accountability." "Richard." It's what you've avoided your whole life. The cameras captured everything. Richard's rage. His daughter Candace standing with Douglas. His granddaughter Abigail holding her father's hand with quiet dignity. Regina appeared at the mansion door, dry-eyed and composed. She'd already filed for divorce and was cooperating with investigators. She made a brief statement. "I'm ashamed I didn't act sooner. I'm grateful to my son-in-law for having the courage I lacked." The news cycle exploded. Federal Judge Richard Henderson arrested on multiple corruption charges. Secret families and abandoned disabled child. The fall of a legal dynasty. How a Christmas dinner exposed decades of judicial corruption. Stephen's sketches appeared in newspapers as evidence of long-term criminal conspiracy. Blake's financial analysis showed how Richard had stolen an estimated $3.7 million through various schemes. Jennifer Morales gave a tearful interview about her abandonment. But it was Abigail's statement that went viral. A 12-year-old girl speaking clearly to cameras. "My grandfather told me I was worthless. He was wrong. I'm strong. I'm smart. And I deserve respect. So did all the people he hurt over the years. I'm glad my dad and brothers helped make sure he couldn't hurt anyone else." The trial took 9 months. Douglas testified about his father's death, about discovering the cover-up, about years of watching Richard abuse his power. Candace testified about the second and third families. Regina confirmed everything, her testimony devastating in its calm recitation of decades of wrongdoing. Morris and Leanne both took plea deals, turning on their father to save themselves. Francisco Ogden's son, now 43, finally faced charges for the hit and run that killed Thomas Dean. The statute of limitations had expired for the original crime, but new charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice had not. Richard Henderson was convicted on 17 counts of corruption, bribery, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. The judge, one who actually believed in the law, sentenced him to 23 years in federal prison. "You used your position to enrich yourself while pretending to serve justice." The judge said you covered up crimes, including vehicular manslaughter for profit. "You abandoned a disabled child, and created multiple families through deception. You corrupted the very system you swore to uphold. The sentence reflects the severity and duration of your crimes." Richard was 73. 23 years was effectively a life sentence. Douglas watched from the gallery as Richard was led away. No satisfaction, no triumph, just the quiet certainty that justice had finally been served. 2 years later, Douglas stood in his workshop watching Blake adjust a robotic arm prototype. His son was 17 now, heading to MIT in the fall on a full scholarship. Stephen had just finished his freshman year at Rhode Island School of Design. His portfolio of the Henderson case having earned him national recognition. Abigail, now 14, was competing in national chess tournaments and writing a blog about finding confidence after bullying. Candace appeared in the doorway. "Jennifer's here." Douglas smiled. Jennifer Morales, now Jennifer Dean, after Candace and her siblings had legally adopted her, visited twice a month. She'd moved into a supported living facility closer to the family, was working part-time as a computer programmer, and had become part of their lives in ways Richard had never imagined possible. Regina had also found her way back, slowly rebuilding relationships with her children and grandchildren. She'd sold the mansion, donated most of Richard's assets to charity, and now lived modestly, volunteering with organizations that supported disabled adults. The Henderson name had become synonymous with corruption and downfall. Morris was still serving time for his construction fraud. Lean had lost her license to practice law. Their children had changed their names, trying to escape the stigma. But the Dean family had grown stronger. "You know," Candace said, watching Blake work. "I never told you thank you for what? For seeing what I couldn't. For protecting our daughter when I was too weak to stand up to my father. For being the kind of man who fights for what's right even when it's hard." Douglas pulled her close. "I didn't do it alone." "No," she agreed. "You raised our sons to be like you. Smart, strategic, unshakable in their principles." Blake was 15 when he stood up at that dinner. 15. And he destroyed a corrupt judge with a folder full of evidence because his sister was crying. He's a good kid. He learned from the best. Abigail burst into the workshop, her chess trophy gleaming. "Dad, I won. State champion." Douglas swept her into a hug. This daughter who'd been called worthless, who'd found her strength in the aftermath of cruelty. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. Grandpa Richard was wrong about me," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm not weak. I'm not worthless. I'm a Dean." "Yes," Douglas agreed. "You absolutely are." That evening, the family gathered for dinner, not at a mansion, not performing for cameras or navigating political landmines, but around their own table. Jennifer joined them, as did Regina, who'd become more of a grandmother in the past 2 years than she'd been in the previous lifetime. Blake raised his glass of sparkling cider. "I want to make a toast." Everyone looked at him. The son who'd started this cascade of justice with a single folder at a Christmas dinner. "To family," Blake said, "the one we choose and the one we build. To standing up for what's right, even when it's scary. And to Dad, who taught us that intelligence and patience can beat power and privilege every single time." "To Dad," they echoed. Douglas looked around the table at his family. Imperfect, complicated, but fundamentally good. Richard Henderson had spent his life accumulating power, crushing opponents, building an empire on corruption and fear. But in the end, he'd been brought down by a mechanic's son who understood that real strength came from protecting those you loved. The engineer and Douglas appreciated the symmetry. Systems had rules, and when you broke them long enough, eventually the whole structure collapsed. Richard had broken every rule, moral, legal, familial, and his empire had crumbled accordingly. Justice, Douglas had learned, wasn't always swift, but it was thorough when done right. His phone buzzed with a news alert. Former Judge Richard Henderson denied parole. "Will serve full sentence." Douglas deleted it without reading further. Richard Henderson was the past. This family, this moment, this hard-won peace that was the future. "Dad." Abigail tugged his sleeve. "You're smiling." "Just thinking," Douglas said, "about how sometimes the best revenge is building something better than what they tried to destroy." Deep, Blake teased. "True though," Stephen added, sketching the family scene into his ever-present notebook. Candace squeezed Douglas's hand under the table, and he squeezed back, partners now in ways they'd never been during the years of making excuses and keeping peace. Outside, snow began to fall, covering the world in fresh white. Inside, the Dean family laughed and talked and planned for tomorrow, secure in the knowledge that they'd face their worst and come through stronger. Richard Henderson had pointed at a 12-year-old girl and called her worthless. That girl's father had methodically destroyed him, and in doing so had taught his children that bullies always fall eventually. You just needed the courage, intelligence, and patience to engineer their downfall. Justice, Douglas Dean had proven, was just another system to master, and he'd always been very, very good with systems.
That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one.